Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 14 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as the Akatsuki Mastermind controlling Shinobi history. Let the tale begin. Chapter 361, The Ignorant and Fearless Gato. Faced with the sudden would-release technique, Kisame did not retreat but attempted to resist. However, against Yamato, Kisame's expertise in taijutsu and water release was completely countered, preventing him from displaying his full strength. With no other choice, he dove into the sea, peering at Yamato and Kakashi from beneath the water's surface. Realizing that the newcomer was Yamato from Konoha's Umbu, Kisame knew he would not be able to take down Kakashi. But his mission was merely to stall Kakashi and prevent him from supporting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He did not need to defeat Kakashi completely. Even with Yamato's interference, he was not without options. For Kisame, completing his mission was more important than his life. A shinobi's purpose was to execute missions flawlessly, and this particular mission was one that aimed to bring eternal peace to the world. He saw no reason to give up. Kakashi, initially startled by the Mokuton, quickly realized it was Yamato providing support. Understanding this, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to recover some chakra, preparing for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, beneath the water, Kisame secretly gathered chakra, readying a large-scale water release attack to block Kakashi and his allies. Just then, Yamato instantly appeared beside Kakashi and said, "Kakashi-senpai, Itachi Uchiha will be here soon. We should retreat." Hearing this, Kakashi's expression changed, and he immediately asked about Naruto and the others. Yamato shook his head and sighed. "I'm not a match for Itachi, but I bought them 30 minutes. I don't know where they managed to escape to." Kakashi's face darkened, but he still chose to follow Yamato's suggestion and leave. The top priority now was finding Team 7. Both Naruto and Sasuke's identities were crucial. If anything happened to them, Konoha would suffer heavy consequences. With this decision made, Kakashi and Yamato swiftly left, vanishing into the forest. After traveling over 10 kilometers, Yamato stopped and asked Kakashi, "Kakashi-senpai, what do we do now? Should we report to the Hokage immediately, or go back and face Itachi and Kisame?" Kakashi thought for a moment before replying, "No need to report to the Hokage just yet. Itachi and Kisame might not have captured Naruto." Yamato's forehead stiffened, unsure why Kakashi was so confident. Based on their strength, neither of them could stand against Itachi or Kisame alone. If the two Akatsuki members worked together, they could easily defeat them. Kakashi smiled bitterly and mentioned Byakuya, the mysterious figure who had appeared before. He wasn't placing faith in his own power but rather in Byakuya. Itachi Uchiha was a genius beyond Kakashi's reach, but Byakuya was a monster, someone who had long since surpassed the limits of genius. Hearing that Byakuya had promised to provide assistance from the shadows, Yamato was briefly stunned. He had heard of Byakuya's exploits, knowing that he possessed the same would-release bloodline limit as himself, but his mastery far surpassed Yamato's in both development and combat ability. If Byakuya truly was lurking nearby, then there was no need to worry about Naruto and the others. However, it was humiliating for Konoha's Umbu to be unable to protect their own Jinchuriki, relying instead on a shinobi from another village. Even if Byakuya had already rescued Naruto's group, they still needed to regroup with them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, beneath the water, Kisame waited for a long time before finally surfacing. Upon confirming that Kakashi and Yamato had left, Kisame's expression shifted. Just as he was about to leave the water, he spotted Itachi Uchiha approaching the shore. After verifying Itachi's identity, Kisame stepped onto the land and asked, "Itachi, how did it go? Did you capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" Itachi shook his head. "During the attempt, I encountered several powerful enemies. Weighing the risks, I decided to abandon the mission." Kisame glanced at Itachi, suspecting he might be lying. With Itachi's strength, Konoha shouldn't have been able to put up much resistance, unless they had secretly deployed a Sannin-level ninja to guard Naruto. Otherwise, no one in Konoha could match Itachi. Still, Kisame understood Itachi's hesitation. Not every shinobi could attack their own village's Jinchuriki without hesitation. After a brief pause, Kisame asked, "Did you see your little brother? How is he now?" Mentioning Sasuke, a faint smile appeared on Itachi's lips. "Sasuke is progressing well. He's already near Jonin level, but that's still not enough to survive in a time of war. He must awaken the same eyes as mine." Kisame detected the fondness in Itachi's voice and found his behavior contradictory. Itachi was a shinobi who always spoke about the grand vision of the world. He could deliver profound insights, helping Kisame understand the world beyond the perspective of a single village or nation. Instead of seeing the world through the lens of one country or shinobi village, Itachi viewed it from the perspective of the entire ninja world. To achieve lasting peace, sacrifices had to be made. No individual, village, or even nation was too great to be sacrificed if it meant bringing about true and eternal peace. Yet, when it came to Sasuke, Itachi displayed an inexplicably complex side. If he wanted to train his brother, it would make more sense to keep him close and teach him personally. That way, Sasuke could receive the best guidance. Instead, Itachi had left Sasuke in Konoha to be trained by others, allowing hatred to fester between them. Kisame could easily imagine how much Sasuke despised his older brother after growing up in that environment. And Sasuke's expression during their encounter just a few hours ago confirmed this. Breaking free from his wandering thoughts, Kisame asked Itachi, "Since capturing the Ninetales Jinchuriki failed, what do we do next?" Itachi glanced toward the distant land of waves and replied, "We'll stay in the area for now. Capturing Naruto is unlikely, but we still have Gado's mission to complete." Kisame nodded. He wasn't willing to give up on the job either. Although Gado had a nasty attitude and lacked respect, he had offered an enormous sum of money. They couldn't abandon the mission so easily. Land of Waves, Gado's mansion. Gado sat in his office, listening to a report from one of his subordinates. When he heard that a forest had suddenly appeared on the beach near the bridge, he frowned and harshly scolded his underling. "If you don't know how to give a proper report, then don't bother at all. How the hell could a forest just appear on the beach?" Based on his understanding of shinobi, they were nothing more than a bunch of chakra-wielding savages. Sure, they were stronger and faster than normal people and could pull off flashy magic tricks. But they were still within the realm of normal humans. And no normal human could stand up to a gun. Creating a forest out of thin air? That's no jutsu, that's a miracle. Gado's subordinate looked innocent. He knew his report sounded exaggerated, but he was only telling the truth. He hadn't expected Gado to react with such displeasure. After thinking it over, the subordinate revised his report, saying that he had found shipwreck remains near the shore. Hearing this, Gado nodded in satisfaction and said, "So, it seems Tazuna died at sea. Those two shinobi did a decent job. But your earlier report was too exaggerated, don't make the same mistake again." Once his subordinate left, Gado stepped onto the balcony and gazed at the distant civilian district and the half-finished bridge stretching across the sea. This bridge would connect the Land of Fire with the Land of Waves. If completed, it would disrupt his business. But only slightly. The Land of Waves was a hub for smuggling operations. As long as smuggling between nations existed, he could continue making massive profits. For Gado, the reason for targeting Tazuna wasn't merely because he was a bridge builder. It was because Tazuna's son was the leader of a resistance movement against him. If Tazuna successfully completed the bridge, the prestige he gained from it would allow his son to threaten Gado's rule, even overthrow him. That was something Gado could not allow. He refused to tolerate anything that could lead to his downfall. In the Land of Waves, he was the king, the daimyo. Any signs of rebellion had to be crushed before they could grow. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Gado began considering how to further exploit the commoners. Recruiting those two rogue ninjas might be a good idea. He could use them to assassinate those who opposed him while also gaining valuable intelligence on shinobi. As one of the world's top smugglers, his ambitions weren't limited to smuggling alone. He wanted to become the most powerful businessman in the world, amass enough land to establish his own legacy, and become the first daimyo of his family. Just as Gato was lost in his grand ambitions, Byakuya appeared beside him, silently extending a hand. Feeling the sudden weight on his shoulder, Gato's expression changed. He turned sharply and saw a man in a black cloak with red clouds, Byakuya. Frowning, Gato demanded, "Who are you? A new shinobi?" Though Gato didn't recognize Byakuya, he did recognize a ninja forehead protector. Clicking his tongue in irritation, he continued cursing under his breath. Byakuya looked at Gato in mild confusion before casting a jinjutsu, making him faint instantly. Shaking his head, Byakuya muttered, "How did someone this oblivious survive as a major businessman in the shinobi world?" Thinking back to how Gato treated Zabuza in the original timeline, Byakuya found it unsurprising. Gato's attitude toward shinobi was not unique, as many nobles in the shinobi world looked down on them. After all, to most aristocrats, shinobi were nothing more than a slightly more specialized class of mercenaries. And since most shinobi lacked formal education, they were known more for destruction than creation. This meant that despite their superior combat abilities, they still ended up under the rule of the aristocracy. However, the establishment of the Ninja Academy by the second Hokage changed things. Shinobi were no longer just trained within clans, they now had a formal education system. In reality, ninja villages had become nearly independent micronations within their respective countries. Some daimyo had noticed this shift and had begun imposing restrictions on ninja villages. The Land of Wind and the Land of Rain were prime examples. Their leaders used inherited political authority and a divide-and-conquer strategy to maintain control over their villages. Meanwhile, in countries like the Land of Fire, political bonds were strengthened through arranged marriages between nobles and shinobi clans. The rulers of these great nations understood that the times were changing. Bit by bit, they ceded power to the shinobi. But Gato, isolated in the Land of Waves, had not realized this shift. By pushing Zabuza into a desperate situation, he had ultimately sealed his own fate. Breaking free from his musings, Byakuya stepped over the unconscious Gato and got to work. His trip to the Land of Waves wasn't just to use Itachi Uchiha and Kisame to test Naruto's growth, he was also here for Gato's wealth. Gato had made a fortune through smuggling. Over the years, he must have accumulated an enormous amount of wealth. While this money wasn't particularly significant to the Akatsuki, funds were always useful. The organization had massive expenses since many experiments and research projects required substantial financial investment to develop successfully. Using Jinjutsu, Byakuya extracted details about Gato's assets, only to be disappointed. Gato's liquid assets weren't as substantial as expected, most of his wealth was tied up in land and other non-liquid investments. Converting those assets into usable funds would take time. But more importantly, Gato's greatest asset wasn't his money, it was the Land of Waves itself. Its strategic location made it an ideal port, which was why Gato had been able to amass such a fortune in the first place. If Byakuya wanted to maximize the benefits of this mission, he needed to bring the Land of Waves under Akatsuki's control. As he formulated a plan, Byakuya made his way to the underground vault, where a familiar figure stood waiting. It was none other than the masked man, Obito. Upon seeing Obito, Byakuya smiled and greeted him casually. Then, he said, "Masked man, you did a great job this time. By having Itachi Uchiha and Kisame attack Naruto, we now have a reason to seize control of the Land of Waves." Obito's expression darkened, but he said nothing, likely because of Byakuya's overwhelming strength. Obito had received news of Naruto leaving the village long ago. Originally, he had no plans to attack Naruto yet, since his reputation alone made him a target for the 5 great shinobi nations. But Byakuya had sought him out, bringing White Zetsu along, and set this entire operation into motion. Looking at the situation now, the plan had succeeded. It had reinforced Byakuya's reputation. But the cost was that Obito had now painted a target on his back. He would be marked as an enemy of the 5 great nations. Obito had long since resigned himself to playing the villain, but he still found Byakuya irritating. Byakuya, unfazed by the murderous glare, simply asked, "Masked man, have you moved all of the valuables to Amigakure?" Chapter 362, Continuing the Mission. Faced with Byakuya's inquiry, Obito nodded and then curiously asked, I transferred the money to a nearby base long ago. You just need to send someone to retrieve it. However, what I really want to know is why you're so obsessed with money. With our strength, as long as we successfully collect the tailed beasts and revive the ten tails, money will be nothing more than a number to us. There's no need to deliberately amass wealth. Byakuya glanced at Obito before responding, with that mindset, I'm starting to doubt whether you're actually serious about governing Kiridakure. Given your abilities, even if you do try to govern the village, it would only backfire. Hearing this, Obito flushed with embarrassment but had no retort. Byakuya wasn't wrong. After using Jinjutsu to control Yagura Karatachi, he genuinely tried to govern Kiridakure, but the result was the opposite of what he intended. The village only grew weaker. This left him speechless. He had never intended for Kiridakure to fall into chaos. As if seen through Obito's thoughts, Byakuya continued, Masked Man, I know you have many doubts. You're probably still questioning why, in this operation, I didn't directly target the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The reason is simple. Reviving the Ten Tails is part of Akatsuki's plan, but it's not the whole plan. My original dream was to rebuild Uzumaki. But as time passed, I wanted the entire ninja world to fall under Akatsuki's rule, using the Ten Tails' terrifying power as a deterrent to enforce decades of peace. During this process, there will inevitably be conflicts and bloodshed, but I still want to minimize war and shorten the duration of these conflicts. Accumulating wealth and nurturing subordinates are also meant to shorten this time. You're also striving for peace, which is why you're helping collect the tailed beasts to revive the Ten Tails, right? Hearing Byakuya's heartfelt words, Obito was momentarily stunned, then began contemplating the feasibility of using the Ten Tails to intimidate the ninja world. Byakuya's approach was actually similar to that of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Back then, Hashirama seemed to balance the power of the great ninja villages by distributing the tailed beasts. But in reality, the tailed beasts weren't enough to deter the five great villages. The true deterrence came from Hashirama himself and Madara Uchiha. In that sense, Byakuya was indeed a worthy successor of the Senju clan. Though the method of maintaining peace had evolved from distributing tailed beasts to using the Ten Tails as a deterrent, in essence, it was no different from how Konoha operated decades ago. The only difference was that Hashirama would age and die, whereas the Ten Tails could theoretically live forever. However, the Ten Tails wasn't a ninja. Even if they obtained it, there was always a risk of it being stolen. Once Byakuya grew old and died, the ninja world would inevitably plunge into chaos again. Deep down, Obito looked down on this way of maintaining peace. Using the Ten Tails as brute force to intimidate the ninja world into peace could work for a time, but it wouldn't solve the ideals and dreams of ninjas. Ninjas would still face life-threatening missions and die in unexpected circumstances. To achieve true and lasting peace, only infinite Tsukuyomi could accomplish that, trapping everyone in a dream where the line between reality and illusion no longer mattered. At that thought, Obito became even more resolute in his beliefs, and the way he looked at Byakuya changed. There wasn't much personal conflict between him and Byakuya. Byakuya had saved him once, and he had also rescued Rin from Iwagakure's captors. Compared to those things, the humiliation he had suffered in recent years was insignificant. The greatest conflict between them lay in their ideals, or rather, in the divide between Uchiha and Senju. Senju's method had already been proven wrong decades ago, yet Byakuya insisted on following that same mistake. Uchiha's approach was fundamentally different, only the Uchiha way of thinking could bring true peace to the ninja world. At present, his strength and position were inferior to Byakuya's. Rather than foolishly opposing Byakuya head-on, it was better to feign submission, quietly amass power, and seize the opportunity when the time was right. After all, once Byakuya's plan was exposed, he would also become an enemy of the five great villages. With that in mind, Obito snorted coldly and said, "You've said everything already. What else am I supposed to say? You're the leader of Akatsuki, I'll just follow your orders." Seeing this, Byakuya gave a helpless smile. He had just attempted to persuade Obito through words, and on the surface, Obito seemed to acknowledge his viewpoint. But how much impact those words had was another matter entirely. Uchiha were extremely stubborn. It was incredibly difficult to change their way of thinking. Every single one of them longed for peace and stability, yet their actions were too extreme, often leading to the exact opposite outcome. But ultimately, that had little to do with him. The Uchiha were like that. As long as they collected the tailed beasts, ignited another ninja war, revived the Ten Tails, and initiated infinite Tsukuyomi, that would be enough. But he was different. He had more things to consider. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Inside a small wooden cabin in the forest, after undergoing half a month of special training, Naruto hadn't significantly improved his raw strength, but under Kushina's guidance, he had come to understand and familiarize himself with the Nine Tails. He could now access a portion of its power. His chakra control had also become much more precise. According to Kushina, Naruto's chakra control had reached the level of a Jonin. With a few more years of training, becoming a Jonin of Konoha wouldn't be a problem. Initially, the Nine Tails had no intention of lending Naruto any chakra. However, with a group hunting the tailed beasts on the rise, the Nine Tails, fearing for its own survival, had no choice but to help strengthen Naruto to reduce the risk of being captured. After tapping into the Nine Tails' chakra, Naruto successfully entered a partial tailed beast transformation. When the Nine Tails' chakra enveloped his entire body, Naruto exuded a wild, explosive aura, like an unstable bomb. His strength had risen to the level of an elite Jonin. Seeing that Naruto, in his transformed state, possessed elite Jonin-level strength, Kushina felt a sense of relief. Although elite Jonin-level strength wasn't enough to defeat Obito, at least Naruto would have some means to protect himself in battle against him, enough to hold out until she could come to his aid. Having gained Kushina's approval, Naruto began to entertain the idea of leading this place. Kushina didn't stop Naruto from wanting to leave, but she refused his invitation to return to Konoha, unwilling to go back as the fourth Hokage's widow. Naruto suspected that his mother was hiding something, but he didn't have much attachment to Konoha either. If she didn't want to talk about it, that was fine. She would explain it to him eventually. Right now, the priority was to find Sasuke and Kakashi and complete the mission of escorting Tazuna. Meanwhile, under Shursui's guidance, Sasuke had learned several Uchiha secret techniques and experienced significant growth in strength. He had also received Akatsuki's latest scientific advancements and implantation of first Hokage cells. After gaining more power, Sasuke expressed his desire to challenge Shursui. Shursui didn't refuse, and the two engaged in a battle in an open field. As expected, Sasuke was no match for Shursui. Even without activating his Sharingan, Shursui easily defeated Sasuke. After losing, Sasuke sat on the ground, looking dejected, and muttered, "Shursui, if I can't even defeat you, how will I ever be able to defeat Itachi Uchiha?" And, Sasuke here is calling Shursui and I, older brother, but I changed it. I just don't think Sasuke would call anyone brother easily. Hearing this, Shursui frowned slightly and said, "Sasuke, don't tell me you think Itachi can beat me?" Sasuke was momentarily stunned before responding in confusion. "If you can defeat Itachi, then why didn't you stop him back then?" "He's not my equal, but I couldn't take him down either." After a brief pause, Shursui continued, "Unless there was another ninja as strong as me, or that Lord personally intervened, no one could have stopped Itachi from escaping." "So that's how it is," Sasuke muttered before asking, "Shursui, when's our next training session? This afternoon or tonight?" Shursui shook his head and said, "Your special training is over. It's time for you to leave." Sasuke's expression changed slightly as he asked in confusion, "But I still feel weak. Can't I stay here and train until I'm strong enough to defeat Itachi Uchiha? Your foundation is already solid. You just need time to refine it. Among Jonin, you're already considered outstanding. From here on, improvement isn't something that can be taught by others." "I have Jonin-level strength?" Sasuke was dumbfounded, wondering if he had misheard. "Of course. The fact that you couldn't beat me when I was holding back doesn't mean you lack Jonin-level strength. Do you even know what kind of person Itachi Uchiha is? He and I may not have the title of Kage, but our power is already at the Kage level. Keep honing yourself through missions. I'll continue observing you from the shadows. With those words, Shursui vanished from Sasuke's sight, leaving only a lingering presence. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that Shursui was truly gone, Sasuke let out a soft sigh before departing toward the designated meeting point for Team 7. After traveling for several hours, Sasuke finally arrived at the meeting point, feeling somewhat anxious. Although Shursui had told him that Naruto was fine, he couldn't help but worry about Naruto and Sakura's safety. They were, after all, teammates. Upon reaching the meeting point, Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. Naruto and Sakura had already arrived before him, and even that talkative old man was still alive, frowning as he looked in the direction of the land of waves. Seeing Sasuke, Sakura immediately ran up to him, saying, "Sasuke, I'm so glad you're okay." Sasuke nodded before turning his gaze to Naruto and saying, "Naruto, you've been training these past few days too. Your chakra feels much stronger than before." Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, "So you've been training too? Who trained you?" Clenching his fists, Sasuke replied, "It was Itachi Uchiha. That bastard is deliberately sharpening me, as if he wants to use me for something. I'll hurry and get stronger, then kill him." Sakura's expression turned a little awkward. Both Sasuke and Naruto had undergone training, but she had done nothing. Listening to their conversation from the shadows, Yamato silently breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Naruto and Sasuke were safe, he wouldn't have to figure out how to explain things to the Hokage. Kakashi glanced at Yamato and chuckled. "See? I told you they'd be fine. Byakuya really did save them in secret, and he even had them undergo training." Yamato nodded, though his emotions remained complicated. After a few seconds, Kakashi and Yamato emerged from the bushes, stepping in front of Naruto and the others. Seeing Kakashi and Yamato, the group froze for a moment before exclaiming in shock, "Kakashi-sensei. You're alive?" Kakashi gave them an odd look and said, "Were you guys expecting me to die? I know I'm a bit strict with you sometimes, but I'm still your Jonin leader." "Oh, right," Kakashi gestured toward Yamato and said, "This is Yamato. Like the first Hokage, he possesses the would-release bloodline and has been secretly protecting you all as an Umbu ninja." Yamato narrowed his eyes slightly, shooting Kakashi a glance since he hadn't expected him to reveal his identity so openly. But considering his signature jutsu and background, it wasn't exactly a secret worth hiding. At that moment, Sasuke seemed to remember something and asked Yamato, "I recall Kakashi-sensei mentioning that a ninja named Byakuya also possesses would-release. Between you and Byakuya, who is stronger?" Hearing this, Yamato fell silent. Kakashi's expression turned a little awkward as he cleared his throat and said, "Of course, Byakuya is stronger. But that doesn't mean Yamato is weak. Don't underestimate him, he's one of the top Jonin in the village." "I see," the group looked at Yamato differently now. Yamato enjoyed that look. Though he had a rather stiff expression and a bit of social anxiety, he liked being admired. Being respected even made him feel like jumping for joy. After the awkward topic ended, Kakashi and the others tacitly avoided discussing the events of the past few days. Since their client, Tazuna, was still around, many sensitive topics, especially those concerning Konoha's secrets, couldn't be openly discussed. After some casual conversation, everyone turned their attention to Tazuna. At this point, they had to decide whether to continue escorting him. Though this mission had originally been classified as C rank, encountering Kisame and Itachi Uchiha instantly raised its difficulty to S rank. From a safety standpoint, they should abandon the mission immediately. However, Kakashi wanted to hear Naruto and Sasuke's opinions, or rather, Byakuya's stance on the matter, so he slowly asked, "Sasuke, Naruto, should we continue escorting Tazuna?" Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances before replying, "Of course, we're continuing the mission. This is our first real mission, and we're not about to give up." Continuing the mission. Sakura's eyes widened. She hadn't seen Kisame's strength firsthand, but she knew how terrifying Itachi Uchiha was. Did they really think they could complete this mission? But, with Yamato-senpai and Kakashi-sensei here. Kakashi studied Naruto and Sasuke deeply before saying, "Since you're both willing to proceed, then we'll continue the mission." Chapter 363, Mirrored Tsukuyomi. A few hours later, under the cover of night, Team 7 successfully reached the coastline. This time, their landing was smooth, there were no guards, and no shinobi intercepting them. They entered the land of waves without issue and safely escorted Tazuna to the civilian district. Before long, Tazuna led them to his home. In the house, there was only a 7- or 8-year-old child, living alone with Tazuna. The child's father, Tazuna's son, had died years ago in the struggle against Kato's tyranny. Upon returning home, Tazuna took out what little dried meat he had to offer his guests. Seeing the modest conditions of the house, the members of Team 7 finally understood why Tazuna had concealed the truth about the mission. He simply couldn't afford to pay more. Hearing the commotion, the neighbors quietly approached. Recognizing Tazuna, they sighed in relief and began telling him about the recent events in the village. As Tazuna listened, his eyes tightened, and he silently vowed to complete the bridge no matter what. After the neighbors left, Tazuna turned to Kakashi and the others. As if making up his mind, he said, "Can I hire you to protect me until the bridge is finished? I'll find a way to pay you later." Kakashi exchanged glances with his team. After a brief moment of silent communication, he responded, "No need for payment. Kato has hired rogue shinobi from Konoha, we will take care of them." Hearing this, Tazuna was overwhelmed with emotion and dropped into a deep bow of gratitude. Kakashi reached out to stop him, then turned his gaze toward the forest outside. Squinting slightly, he addressed Naruto and the others, "Itachi Uchiha is here. Let's go outside and meet our enemy." With that, Kakashi disappeared from the house in a flicker, and Naruto and Sasuke followed closely behind. Once outside, they saw Itachi Uchiha and Kisame, fully armed and ready. Their arrival didn't come as a surprise. The moment Team 7 decided to continue the mission, they had already prepared for battle. Upon seeing Itachi, Sasuke gritted his teeth. "Itachi Uchiha. I'm not the same as before. I'll show you the results of my training." Itachi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. It seemed Shisui had been training Sasuke these past few days. However, Itachi doubted Sasuke was ready to face him. If his hatred were strong enough, he would have already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. With that in mind, Itachi spoke calmly, "The last lesson didn't seem to leave an impression on you. Looks like I need to help you remember what happened that night, and maybe add some new memories this time." Itachi then cast his gaze towards a certain distance. "If your comrades and teacher get in the way, I could always break their limbs and throw them into the sea." Hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke could no longer hold back. He vanished in a blur, drawing his sword and lunging at his brother. Itachi's eyes flashed as he flicked several kunai at Sasuke. However, when the kunai pierced Sasuke's body, they didn't stop, they went straight through, stabbing into the ground, leaving only the handles exposed. Itachi grimaced. He quickly realized what had happened. Sasuke had used Shisui's Shunshin no Jutsu, a version of the body flicker that left behind an afterimage. Seeing Sasuke master such an advanced technique, Itachi felt a sense of relief. As long as Sasuke didn't face elite jonin of renown, he wouldn't need to worry about his safety. Kakashi had initially wanted to stop Sasuke, but after seeing him hold his own against Itachi, he decided against interfering. Whatever Itachi's true objective was, he had no intention of killing Sasuke, not yet, at least. Even if Sasuke lost, he would only suffer a few injuries. Meanwhile, the rest of Team 7 needed to focus on dealing with Kisame. With that in mind, Kakashi and Yamato, who had been hiding in the shadows, launched an attack on Kisame. Facing the combined assault of Kakashi and Yamato, Kisame felt helpless. In a one-on-one fight, he was confident he wouldn't lose. But against two formidable jonin working together, he doubted he could last 10 minutes. There was no helping it, lightning release and wood release countered him too well. As Kakashi and Sasuke engaged in battle, Naruto glanced at Kisame, then at Itachi, before ultimately deciding to join Sasuke's fight. His mother had once told him that the Sharingan was highly effective against ordinary shinobi, but not so much against Jinchuriki. Even if a Jinchuriki was caught in a Jinjutsu, their tailed beast could disrupt it. Still, to be safe, Naruto reached out to Kurama. Borrowing its chakra, he let the red aura of the Nine-Tails cloak his body and charged at Itachi. Itachi had been treating this as a sparring match with Sasuke, but when he sensed the Nine-Tails' chakra, his expression darkened. Taking a few steps back, he swiftly formed hand seals and muttered, "Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu." A series of small fireballs shot toward Naruto, hitting their mark. But the attack barely had any effect. The chakra cloak of a Jinchuriki was simply too tough, it rendered most conventional attacks useless. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto closed the distance and threw a punch at Itachi. Itachi raised his arms to block and immediately felt the terrifying force behind the strike. It was as if he had been hit by a boulder. The impact sent him skidding back several meters. Regaining his footing, Itachi scrutinized Naruto with a hint of suspicion. When did Naruto learn to harness the Nine-Tails power? If he had mastered it earlier, why hadn't he used it in their previous battles? Well, it seems you've grown stronger. Standing beside Naruto, Sasuke smirked. Right back at you. And you've learned some strange new tricks, like that eerie body flicker technique. The two exchanged a grin before launching another assault on Itachi. Realizing their true strength, Itachi stopped holding back. His ninjutsu and taijutsu weren't particularly remarkable, compared to other elite jonin, they weren't anything special. But his Jinjutsu was Kage level. More importantly, he excelled at seamlessly combining all three disciplines, using them at the perfect moments. This was why Itachi was rated as a Kage level shinobi. In the ninja world, aside from a handful of monsters without weaknesses, most Kage-ranked shinobi had only mastered one domain at the highest level. For example, Naruto could exhibit Kage-level strength if he fully surrendered his body to the Nine-Tails and underwent complete transformation. His raw destructive power would be comparable to that of a Kage. After a few exchanges, both Naruto and Sasuke felt immense pressure. They couldn't find any flaws in Itachi's defense. Instead, every time he attacked, they found themselves in a tight spot. Even Kurama was getting frustrated. The fox even suggested that Naruto let go of control and allow it to take over. Naruto ignored the offer. He wasn't about to entrust his body to Kurama, since who knew what the fox would do. At that moment, Sasuke let his guard down for a split second. Itachi's Jinjutsu seized the opportunity. With a single strike, Sasuke was sent crashing to the ground. Naruto, distracted by his conversation with Kurama, left a fatal opening. His tailed beast cloak was pierced, and his body was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing hard onto the ground. Struggling to his feet, he glanced at the unconscious Sasuke beside him, then at Kisame in the distance. Kakashi and the ANBU shinobi Yamato were too preoccupied to help, and he himself wasn't a match for Itachi Uchiha. There was only one option left. He had to make a deal with Kurama and let the fox take control, even if only temporarily. Just then, a figure in an Akatsuki cloak appeared on the battlefield. It was none other than Byakuya, who had been silently observing the fight for some time. As the mastermind behind the events in the Land of Waves, he had a habit of showing up at the most critical moments. Lifting Naruto from the ground, Byakuya spoke casually, "Naruto, you just finished training, and now you're fighting a shinobi of Itachi Uchiha's level. Don't you think that's a bit arrogant?" Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. "Byakuya-senpai, it's not like I wanted to fight Itachi. But if I want to complete my mission for the village, I have no choice." "Oh, right. Go check on Sasuke first, he passed out." Yeah, Byakuya waved off Naruto's request dismissively. Approaching Sasuke, he placed his hand over him and activated a medical ninjutsu. Within moments, Sasuke's eyes fluttered open. The first thing Sasuke saw was Naruto and Byakuya. He exhaled in relief before asking, Naruto. Byakuya-senpai. Did you defeat Itachi Uchiha? How long was I out? Byakuya shook his head and pointed toward the distance. We didn't beat Itachi. Look, he's still standing right there. Following Byakuya's gaze, Sasuke saw Itachi standing motionless in the distance. His previously calm emotions reignited into a storm of rage, and he tried to get up, determined to finish his brother off. Byakuya stopped him in his tracks and said bluntly, "Don't go rushing to your death. Itachi isn't someone you can handle. Even the Hokage couldn't stop him when he defected from the village. Do you think you're stronger than the Hokage? Go back and train under Shisui properly." Sasuke froze, his expression shifting to one of shock. Byakuya knew about Shisui? Did that mean the new leader of Root was somehow connected to Byakuya? Could that be why Shisui hadn't made a move this time? Naruto, meanwhile, turned his gaze back to Itachi and spoke urgently, "Byakuya-senpai, we have to do something about Itachi, or we won't be able to leave here. My gut tells me, he's not even using half his strength yet. If you can just buy me some time, I can let Kur dash." Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Byakuya was already walking toward Itachi. His expression darkened. Naruto knew Byakuya was one of the strongest shinobi in the world, but Itachi was no pushover either. Even Yamato wasn't confident in facing him. However, something seemed off. Byakuya was moving unhurriedly, showing no sign of tension. He understood Itachi's abilities well. Apart from Amaterasu, none of Itachi's techniques could truly threaten him. Watching Byakuya approach, Itachi's composure wavered slightly. He had some knowledge of Byakuya's abilities. This was a man who could go toe-to-toe with the Raikijin Taijutsu, who could use would release to suppress tailed beasts, a monster whose true strength was unknown. It doesn't have to be this way, Byakuya-dono. We have no personal grudge. Itachi tried to talk his way out. Byakuya wasn't interested. Before Itachi could continue, Byakuya vanished in a blur, appearing instantly behind him. With a swift strike, Byakuya's blade sliced through the kunai Itachi had raised to defend himself. In the next moment, Itachi's body dissolved into a flock of crows, dispersing and reforming atop a tree branch some distance away. Realizing his opponent was too dangerous for restraint, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyami. It was one of his most feared techniques, a Jinjutsu capable of dragging his target into a world where time and space were entirely under his control. But Byakuya didn't try to resist. He allowed himself to be pulled into the illusion. In the Tsukuyami world, the sky was a deep crimson, the ground bathed in eerie red hues. Byakuya found himself bound by thick iron chains, unable to move. Itachi's voice echoed through the void. "Byakuya, I have no intention of making you my enemy. If you cease your attack, I will release the Jinjutsu immediately." Byakuya narrowed his eyes. "And if I refuse? You plan to keep me trapped here until I die of old age?" After a brief silence, Itachi responded, "No. But I can make you suffer. I will torment you over and over again. In this space, time lasts for 72 hours. Byakuya smirked. "Go ahead, then." Itachi frowned but proceeded with his technique. In the illusory world, he repeatedly attacked Byakuya with kunai and shuriken, expecting him to break. However, something was wrong. In Tsukuyami, Itachi was supposed to be invincible. His attacks, formed from chakra constructs, should have been absolute. But Byakuya remained unscathed. Kunai clashed against him, but they didn't cut. Shuriken struck his body, yet they bounced off harmlessly. No matter how many times Itachi tried, he couldn't injure him. "You're missing something, Itachi." Then, Byakuya, still bound to the ground, suddenly chuckled. "I can break free from your illusion. I just wanted to see your Tsukuyami in action." Before Itachi could process those words, the Tsukuyami world cracked like shattered glass. Reality snapped back into place. Itachi stumbled slightly, gasping for breath, his chakra reserves drained. Byakuya, however, remained perfectly composed. The gap between them was now painfully clear. Chapter 364, Kakashi, you should know who she is. After recovering, Itachi Uchiha looked at Byakuya as if he were staring at a monster. He knew there was a gap between their strength, but he hadn't expected it to be this vast. His prized dojutsu, Tsukuyomi, had absolutely no effect on Byakuya. Had Byakuya not only reached Kage level in ninjutsu and taijutsu but also in jinjutsu resistance? This realization made Itachi start to worry. Would Byakuya's existence pose a threat to the village? Although Byakuya's Amigakure had a good relationship with Konoha, his strength was enough to endanger it. However, since Byakuya was currently opposing the masked man, there was no need to be overly concerned. That said, he was definitely in for some suffering today. Byakuya noticed Itachi's change in expression but paid it no mind. Instead, he focused on his own Mangekyo Sharingan. His Mangekyo didn't seem to have any special dojutsu, but it granted him extremely high resistance to Jinjutsu and significantly amplified his ninjutsu. When he had entered the Tsukuyomi space earlier, he had braced himself to endure 3 days and nights of torture. But unexpectedly, his Mangekyo had silently activated, allowing him to instantly break free from Tsukuyomi. This ability reminded Byakuya of an old acquaintance who loved to laugh, Madara Uchiha. If he remembered correctly, Madara's Mangekyo had no recorded dojutsu either. Could it be that his Mangekyo was the same as Madara's? Was this the power of sheer stats? No flashy abilities, just overwhelming strength. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Byakuya refocused on Itachi, preparing to use him for more practice. At this moment, Itachi was drenched in sweat, desperately thinking of a way to escape. When Byakuya disappeared from view, Itachi instinctively used his crow teleportation to dodge the attack. However, Byakuya had already locked onto his chakra and appeared precisely at his escape point in advance. A wind blade was drawn and slashed toward Itachi. At this critical moment, Itachi activated his trump card, Susanoo. As a massive amount of chakra condensed, Susanoo manifested around Itachi, blocking the wind blade but leaving a clearly visible scar on its surface. In an instant, Susanoo expanded rapidly, developing flesh and armor as it entered its 3rd stage. The Crimson Susanoo stood tall like an ancient war god, gazing down at Byakuya and his companions. Byakuya smiled slightly, then formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. The earth cracked open as countless vines shot up, intertwining to form a massive wooden figure over 30 meters tall, more than twice the size of Susanoo. It resembled a wrathful guardian deity subduing a demon. Seeing this, Naruto and Sasuke gasped audibly. When Itachi had summoned Susanoo, they had been filled with despair, unable to imagine how Byakuya could possibly counter such an overwhelming force that surpassed conventional ninjutsu. But in the next moment, Byakuya showed them why he remained unfazed. Even Kakashi and Yamato, who had been fighting Kisame, turned their attention toward Byakuya and Itachi due to the sheer scale of the battle. When they saw Susanoo and the wooden giant, Kakashi and Yamato were stunned. After a brief moment of shock, Kakashi asked Yamato, "Yamato, you also have wood release. Can you perform something on this scale?" Yamato glanced at Kakashi, let out a bitter laugh, and said, "What do you think, Kakashi-senpai?" In front of him, I feel like a fresh genin standing before you, completely powerless. After a pause, Yamato continued, to be able to use wood release at this scale. Byakuya-sama's strength may not surpass that of the first Hokage, but he's probably not far behind. Hearing Yamato's evaluation, Kakashi fell silent for a long time before turning to Kisame and saying, "Kisame, unless something unexpected happens, Itachi Uchiha is about to lose. Do you still want to keep resisting?" Kisame remained silent for a few seconds before making his choice through action. Forming hand seals, he slammed his hands onto the ground. This time, he didn't attack Kakashi or Yamato. Instead, he summoned a small lake on the battlefield. As the lake collapsed, Kisame merged with Samahana and vanished into the water. But the most shocked of all was the Nine Tails inside Naruto. As the seal loosened slightly, it could now sense the situation outside. Initially, it had been scheming to manipulate Naruto's mind and find a way to regain its freedom. That was why it had been whispering to Naruto, tempting him to relinquish control of his body so that it could set its plans in motion. Before the plan could even be set in motion, the Nine Tails witnessed Itachi Uchiha using Susanoo, and even more shockingly, Byakuya wielding the wood release, a power it would never forget. It still remembered the Battle of the Valley of the End decades ago, when it had been summoned as a battle beast. In that fight, Madara Uchiha and the first Hokage had displayed strength far beyond that of the tailed beasts. Even at its peak, it could never have rivaled those two. Observing the battle just now, it could tell that Itachi was weaker than Madara and that Byakuya was weaker than the first Hokage. But it was not at its peak either. Even if it managed to escape its Jinchuriki, it would be severely weakened, only to be sealed back into another host, or worse, absorbed into the Ten Tails. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Itachi's battle continued. After taking a heavy punch, Susanoo staggered back dozens of meters, cracks beginning to form on its surface, on the verge of collapse. Seeing that Kisame had successfully retreated, Itachi glanced at Sasuke's position before making his own escape. He attempted one final attack against Byakuya, but after taking another punch from the wooden giant, he deactivated Susanoo and was sent flying toward the coastline. As he neared the shore, a shark leapt from the water and carried him away. Byakuya glanced at the sea, sensing the chakra signatures of Kisame and Itachi, but chose not to pursue. He had already achieved his goal of displaying his strength, there was no need to continue attacking his future subordinates. He formed a seal, dispelled the wooden giant, and returned to Naruto and Sasuke. Both of them looked at him with admiration. The power Byakuya had just demonstrated had left them utterly stunned. Naruto, full of curiosity, asked, "Byakuya-senpai, was that the first Hokage's would release just now?" Byakuya nodded, then patted Naruto's head with a smile. "Yup, it was the first Hokage's would release. But compared to him, my strength is still far behind." Sasuke glanced in the direction Itachi had fled, then at Byakuya, his mind racing. If he trained under Kakashi, he would never surpass Itachi in this lifetime. If he trained under Shisui, he might have a chance of defeating Itachi in battle. But if he became Byakuya's student, he would definitely be able to fulfill his goal. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, Byakuya raised a hand to stop him. At that moment, Sakura, who had been unable to intervene in the battle, ran over. Curious, she asked Byakuya, "Byakuya-sama, you use would release, but why aren't you a Konoha shinobi?" At those words, Naruto and Sasuke's expressions immediately changed, signaling Sakura to stop asking. A shinobi possessing the would release bloodline limit but not being affiliated with Konoha, there had to be a hidden story behind it, likely involving someone in the village's higher-ups. Byakuya simply chuckled, looking at the innocent and inquisitive Sakura. "I'm an Uzumaki shinobi. Our team was never part of Konoha, and we have no reason to join now." "Uzumaki shinobi?" Sakura was puzzled. "Naruto's last name is Uzumaki too." "Are you?" Byakuya nodded. "That's right. Naruto, like me, has Uzumaki blood. But his background is more complicated. His true identity is classified information within Konoha, so I can't tell you for now. Naruto is from a prestigious clan too." Sakura was momentarily stunned. Just then, Kakashi and Yamato arrived, bowing respectfully to Byakuya. "If not for your help, our squads would have been completely wiped out. There's no need to thank me. I was just lending a hand." After a brief pause, Byakuya turned to Yamato. "You must be the sole survivor of Konoha's would release experiment. Your potential is far greater than you think, don't let your own mindset hold you back." Yamato nodded. With Byakuya's mastery over would release, he had no reason to doubt anything he said. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi cautiously asked, "Byakuya-sama, where have you been these past few days? Why are you only appearing now?" Byakuya smirked. "Why don't you take a guess?" At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke suddenly recalled something and quickly said, "Kakashi-sensei, since Itachi and Kisame escaped, should we inform Tazuna to resume building the bridge?" Kakashi didn't respond immediately. The bridge was a minor issue. The real concern was whether Itachi and Kisame would return. They weren't a match for Byakuya, but if they assassinated Tazuna, their mission would still be a failure. Byakuya turned to Naruto and Sasuke. "The Akatsuki will take over the bridge's construction. You don't need to worry about it, I guarantee that no one will interfere." But Kado has been against it all along. Naruto and Sasuke started speaking but suddenly realized something. "Byakuya-sama, don't tell me you've already taken care of Kado?" Byakuya nodded slightly, his tone calm. After reasoning with him and appealing to his emotions, Kado finally realized the extent of his wrongdoings. "He promised me that he would ensure the successful construction of the Uzumaki Bridge and invest in extensive infrastructure for the Land of Waves. Once that is done, he will disperse his wealth and retire to a secluded place to take his own life as atonement." Byakuya spoke lightly, as if he had simply had a pleasant conversation with Kado. But everyone present knew exactly what had happened. Kado was one of the wealthiest men in the Shinobi world and the de facto ruler of the Land of Waves. How could he possibly have a sudden change of heart? Byakuya must have forced him to see reason, and in the end, he would surely get rid of him. Still, given Kado's long list of crimes, such methods were hardly unjustified. Kakashi and Yamato exchanged glances, letting out bitter smiles. Their mission to protect Naruto and Sasuke was complete, but Byakuya had gotten to the wealth of the Land of Waves first. No wonder he had been absent all this time, he had gone after Kado. Of course, as mere working shinobi, they could only sigh about it. The one who would have a real headache over this was the third Hokage. Konoha's finances had been in bad shape for years. One reason was the coup in the Land of Wind, which had cut off Konoha's mission commissions from the Wind Daimyo. Another reason was the decline in the Land of Fire's overall income, leading to a reduced military budget. The Land of Fire's financial troubles stem from multiple factors. First, it had lost its suzerainty over several smaller nations. Second, its goods had lost their competitive edge. The products coming out of the Land of Rain and other regions were now superior in both price and quality, siphoning money away from the Land of Fire instead. All of these issues had led to Konoha's financial deterioration, to the point where, at times, it had struggled to even pay its shinobi. Kakashi turned his gaze to Byakuya. It was Byakuya's Akatsuki that had caused all of this, yet Konoha was powerless to do anything about it. Konoha needed Akatsuki as an ally. It had no reason to make an enemy of them. Byakuya met Kakashi's eyes, then silently formed a hand seal, gesturing for Kakashi to follow before stepping into the jungle. Kakashi's expression changed slightly. After instructing Naruto and Sasuke to return to Tazuna's house, he used the body flicker technique to pursue Byakuya. Deep in the forest, Kakashi looked at Byakuya in confusion. Byakuya gave him an innocent smile and said, "I know you have a lot of questions. There were too many people earlier, but now you can ask freely." Kakashi's heart jolted. How did Byakuya know exactly what he was thinking? After carefully choosing his words, Kakashi slowly asked, "Byakuya, why is your wood release so powerful? What is your connection to the first Hokage? And where have Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura been these past few days?" Byakuya glanced at Kakashi before replying, "I do have some ties to the first Hokage, but that's all in the past. There's no need to dwell on it. As for where Naruto and the others have been, I found them a few qualified teachers." Qualified teachers? Kakashi's forehead tightened. He needed to know who these people were and whether they posed a danger. Byakuya gave him a mysterious smile. "Just some forgotten dead men, that's all." Kakashi's frown deepened. He hated riddles. After a brief pause, Byakuya continued, "I can't tell you who's training Sasuke just yet, but I can tell you about Naruto's teacher. She's also an Uzumaki, and you know her very well. She's one of the people you're most familiar with." Kakashi's eyes widened so much that they could have come out of their sockets. A terrible suspicion crept into his mind, but he didn't dare believe it. Hesitantly, he asked, "It couldn't be Kushina-sensei, could it?" Byakuya gave a slight nod. "That's right. It's Kushina." Hearing that name, Kakashi froze on the spot. His mind went completely blank. Chapter 365, Return and the Eve of the Chunin Exams. After digesting this shocking news, Kakashi looked at Byakuya, filled with questions. He didn't understand why Kushina, missing for years, was with Byakuya. Why hadn't she returned to the village? Was it because she feared the masked man who orchestrated the Nine-Tails attack, or was she wary of Konoha itself? Byakuya saw the doubt in Kakashi's eyes and gave him an answer. "Kakashi, Kushina only recently contacted me. She seems to have suffered a severe injury and has just recovered. As for why she hasn't returned to Konoha, it's likely because she's preparing to deal with the masked man." Kakashi nodded slightly, then asked, "I understand. But where is Kushina-sensei now? Can I see her?" Byakuya hesitated before saying, "I'll have to ask for her opinion first. Her identity is too sensitive, and if she's exposed, the masked man might come after her again." That masked man again. Kakashi gritted his teeth, then seemed to recall something. What does Kushina-sensei plan to do about Naruto? Will she leave him in the village or take him with her? Noting the shift in Kakashi's tone, Byakuya smirked. So, if Kushina takes Naruto away, it seems that Kakashi, the elite jonin of Konoha, isn't all that loyal to the third Hokage? Kakashi remained unfazed. Konoha is Konoha. The third Hokage is the third Hokage. And besides, the current Hokage isn't a true Hokage anymore. Kushina-sensei is the widow of the fourth Hokage. My loyalty will always be to Konoha. To Kakashi, loyalty to Konoha and loyalty to the Hokage were not the same thing. Most of the time, they overlapped, but the third Hokage's actions in recent years had left him disappointed. And it wasn't just him, many of the village's elite jonin were dissatisfied with the third as well. It had nothing to do with whether Hiruzen was kind or not. The simple truth was that his current abilities were no longer fit for the position of Hokage. Byakuya wasn't surprised by Kakashi's ambiguous stance. In the original timeline, the third had already lost the trust of the noble clans and senior jonin. It was only out of respect for his past merits that they had allowed him to die as Hokage. At that moment, Kakashi hesitated for a moment before asking Byakuya, if Kushina-sensei is still alive, then, what about Minato-sensei? Byakuya shook his head. The fourth Hokage used the Reaper Death Seal. You know what that means. Kakashi fell silent for a few seconds. He had been too hopeful. Deep down, he had wished that Minato was still alive. If he were still Hokage, all these problems would be solved. With a soft sigh, he said, "Thank you for telling me this. If I get the chance, I'll visit and thank you in person." "That won't be necessary." Byakuya paused for a moment, then added, "However, about Kushina's existence, I hope you keep it a secret from the third Hokage. I worry that her identity might be leaked." Kakashi thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. He personally believed that the third wouldn't leak it, but the masked man had mastered space-time ninjutsu. If too many people knew, word would inevitably get out. Just before Kakashi turned to leave, Byakuya's voice rang out again. "Oh, and one more thing, make good use of your Sharingan. It will be the key to defeating the masked man." "My Sharingan is the key to defeating him?" Kakashi was skeptical and wanted to ask more, but Byakuya's figure had already disappeared. Back at Tazuna's house, Kakashi saw several ninja wearing Amigakure headbands standing near Naruto, Tazuna, and the others. Seeing Kakashi arrive, Naruto and the rest finally relaxed and explained what had happened in the past half hour. Apparently, while Kakashi and Byakuya were away, members of Akatsuki had appeared in the civilian areas of the Land of Waves, announcing that the wealthy tyrant Kato had been overthrown and that Akatsuki would be taking over the region. These Akatsuki members had come looking for Tazuna to discuss the construction of the bridge and an industrial zone. However, Naruto and Sasuke hadn't believed them, thinking they were Kato's subordinates, so the two sides had been at a standstill. After hearing the full story, Kakashi chuckled and then explained Akatsuki's connection to Byakuya. Once Naruto and the others realized these people were Byakuya's subordinates, they let down their guard. Naruto turned to Tazuna and said, "Tazuna-san, since these guys work for Byakuya, we don't need to protect you anymore. Byakuya is a good person, I'm sure the Land of Waves will thrive from now on." Tazuna wasn't so easily convinced. He didn't trust Kato, and he certainly didn't trust these ninja either. However, after seeing the Akatsuki ninja use their jutsu to speed up the bridge's construction, and noticing other Earth Release users renovating the ports, he finally relaxed a little. Maybe, these Red Cloud Cloak ninja were different from those elsewhere. After 3 days of travel, Team 7 finally returned to Konoha. The long journey at full speed had left Kakashi slightly fatigued, while Naruto and the others looked utterly exhausted, sprawled out like dead dogs. But there was no time to rest, they had to report to the Hokage immediately. After knocking on the office door, they found the third Hokage already waiting for them. Putting down his health magazine, Hiruzen glanced over the group before focusing on Kakashi. Though Team 7 had only just arrived, he had already learned about the situation in the Land of Waves from Yamato. Before the third Hokage could ask anything, Naruto and Sasuke enthusiastically began recounting their journey. When they talked about the battles, they even waved their arms excitedly. The third Hokage listened patiently, then calmed them down before asking Kakashi to stay behind. In front of Naruto and Sasuke, he always maintained the image of a kind grandfather. But before an elite Jonin like Kakashi, he was only one thing, the third Hokage of Konoha. Picking up the mission report Kakashi had prepared, he casually skimmed through it and then asked indifferently, "Kakashi, you encountered Byakuya during the mission? And he helped you defeat Itachi and Kisame?" Kakashi nodded. "That's right. Somehow, Naruto's whereabouts were leaked, and both Itachi and the masked man found out. If it weren't for Byakuya, we would have been in real danger." The third Hokage tapped his fingers on the desk. "I've known for a while that the masked man has spies in the village. But how did Byakuya also know your movements?" Kakashi was taken aback, then answered, "Hokage-sama, I have no idea." The third stared at Kakashi for a moment before sighing. "It makes sense that you wouldn't. Byakuya and Amigakure must also have spies in Konoha, but at least they're on our side." After a pause, he continued, "According to this report, you and Yamato witnessed Byakuya's would release firsthand. How would you evaluate his strength?" Kakashi hesitated. He wasn't sure if he should say what he truly thought. Seeing his hesitation, the third Hokage waved his hand. "Just be honest. I simply want your evaluation." Recalling what he had witnessed, Kakashi took a deep breath and said, "His power surpasses that of a demigod. Byakuya has already exceeded Hanzo of the Salamander, and he's only one step away from being a god of Shinobi." After a brief pause, he added, "I also suspect that Byakuya is somehow connected to the first and second Hokage. He might be a descendant of the Senju clan through the Uzumaki lineage. Otherwise, his would release wouldn't be this powerful. He's on a completely different level compared to Yamato." The third Hokage remained silent for a long time after hearing Kakashi's assessment. Slowly, he reached into his desk drawer, pulled out his pipe, and took a few dry puffs without lighting it. A ninja who had surpassed the demigod. His emotions were complicated. He couldn't help but regret not sending reinforcements to Uzumaki all those years ago. If Konoha had saved Uzumaki and integrated its surviving shinobi, Byakuya might have grown up as a Konoha ninja. With Byakuya around, the fourth Hokage would never have died during the Nine Tails attack, and everything that followed might never have happened. Then again, if Byakuya had been in Konoha, he might have just ended up as an experimental subject for Danzo and Orochimaru. Those two never considered the consequences of their actions. After discussing Byakuya's strength, the third Hokage shifted the topic. "By the way, during those 10 days when Naruto and Sasuke were missing, were they with Byakuya, or did they go somewhere else?" Kakashi's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure. "I don't know where they went. I asked them, but they refused to say." The third Hokage unexpectedly dropped the issue. "If they don't want to talk, so be it. Everyone has their secrets." He waved a hand, dismissing Kakashi. Kakashi found this odd but said nothing. As he left the Hokage's office, he couldn't shake the feeling that the third already knew something but had chosen to stay silent. Once Kakashi was gone, the third Hokage's expression darkened. He reached into his drawer and pulled out another report, one sent by Itachi Uchiha. The report contained two key pieces of information. First, the masked man had set his sights on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, though he hadn't made a move yet. Second, Itachi was questioning whether their past agreement still stood. Why were members of Root making contact with Sasuke? After reading it, the third Hokage instantly understood where Naruto and Sasuke had gone. Most likely, they had been taken by Root, and Danzo himself had probably been involved. Danzo had always been interested in both Naruto and Sasuke. His goal was to turn them into perfect killing machines that obeyed only orders. The third, however, had a different philosophy. Root's strict rules and cursed seals could control the weak, but they couldn't restrain the strong. If Naruto and Sasuke were bound by rigid rules, they would inevitably question them as they grew stronger, leading to catastrophic consequences. But if they were guided by the will of fire, things would be different. Even if he were to die, they would still protect Konoha. And in their hearts, he would always be the perfect Hokage. This report also explained how Byakuya had learned of Naruto's departure. Danzo had likely leaked the information. It was even possible that Danzo and Byakuya had been working together in secret. After all, both had similar identities. Danzo was the leader of Root. Byakuya was the leader of Akatsuki and Amigakure. Both were only one step away from becoming their village's ultimate leader. And if making that final step required sacrificing part of their village's interests, neither would hesitate. With a sigh, the third Hokage turned his gaze toward the Land of Waves. Byakuya was a highly strategic ninja. His original plan had been to use Tazuna's predicament as a pretext to eliminate Kato and seize his wealth to fill Konoha's financial deficit. But Byakuya had acted first, securing control over the entire Land of Waves before Konoha could move. This would undoubtedly worsen Konoha's already dire financial situation. Moreover, since Byakuya had saved Naruto, Konoha had lost any moral justification to interfere in the Land of Waves. Any attempt to do so would lack ethical standing and public support. Public opinion is meaningless when the power gap is too large. But Amigakure, or more accurately, the Amigakure Alliance, had grown to rival the five great nations, even surpassing Sunigakure and Kirigakure. It was now powerful enough to stand on equal footing with Konoha. If Konoha lost the advantage of public perception, it would struggle to compete against Amigakure. More importantly, Konoha needed to form an alliance with Amigakure to avoid another large-scale siege. The third Hokage still remembered the horrors of the Third Shinobi World War vividly. Yet, this situation could not continue indefinitely. If things kept deteriorating, Konoha would eventually collapse under the weight of its financial and political struggles. Unlike civilian shinobi raised within the academy system, Konoha's noble clans were the last ones who would defect. Even if they left Konoha, they would suffer a temporary setback but still retain a significant standing elsewhere. As his thoughts began to wander, the third Hokage shifted his gaze from the window back to his office. His eyes swept across the portraits of the past Hokage, finally resting on his own. If you want something done right, do it yourself. He had to find a way to save Konoha. With this in mind, he took out a document he had prepared long ago, the proposal for the joint Chunin exams. The joint Chunin exams were a grand competition involving multiple shinobi villages. Beyond selecting elite Chunin, it served as a military showcase in times of peace. In front of the world's political leaders and village heads, it was an opportunity to display the strength of the next generation. This time, the third Hokage intended to invite every talented young shinobi in the ninja world, organizing the largest Chunin exam in history. If Konoha could achieve an overwhelming victory in the exams, it would erase the village's years of decline. With a triumphant showing, Konoha would regain the support of international leaders, restore its mission contracts, and reclaim its former glory. And as for whether Konoha would dominate the Chunin exams? The third Hokage was confident. Aside from the two monstrous talents, Naruto and Sasuke, who already possessed Jonin-level strength, Konoha had many other outstanding young shinobi. Might Guy's students, Rock Lee and Neji, were already approaching Jonin level themselves. With Naruto, Sasuke, Lee, and Neji working together, they would undoubtedly outshine the younger generation of any other village. The more the third Hokage thought about it, the more pleased he became. A smile crept onto his face as he imagined Konoha once again flourishing under his leadership. Chapter 366, Konoha Collapse Plan. Under the orders of the third Hokage, news of Konoha's upcoming joint Chunin exams quickly spread across the entire ninja world. Unlike previous joint exams, this one was open to the entire ninja world. Before long, the major villages received invitations from Konoha. The invitation not only included a sincere greeting from the third Hokage but also proposed that the Chunin exams serve as an alternative to battlefield conflict. The message suggested that the villages should resolve security issues through negotiation rather than threats of force. The village leaders were skeptical of the third Hokage's rhetoric, some even scoffing at it. It had only been a few decades since Konoha and Iwagakure had dominated the ninja world, and they all remembered just how powerful Konoha had been back then. Still, despite their disdain, they carefully considered whether to participate in the exams. When the cost of war outweighed the potential gains, it was preferable to sit at the negotiation table and discuss interests. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, glanced at the invitation and decided to send only 1 or 2 teams to participate. Even if he lost that squad of genin, it wouldn't be much of a loss to Iwagakure. The fourth Raikage had similar thoughts. He wasn't particularly interested in the exams. His primary concern was the masked man, and he planned to send people mainly to discuss that issue. As for Sunagakure and Kirigakure, they initially planned to send only a few ninjas as a formality. However, after receiving an invitation from Byakuya as well, their interest in the Chunin exams skyrocketed. Wherever Byakuya went, chaos and opportunities seemed to follow. In the Amigakure office, Byakuya, Yahiko, and the others received the invitation. At the time, they were discussing Amigakure's development and the alliances under Akatsuki's control. After nearly a decade of consolidation, Akatsuki had integrated the northern nations of the continent. Though these countries were technically independent, in reality, they were subordinate to Akatsuki. Over the years, these small nations had absorbed the industrial output of Amigakure, turning it into an industrial powerhouse. However, the capacity of small nations was limited, and expansion had nearly reached its peak. Though Akatsuki sought to expand its market by offering high-quality, affordable goods, it quickly faced resistance from powerful elites in various countries, even sparking localized conflicts. Now that the smaller nations were under Akatsuki's control, further expansion meant targeting the great nations. Byakuya and Yahiko had been debating fiercely about how to achieve this. Both considered reviving the Ten-Tails and creating tailed beast weapons, but while Yahiko favored military deterrence, Byakuya sought to make the entire ninja world a vassal of Akatsuki. At that moment, they received the third Hokage's invitation. Byakuya smirked as he opened it and said to Yahiko, "Yahiko, this is an opportunity to showcase Akatsuki's strength." Yahiko instinctively frowned and replied, "Byakuya, what are you planning? Konoha is our partner, we can't break this relationship on a whim." Byakuya glanced at him and said, "I'll be careful. But if anything happens to me, you must immediately sever ties with me and Amigakure." Yahiko's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean by that? Are you planning to leave Amigakure, or is there some scheme you're about to enact?" Byakuya shook his head and chuckled. "Just joking. Akatsuki is thriving, how could anything go wrong? You're still as anxious as ever. I'll handle the Chunin exams. Leave everything to me." With that, Byakuya left the office. After he was gone, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan exchanged silent glances. After a long pause, Konan spoke. Something's wrong with Byakuya. I can feel it. Yahiko sighed and told them about the plan to collect the tailed beasts and the threat posed by the masked man. Nagato and Konan had long known about the tailed beast plan. They neither supported nor opposed Yahiko and Byakuya's idea of imitating the first Hokage, using absolute power to maintain peace. Neither of them had strong personal ambitions. But hearing that the masked man was also collecting tailed beasts was new to them. So the Nine Tails attack all those years ago had been part of his plan to revive the Ten Tails? Nagato seemed to realize something and turned to Yahiko. Yahiko, could Byakuya be trying to infiltrate the masked man's ranks and is warning us in advance? Yahiko sighed again. That's likely the case. If he ever stands alongside the masked man, he is our enemy. Nagato and Konan were silent. They couldn't imagine facing Byakuya as an enemy. Yahiko paused, then looked at Nagato and said, "These are turbulent times. I don't know whether Byakuya's plan is good or bad. By the way, Nagato, make sure to protect your Rinnegan. It's the most crucial component in reviving the Ten Tails." Nagato nodded. He didn't believe the masked man could be a real threat to him, but it was best to stay cautious. After revealing part of his future plans in advance, Byakuya arrived at a secret base. Inside, the fourth Kazekage and Orochimaru had already been waiting for some time, even engaged in discussion. Byakuya observed their expressions and quickly walked over. Even before the third Hokage's invitations had left Konoha, he had already learned about the upcoming Chunin exams. His goal for this event was simple: to seize complete control of Konoha. Once Konoha was dealt with, he could openly collect the tailed beasts and attempt to revive the Ten Tails, ultimately gaining the power of the Akatsuki. As soon as Byakuya appeared, both Orochimaru and the fourth Kazekage stopped their conversation. Byakuya glanced at them and said, "Raza, Orochimaru, you should both be about ready for the Konoha collapse plan by now, right?" Orochimaru nodded and began explaining their preparations. He planned to participate in the Chunin exams under the guise of the leading Jonin from Otogakure, looking for an opportunity to defeat the third Hokage. The fourth Kazekage had a similar idea, waiting until the exams neared their end before launching an attack. While the third Hokage was strong, he would undoubtedly fall against both Orochimaru and Raza. Once he was gone, Konoha would be left vulnerable, ripe for the taking. Neither of them had any reservations about attacking Konoha. Both were rogue ninja of their respective villages, and both wanted the third Hokage dead to achieve their own goals. Orochimaru saw the third Hokage as the key to reigniting Konoha's stagnation. He didn't want to see a lifeless, decaying Konoha. Raza, on the other hand, wanted Konoha to plunge into chaos after the Hokage's death. With Konoha in turmoil, Sunagakure could break free from its shackles and re-establish itself as an equal power, no longer a subordinate nation. After listening to their plans, Byakuya nodded slightly. Their strategy was nearly identical to what had happened in the original timeline, except that, in that timeline, Orochimaru had killed the fourth Kazekage on his way to Konoha to test Kimimura's abilities. But in this timeline, with Byakuya's involvement, things would not play out the same way. After a moment of thought, Byakuya took out an intelligence scroll and handed it to them. "Remember, the goal of the Konoha collapse plan is not to destroy Konoha, but to target the third Hokage specifically," he said. "During the battle, try to spare ordinary shinobi. Avoid excessive killing." Hearing this, the fourth Kazekage frowned and said with hesitation, "Going easy in battle creates unnecessary risks. Wouldn't it be better to weaken Konoha's military strength as much as possible?" Byakuya shook his head. "This is Danzo's request. He will also be participating in this operation and doesn't want Konoha to suffer too heavy a loss." At the mention of Danzo, the fourth Kazekage's expression shifted, and he sneered. "Isn't Danzo part of Konoha's leadership? Why is he involved in a plan to destroy his own village? How many men is he sending to support us?" "I don't know." but he promised that when the attack begins, his forces will remain inactive. Byakuya replied calmly. At this moment, Orochimaru chuckled and said, keeping his forces idle, that's just like Danzo. I remember during the Nine-Tails attack, he did the same thing. That man will do anything to become Hokage. The fourth Kazekage glanced at Orochimaru and sneered, isn't that just how Konoha shinobi are? Back then, Konoha's white fan died because of scheming. Now the same thing is happening to the third Hokage. Who knows who'll be next? Orochimaru cast a sideways glance at the Kazekage and said indifferently, didn't you also get Pakura killed? That was different. Pakura went to negotiate for peace of her own accord. It was Kirigakure that went back on their word. What does that have to do with me? Don't falsely accuse me, Orochimaru. Then there's nothing wrong with what Danzo is doing either. He just doesn't want us to go too far. Neither the fourth Kazekage nor Orochimaru seemed particularly surprised that Danzo was colluding with the Akatsuki. Instead, they began arguing over past betrayals. It made sense. For a normal Konoha ninja, betraying one's village was an unthinkable act. But for Danzo, everything he did was for Konoha. Orochimaru and the Kazekage openly discussed their past schemes, even bickering over them. This made Byakuya, who was naturally kind-hearted, shiver in fear. Having been raised under the teachings of the Will of Fire, he had never been exposed to such terrifying levels of treachery. Then he remembered, he was the successor of both Hanzo and Danzo. Oh! Never mind, then. Once the argument died down, Byakuya turned to the two and asked, so, the Konoha collapse plan will proceed as discussed. Have you chosen suitable candidates for the Chunin exams? Both Orochimaru and the fourth Kazekage gave him puzzled looks. Are we just aiming to kill the third Hokage? We can send just about anyone from our villages, the Kazekage said. Byakuya rolled his eyes. And what if they don't even make it past the first 2 rounds? How are they supposed to get close to the third Hokage then? Silence fell between them. Byakuya had a point, they really did need to choose their candidates carefully. Orochimaru wasn't too concerned. Over the years, Otoge had nurtured many promising ninja, including several with cursed seals. The fourth Kazekage, however, had fewer options. His forces were limited. Gritting his teeth, he decided to personally act as a Jonin leader. And if necessary, he'd disguise himself as a Genin and participate himself. Once they had settled on their choices, Orochimaru turned to Byakuya and asked, and what about you, Leader Byakuya? Who will you send? Kimimaro and Haku? Byakuya nodded. I trained them myself. Of course, I'll be bringing them. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. With their strength, they could easily be Jonin. Isn't it a bit excessive to send them to a Chunin exam? Byakuya shook his head. Not really. Sasori is sending Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara. If you're not at least Jonin level, you might as well not even participate. Orochimaru twitched slightly. What kind of logic was that? If you're not Jonin level, don't bother taking the Chunin exam? The fourth Kazekage frowned at the mention of his children's names. If Sasori is participating, then I'll disguise myself as a Genin as well. I need to temper Gaara's strength. Seeing that even the Kazekage was planning to take part, Orochimaru briefly considered doing the same. But after some thought, he shook his head. He had a feeling that if he joined, Byakuya would too. At that point, the Chunin exams would turn into an unprecedented Kage-level exam. Even during the Shinobi World Wars, Kage-level fights weren't happening this frequently. With that thought, Orochimaru said, I won't participate. Staying in the shadows suits me better. At that moment, Byakuya seemed to recall something and turned to the two of them. By the way, I won't be taking part in the Konoha collapse plan. Once the battle begins, I'll find an excuse to leave. Orochimaru and the Kazekage were momentarily surprised but quickly understood. Byakuya had secretly orchestrated several operations, taking control of multiple villages. But he still didn't want it to be known that the Akatsuki was behind it all. The reason was simple: his ambitions weren't just limited to Konoha. He wanted to become the ruler of the entire shinobi world. For now, neither Orochimaru nor the Kazekage opposed his plan. But both had their own thoughts, already considering how to maximize their own benefits. And perhaps, at the crucial moment, they might just switch sides. Chapter 367, Ichiraku Ramen. After half a month of travel, Byakuya arrived at Konoha with the shinobi from Amagakure. During these 2 weeks, Byakuya hadn't just been traveling, he had taken the Amagakure shinobi on a sightseeing trip, enjoying the scenery of the Land of Fire along the way. Upon arriving in Konoha, Byakuya was quickly welcomed by the third Hokage. Seeing the aged Hokage, Byakuya joked, "Third Hokage-sama, you've gotten much older compared to over a decade ago." The third Hokage chuckled and replied, "Shinobi grow old, after all. It's been over 10 years, Byakuya-san. You've matured a great deal too. I wouldn't be surprised if you've surpassed Hanzo by now." Byakuya nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging that his strength had indeed surpassed Hanzo's. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "My master sends his regards. He also insisted that I lead the Amagakure shinobi to first place in the Chunin exams, so I brought these two along to participate." "These two?" The third Hokage followed Byakuya's gaze and spotted Kimimaro and Haku. He had heard rumors about them. After repelling the masked man, Byakuya had taken in 2 bloodline limit wielders from Kirigakure. Without a doubt, these were Kimimaro, master of the Shikatsumiyaku, and Haku, the user of ice release. Judging by their ages, they were both over 16 and had reportedly even fought against the 4th Mizukage. They were already Jonin level in strength, sending shinobi of Jonin caliber to participate in the Chunin exams. That was just like Byakuya's style. After exchanging pleasantries, the third Hokage and Byakuya concluded their meeting, and Byakuya was escorted by Anbu to the village's guest lodgings. Following the reception of the Amagakure shinobi, the third Hokage went on to greet delegations from Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Once most of the shinobi had been settled in, the third Hokage returned to his office with a troubled expression. He had originally intended to use this Chunin exam to showcase Konoha's younger generation, but it seemed the other villages had similar ideas. Amagakure sending bloodline limit users was one thing, but Sunagakure had even brought the children of former Kazekage, including their own Jinchuriki, the host of the One-Tail. Were they really this desperate to win? If not for Sunagakure's well-known weakness, he might have suspected they were planning an attack. Pushing aside his wandering thoughts, the third Hokage turned to an Anbu nearby. "Has Jiraiya or Tsunade returned to the village yet?" The Anbu lowered his head. "Jiraiya-sama is currently in the nearby market district, but we've been unable to locate Tsunade-sama. It seems she still refuses to return." Hearing this, the third Hokage's expression darkened. If only Jiraiya had come back, there would still be significant risks in hosting this Chunin exam. But if Tsunade refused to return, there was nothing he could do. He would have to rely on Danzo to maintain order. With a sigh, the third Hokage ordered, "Inform Danzo. Have him monitor the participating shinobi closely these days. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble, report to me immediately. No reckless actions." The Anbu nodded and left to carry out his mission, though he doubted Danzo would actually obey the Hokage's orders. Over the years, Root had completely broken away from the Anbu's structure, becoming a massive entity operating independently within Konoha. Guest lodgings. In his room, Byakuya met with Kabuto Yakushi. Nearly 8 years had passed since their last meeting, and Kabuto had grown into a handsome and reliable-looking young shinobi. As a Konoha genin who had repeatedly failed the Chunin exams, Kabuto had participated in the exams many times while secretly gathering intelligence on Konoha shinobi for Byakuya. This time, aside from briefing Byakuya on the exam details, he had also come to deliver new information. Byakuya accepted the intel but showed little interest in its contents. His focus was on Kabuto himself. After a moment of contemplation, Byakuya asked, how much has your strength improved these past years? Do you think you could take on one of the Sannin, say, Jiraiya? I'm planning to make a move against Konoha during the Chunin exams. Me? Fight Jiraiya? Kabuto's eyes widened as if he'd just heard a joke. Though he had trained relentlessly in the secret techniques Byakuya provided and even undergone biological modifications to implant a cursed seal, elevating his strength far beyond his past self, facing Jiraiya head-on was an entirely different matter. The peak of cursed seal technology was merely the starting point of Sage Mode. Against Jiraiya, he stood no chance, he wouldn't even last long enough to put up a fight. But if Byakuya-sama had given the order, he had no choice but to find a way. After a brief pause, Kabuto seriously proposed a plan. Byakuya-sama, in a direct confrontation, even 3 of me wouldn't be a match for Jiraiya. However, we could use poison. I have a toxin that can weaken even a Sannin. If we can make him ingest it. Byakuya chuckled and shook his head. Never mind. Someone else will handle distracting Jiraiya. You should continue your infiltration in Konoha, it's not yet time for you to reveal yourself. Kabuto was stunned that Byakuya truly intended to strike at Konoha. Hesitantly, he added, Byakuya-sama, are you really going to move against Konoha? Are you sure you don't need my assistance? I've gathered a considerable amount of intelligence over the years, it could be crucial at the right moment. Byakuya shook his head again. Are you questioning my decision? This matter isn't significant enough to warrant using a trump card like you. Besides, I won't be personally involved in this operation. The ones carrying out the attack will be Orochimaru and Raza. In fact, we'll even be standing on Konoha's side. Hearing the full scope of the plan, Kabuto's eyes filled with shock. He had no idea Orochimaru and the 4th Kazekage were both under Byakuya's command. Then, as if remembering something, Kabuto cautiously said, Byakuya-sama, Orochimaru has repeatedly tried to recruit me. Do you think he might have ulterior motives toward you? Byakuya smiled meaningfully. I'm well aware Orochimaru isn't loyal. But that doesn't affect our relationship, nor does it interfere with this plan. If Orochimaru tries to recruit you again, go ahead and become his subordinate. Yes, Byakuya-sama. I will follow your orders and join him. Kabuto paused, then asked softly, by the way, how are Director Nono and the others? Byakuya nodded. I haven't checked on them recently, but they should be doing fine. Nono and Conan have been traveling across nations, taking in orphan children. Relieved to hear the orphanage director was well, Kabuto exhaled quietly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Just then, Byakuya sensed a violent surge of chakra in the distance. Frowning, he vanished from the spot. Elsewhere in Konoha, a heated confrontation had broken out between 2 groups, Konoha Shinobi and Sunagakure Shinobi. The cause was simple. Kankuro, part of a Asuna team, had encountered a group of Konoha Academy students. After being insulted by the kids, he lashed out, only to be stopped by Team 7. Tensions quickly escalated, and with Naruto and Gaara joining the fray, the conflict threatened to spiral out of control. Sensing the chakra fluctuations, Byakuya arrived at the scene. Watching the standoff between Gaara, Naruto, and the others, Byakuya couldn't help but show a hint of exasperation. Weren't Gaara and Kankuro trained by Sasori? Why are they still so hot-tempered? Where's the composure of a seasoned shinobi? All they know is fighting. Then again, considering Sasori's own temperament, it wasn't surprising that Gaara hadn't changed much. As the tension mounted, Gaara and Naruto both sensed something unusual about each other. A strange, yet familiar presence emanated from their opponent. Their chakras seemed to clash in the air, as if testing one another. Realizing this, neither dared to act recklessly, both suspected the other might be a Jinchuriki. If 2 Jinchuriki fought here, it would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention from the adults. But backing down? For hot-blooded teenagers like them, that was nearly impossible. Just as the situation was about to escalate into an actual fight, Byakuya stepped out from the shadows. Sensing his chakra, Naruto and Gaara immediately turned their attention toward him. Naruto quickly recognized Byakuya and blurted out, "Byakuya-senpai. Are you here for the Chunin exams too?" Byakuya nodded. "That's right. So you kids might as well give up now. Naruto, go withdraw immediately. If Byakuya-senpai is really participating, then I guess we have no choice but to dash." Suddenly, Naruto paused, realization dawning. "Wait, you're a Jonin, aren't you? Jonin can't take the Chunin exams. You're not here to compete." Byakuya smirked. "I'm a proctor. But my team? They won't lose. This tournament is as good as theirs." Naruto frowned. "If you're not fighting, then I'm not scared of anyone. I'll definitely win first place." As Byakuya and Naruto spoke, Gaara studied Byakuya intently. That voice, it sounded eerily familiar. Stepping forward, Gaara asked bluntly, were you that shinobi from that night? Sasori-sama's acquaintance?" Byakuya glanced at Gaara. "I'm surprised you remember me after all this time. How is Sasori these days? I assume he's settled into his role as Kazekage by now?" Gaara recalled the state of Sasori's office and inwardly sighed. Sasori-sama may be Kazekage in name, but most of Suna's administrative duties are handled by Chiyoba-sama. He only steps in for major village decisions. Reading Gaara's expression, Byakuya could guess Sasori's work ethic. After a brief pause, Byakuya said, "Give Sasori my regards when you return. As for this little scuffle with Konoha's shinobi, save it for the exams." With that, he turned to Naruto. "Come on, Naruto. Let's get ramen." As Byakuya led Naruto away, Kankuro shot Gaara a confused look. "Gaara, why'd you back off? We had the upper hand. And who was that guy? Is he really that strong?" Gaara gave him a sidelong glance. "If you want to die, I won't stop you." Kankuro didn't understand Gaara's sudden caution, but he knew better than to argue. Despite being the older brother, his standing among the three siblings was the lowest. Even after years of training in puppetry, the gap in their strength was still vast. Temari also looked puzzled and asked, "Gaara, what's going on?" Even before Byakuya showed up, you seemed wary of that blonde kid. Since it was his sister asking, Gaara reluctantly replied, "Naruto is a Jinchuriki, just like me. He must be Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." "A Jinchuriki?" Kankuro nearly jumped at the revelation. Having grown up being bullied by Gaara, Kankuro knew all too well how powerful Jinchuriki were. They were monsters who could reach Kage-level strength as long as they could communicate with their tailed beasts. If he couldn't even handle Gaara, there was no way he stood a chance against Naruto. Temari, on the other hand, had already suspected as much. She knew her brother's temperament. Gaara wouldn't back down unless he sensed a true equal. After learning Naruto's identity, Kankuro pressed further, "Then who the hell is that Byakuya guy?" Before Gaara could answer, Temari rapped Kankuro on the head with her fan. "Have you been holed up studying puppets for so long that you don't even know Byakuya? He's a high-ranking elder from Amigakure, rumored to have surpassed the 5 Kages. He's widely considered the strongest shinobi in the world right now." "The strongest shinobi in the world?" Kankuro's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. Gaara sighed quietly, despairing over his otaku brother's lack of awareness. If he stays this oblivious, he's going to get himself killed on the battlefield one day. Meanwhile, at Ichiraku Ramen, Byakuya led Naruto and the others to the ramen stand. After taking their seats, Byakuya called out to Tucci, 6 extra-large bowls, please. And go heavy on the green onions and beef." Tucci walked over, studying Byakuya's face with a frown. "First time in Konoha? You look familiar somehow." Byakuya grinned. "We met over a decade ago, back before Naruto was even born. I was sitting here with Jiraiya-sama and the third Hokage. Don't tell me you've forgotten?" Tucci thought for a long moment before his face lit up. "Ah! It's you! After all these years, I barely recognized you." As he spoke, the steaming bowls of ramen arrived. The familiar aroma and taste brought back memories. Byakuya slurped his noodles while studying Naruto and Sasuke. Just then, Kakashi lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Chapter 368, Kakashi's Doubts and the Stern Raza. Upon seeing Kakashi's figure, Naruto and Sasuke stopped eating their ramen and quickly greeted him. Ever since returning to the village after completing the Land of Waves mission, Kakashi had rarely taken them on low-rank missions. Instead, he spent most of his time holed up at home, doing who knows what, only occasionally calling them to teach some basic shinobi knowledge. The two of them had thought a lot about this. They believed that after what happened last time, Kakashi had lost confidence in continuing to teach them, which was why he had been keeping to himself. This made sense. Unlike Sakura, they had already been under Kakashi's tutelage for several years. When they were still Jonin and Chunin, Kakashi had been able to provide them with significant guidance. But now that they had reached Jonin-level strength, his role had become far less essential. After all, at the Jonin stage, shinobi were different from Chunin and Genin. It was no longer about blindly learning and imitating, they had to find their own path to power. For Naruto, that path was becoming a perfect Jinchuriki and mastering the Nine-Tails power to its fullest. For Sasuke, it was developing his Sharingan. Once he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would be able to achieve his revenge against Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi nodded at Naruto and Sasuke, but his gaze soon settled on Byakuya. He had come specifically for Byakuya. After learning his whereabouts from the patrol shinobi, he had hurried to Ichiraku Ramen. There were many questions he wanted to ask. Noticing Kakashi's stare, Byakuya pointed at the ramen and said, "Eat first. After you're done, remember to pay for ours. Then you can ask whatever you want." Kakashi nodded and silently began eating. Once they finished, Kakashi first sent Naruto and Sasuke out to train, then led Byakuya to a secluded grove. Byakuya, now standing in the small forest, put on an exaggerated look of fear and said nervously, "Kakashi, don't tell me Konoha is planning to assassinate me and use it as an excuse to start a war?" Kakashi didn't find the joke amusing at all. After a moment of silence, Kakashi spoke gravely, "Byakuya-sama, do you remember what you told me last time? That I should pay close attention to my Sharingan?" Byakuya nodded, then smirked playfully. "So, you've discovered your eye's secret. How does it feel to possess a Mangekyo Sharingan? Now you won't just be Kakashi the copy ninja anymore." Kakashi removed his forehead protector, revealing his blood-red three-tomo Sharingan. As he channeled his ocular power, the three-tomo morphed into a shuriken-like pattern, locking onto Byakuya with an intense gaze. After returning home from the Land of Waves mission, he had spent days researching his Sharingan in isolation. Alone with his thoughts, he began reflecting on his life so far, and that was when he realized his eye had, without him noticing, evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. The appearance of the Mangekyo shocked him, but what stunned him even more was its ability. His Mangekyo allowed him to transport himself into a mysterious space. Moreover, by focusing his gaze, he could distort the space in front of him, creating destructive effects. This ability reminded him of the Masked Man, the very culprit behind the Nine-Tails attack. If that man's space-time abilities also relied on the Mangekyo, then there were only two possibilities for the identity of the Nine-Tails incident's perpetrator. First, the man had stolen the other Mangekyo from Obito's corpse. Second, his true identity was his former best friend, Obito Uchiha. No matter which was the truth, both were realities Kakashi couldn't bring himself to accept. After struggling internally for a long time, he still couldn't find the right answer. Upon hearing that Byakuya had arrived in Konoha, he immediately sought out the shinobi who had given him this information. If Byakuya had led him to uncover this truth, he must know more about the Masked Man. With that thought, Kakashi spoke to Byakuya. "The Mangekyo is useful, but Byakuya-sama, can you tell me why its abilities are so similar to the Masked Man's?" Byakuya glanced at Kakashi, his tone meaningful. "You already have the answer. Why ask me again? I don't know who the Masked Man is either. Right now, he's just my enemy." From Byakuya's words, Kakashi had his confirmation. The masked man who attacked the village was none other than Obito Uchiha, the same Obito who had once loved the village so dearly, whose remains supposedly lay in the hero's cemetery. Still, Kakashi was curious. How had Byakuya deduced the masked man's identity? He asked, "When did you realize who he was?" "Not too long ago. At first, I only had suspicions. But after seeing your Mangekyo, I'm almost certain of his identity." Pausing, Byakuya grinned. "Before, I could fight him, but he always escaped. Now, with your eye, I can finally deal with him for good." Kakashi frowned. "You've tracked him down?" Byakuya shook his head. "Not yet. But an event as big as the Chunin exams? He'll show up. I'll see if there's a chance to ambush him. Anyway, anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. I need to conserve my energy for this exam, gotta witness this unprecedented spectacle firsthand." With that, Byakuya left the grove first, disappearing into the streets. Rather than easing Kakashi's worries, Byakuya's words only deepened them. It wasn't just the masked man he was concerned about, it was Byakuya himself. Though Byakuya stood on Konoha's side and had even saved Naruto and Sasuke before, he was far too mysterious and powerful. Kakashi doubted he had come to Konoha just to watch the exams. Moreover, something about this Chunin exam gave him a bad feeling, like disaster was looming. Sasori of the Red Sand. The One-Tails Jinchuriki. Byakuya. Kushina-sensei. The Masked Man. And elite shinobi from Kiridikure. The forces gathered for this exam were too strong. If a conflict broke out, the consequences would be catastrophic. And the worst part? Kakashi didn't even know which side he should stand on when it happened. After several days of preparation, the day of the Chunin exams finally arrived. The first stage was a written test, evaluating the candidates' ability to gather intelligence and their knowledge base. Examinees could either cheat or rely on their own skills to pass. 2 hours before the exam began, the candidates had already gathered outside the testing hall. Some were there to meet shinobi from their own village or others, but most were gathering intel on their rivals, preparing for the second and third stages. Sasuke and Naruto were no exception. They knew they were strong, but this exam was filled with hidden talents. To ensure they came out on top, they needed as much information as possible. As they moved through the crowd, the three of them noticed a bespectacled young man selling intel. According to the others, this senior was named Kabuto Yakushi, a veteran who had taken the Chunin exams more than 3 times, yet, for some reason, had never been promoted to Chunin. Another person chimed in, explaining that Kabuto did have the skills to become a Chunin. However, he always took the exams alone, which put him at a severe disadvantage in the second stage's team-based test. That was why he remained a Genin. As for why Kabuto insisted on taking the exam solo, there were plenty of rumors. Some said he had a secret deal with the village's higher-ups, that he intentionally stayed a Genin to keep selling intel. Others claimed he was a coward, avoiding promotion so he wouldn't have to go on dangerous missions. Naruto and Sasuke didn't care about the reasons. After buying the information from Kabuto, they turned to leave. But then, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and approached them. "You three are Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, right? I heard you recently completed an S-rank mission. Is that true?" Naruto shook his head. "Nah, it was just a C rank." Kabuto pressed further. "Mind sharing the details? I'd be willing to pay." Naruto immediately grew wary. "Sorry, that's team business. If that's all, we've got an exam to take." After brushing him off, Naruto led Sasuke and Sakura away. Meanwhile, Kabuto quietly pulled out a notebook and jotted down their threat levels. As a spy for Konoha, he already knew exactly who they were. Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke, the last Uchiha. Sakura, well, she was just Sakura. Aside from being book-smart, she didn't stand out much. With that, Kabuto disappeared back into the crowd, continuing his intel trade. On the other side of the gathering, two figures, Orochimaru, disguised as a Sound Nin, and Raza, observed everything in silence. They, too, had bought Kabuto's intel and eavesdropped on his conversation with Naruto's team. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on Kabuto. He had always admired the young man's efficiency and had considered recruiting him. Too bad he's Danzo's pawn. I haven't found the right leverage yet. Raza noticed Orochimaru's interest and scoffed. Why are you so fixated on that Kabuto? He's just a genin. What's so special about him? Orochimaru smirked. I see potential in him. He could be a valuable asset, perhaps even Jonin level. Then, his eyes shifted toward a group approaching, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. Raza, your children are here. Aren't you going to greet them? Raza's expression darkened. Why bother? Those ingrates are practically Sasori's kids now. They've forgotten who their real father is. If I get the chance, I'll remind them. Orochimaru chuckled. Maybe you're just a terrible father. If they were my subordinates, they'd obey even if I ordered them to die. Not that I'd ever waste them like that, of course. Raza clenched his jaw, unable to retort. Over the years of working with Orochimaru, he'd seen how fiercely loyal the Snake Sanin's followers were. Orochimaru's methods of indoctrination were undeniably effective, his shinobi followed him with fanatical devotion. Meanwhile, Raza's own relationship with his children was strained, to say the least. But this is for their own good. A shinobi had to stand alone, trusting no one, not even family. That was the harsh truth of their world. Raza forcibly pulled his wandering thoughts back and tried to shift suspicion. Orochimaru, I just saw the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Should we seize him and recreate the Ninetales rampage in Konoha? If that happens, the third Hokage might even resort to the dead demon-consuming seal to suppress the Ninetales again. Orochimaru considered it for a moment, then shook his head. Did you forget Byakuya's warning? We can't afford large-scale chaos. And don't forget, Danzo is watching us. They won't give us the opportunity. Still, Raza's suggestion made Orochimaru seriously contemplate countermeasures against the dead demon-consuming seal. I'm confident I can give the old man a dignified end, but if he drags me down with him in his final moments, it'd be a waste. After listening to Orochimaru's reasoning, Raza sighed. These days, even causing trouble in an enemy village isn't easy. There are too many restrictions. I went from being the mighty Kazekage to a rogue ninja, yet I'm still bound by these rules. What kind of world is this? 2 hours passed quickly, and soon, the exam officially started. Raza and Orochimaru entered separate exam halls, disguised as Sound Nin candidates. For Raza, the former Kazekage, it had been decades since he last took such a low-level test. He had assumed it would be child's play. But as he glanced at the questions, he started to sweat. What equation was used for this parabolic trajectory problem? How do you identify these medicinal herbs? Why do I recognize every character individually, but when they're combined, they make no sense? After 10 minutes of struggling, Raza gave up on answering honestly. Fine. If I can't solve it myself, I'll just cheat like everyone else. Based on his past experience overseeing Chunin exams, the answers had to be on nearby examinees. He scanned the room, only a handful of candidates seemed to be writing confidently. Those must be the proctors planted among the examinees. If I copy their answers, I can control the outcome of this exam. Then, his gaze landed on his own children. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro were already cheating, using sand-eye, puppetry, and wind-release techniques to gather answers. They were doing well, clearly set to pass without issue. Raza's eye twitched. Didn't I teach them to take things step by step? Irritated, he decided to interfere. Using his own magnet-release jutsu, he subtly disrupted their methods, shifting Gaara's sand, jamming Kankuro's puppets, and distorting Temari's wind currents. The three siblings frowned, glancing around in confusion. Who's messing with us? Raza smirked behind his disguise. Consider this a lesson in vigilance. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, seated in another room, effortlessly copied answers from nearby examinees, his snake-like eyes flickering with amusement. This exam is far too predictable. But then, a kunai suddenly embedded itself in the desk beside him. You there, cheating is prohibited. A proctor glared at him. Orochimaru tilted his head, feigning innocence. Oh, but I was just thinking. The proctor narrowed his eyes. Then think quietly. Orochimaru chuckled inwardly. How amusing. Even after all these years, Konoha's exams never change. Chapter 369, New Tricks in the Chunin Exams. As Raza began to use his magnet release ninjutsu, Kankuro, hiding outside the exam venue, furrowed his brow. As a puppeteer of the new era, Kankuro naturally employed modern cheating methods. Unlike the old-school puppeteers who hid inside the exam hall and used puppets to spy, he searched for answers directly from outside. Once he found the answers, he could simply transmit them via a chakra relay device, allowing the puppet inside the exam hall to write them down. Normally, for a puppeteer like Kankuro, whose skills were close to Jonin level, manipulating a puppet from a dozen meters away should have been effortless. But this time, something unexpected happened. Kankuro felt his control over the puppet being restricted, as if someone were interfering. Had someone in Konoha seen through his puppet technique? Given the overall strength of Konoha, exposing his disguise wouldn't be difficult. However, the Chunin exams were meant for Genin. The proctors, who were Chunin, shouldn't have that ability. Was it Konoha Jonin meddling? Or was it another examinee disrupting his cheating? After some thought, Kankuro concluded the latter was far more likely. Everyone was competing for first place in the Chunin exams. Aside from eliminating rivals in the second-round team battles and third-round tournament matches, they could also thin the competition by sabotaging others in the first round. Moreover, unlike the life-threatening second and third rounds, failing the first exam carried little risk. No one would lose their life or end their shinobi career over it. With that in mind, Kankuro sat cross-legged and tightened his grip on the chakra transmission. Since the chakra receiver was being jammed, he had no choice but to increase the output frequency to counteract the interference. Seeing Kankuro's puppet move again, Raza's eyes gleamed with approval. Even while posing as a rogue ninja all these years, he had learned through various channels about Sasori's reforms in puppetry, shifting from traditional chakra strings to chakra signal receivers. Now, puppets could be controlled remotely via signal transmission. Though it couldn't match the precision and speed of chakra strings, it was still a revolutionary change for puppeteers, one that would even redefine their future combat styles. Because of this, even though Sasori was largely absent from Tsunagekyu's affairs, he still held immense prestige. This made Raza feel somewhat ashamed. Back then, he had worked tirelessly, using magnet release to mine and fill the village's financial deficits, but none of it had truly strengthened Tsunagekyu's power. Yet, Sasori had achieved exactly that, not only boosting the village's strength but also improving its environment. At times, Raza even wondered whether Sasori had truly killed the third Kazekage. What really happened back then? What kind of conflict had erupted between them? Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Raza turned his attention to Gaara. Gaara was in good spirits. The dark circles under his eyes from sleepless nights in his youth had nearly faded. At the moment, he was cheating using his sand eye while simultaneously transmitting chakra to Temari. With a thought, Raza used wind release to disrupt Gaara's sand eye. As the hand seals took effect, a gust of wind swept through the exam hall. A stray draft sent a scrap of paper flying up to the ceiling, blocking the sand eye's line of sight. Gaara noticed this and frowned. A wisp of sand shot toward the ceiling, intending to remove the paper. But unexpectedly, his ninjutsu failed to dislodge it. Instead, it created a noticeable noise. The unusual sound caught the proctor's attention, and they soon spotted the sand eye above. Gaara's expression darkened slightly. He immediately dispelled the sand eye technique and turned back to his exam paper. He had already copied half the answers, just a few more glances, and he'd pass. But right now, his priority was to find the shinobi who had blocked his cheating, and teach them a lesson. As the heir to the Kazekage, Gaara wouldn't normally provoke other shinobi without reason. But if someone deliberately interfered with him, he wouldn't let it slide. Waiting until the proctors turned their attention elsewhere, Gaara quickly pinpointed Raza's location. This shinobi, wearing a Sound Village headband and wrapped in bandages, was staring right at him with an amused glint in his eyes, as if he already knew exactly who Gaara was. Seeing this, Gaara was certain this Sound Nin was the one who had sabotaged him. Channeling the sand from his gourd, Gaara decided to teach the intruder a lesson they wouldn't forget, one that would force them to withdraw from the Chunin exams and try again in 6 months. The sand shot toward Raza, but for some reason, it dropped mid-flight. Gaara frowned. He hadn't expected his opponent to be strong enough to intercept his sand remotely. This level of skill was beyond an ordinary Chunin. But instead of backing down, Gaara's interest only grew. He had assumed the first exam would be boring. Now, it seemed things were getting interesting. Inside the exam surveillance room, the third Hokage, along with Byakuya and Sasori, observed the first exam through 8 strategically placed cameras. They could clearly see every examinee's cheating methods, and were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. When they saw Ino Yamanaka using the mind-body switch technique to pass answers to Choji Akimichi, Byakuya chuckled. Hokage-sama, that must be the famous Yamanaka clan's signature jutsu. Truly, the Ino Shikacho trio lives up to their reputation. Even in cheating, they work as a team. At this rate, Konoha will soon gain 3 more elite jonin. The third Hokage stroked his beard, visibly pleased with the trio's performance. He accepted the praise with a knowing nod. The Ino Shikacho alliance was indeed a unique force within Konoha. Individually, each member was only at the level of an average jonin. But when the 3 worked together, they could briefly rival Akage in combat. Yet, precisely because their strength relied on unity, they were never seen as a major threat. If necessary, the Hokage could always weaken their alliance by favoring one clan while suppressing the other 2, ensuring they never grew too powerful. After watching the Ino Shikacho's methods, Byakuya turned his attention to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Sakura was one of the few honest examinees, a true academic who treated the exam seriously, answering questions diligently without cheating. Sasuke had initially planned to rely on his own knowledge, but when he encountered a few particularly difficult questions, he had no choice but to use his Sharingan to copy the writing motions of others, replicating their answers stroke for stroke. As for Naruto, he silently accepted Hinata's generosity, filling his paper with the answers she provided. Naruto wasn't stupid. Under Black Zetsu's guidance, he had quickly learned Hinata's true status, the Hyuga clan's heiress, who harbored admiration for him. But Hinata's gentle nature made her ill-suited to become the next clan head. Naruto suspected that the only reason the Hyuga patriarch tolerated Hinata's feelings for him was because of his own status, as the 4th Hokage's son and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. From Hinata's behavior, it seemed she still didn't know his true background. Of course, her attention also brought complications. A certain Hyuga prodigy, Niji, had taken notice of Naruto and seemed eager to challenge him during the exams. Maybe defeating Niji could ease some of the Hyuga clan's internal tensions. As the heir to the Kazekage, Gaara wouldn't normally provoke other shinobi without reason. But if someone deliberately interfered with him, he wouldn't let it slide. After waiting for the proctors to look away, Gaara quickly located Raza. The Sound Nin, wearing bandages and a headband, was staring at him with an amused expression as if he already knew exactly who Gaara was. Seeing this, Gaara was certain this was the one who had sabotaged him. He channeled sand from his gourd, intending to teach the intruder a harsh lesson that would force them to withdraw from the exams. The sand shot toward Raza, but inexplicably dropped mid-flight. Gaara frowned. He hadn't expected his opponent to be strong enough to intercept his sand remotely. This level of skill surpassed ordinary Chunin. But rather than retreating, Gaara's interest grew. What he thought would be a boring exam had suddenly become interesting. In the surveillance room, the third Hokage observed the exams alongside Byakuya and Sasori through multiple cameras. They watched as Ino Yamanaka used mind-body switch to pass answers to Choji Akimichi. Byakuya remarked, "Hokage-sama, the Ino Shikacho trio truly live up to their reputation, even cheating as a team." The Hokage stroked his beard, pleased with their performance. The Ino Shikacho alliance remained uniquely powerful within Konoha, individually competent, but collectively capable of briefly matching Akage's strength. Meanwhile, Sakura worked honestly on her exam while Sasuke used his Sharingan to copy answers. Naruto accepted answers from Hinata, aware of her status as the Hyuga heiress and her admiration for him. He suspected the Hyuga clan tolerated this because of his own status as the fourth son and Jinchuriki. The Hokage then addressed Sasori about Kankuro's puppetry. "Kazekage-sama, Kankuro controls his puppet without visible chakra strings. Has Suna advanced beyond that limitation?" Sasori replied calmly, "This technology is still developing. Only myself, Elder Chiyo, and Kankuro can use it currently." The Hokage hid his concern. In his youth, he'd fought Suna's puppeteers and knew their strength and their weakness. Breaking free from chakra strings represented a significant advancement. As the Hokage and Sasori exchanged diplomatic pleasantries, Gaara and Raza's conflict escalated to the point of disrupting the exam. Chief Proctor Ibiki Marino prepared to intervene. Byakuya commented, "Hokage-sama, shouldn't you restrain Kazekage-sama's subordinate? Gaara seems ready to fight that Sannin." The Hokage remained silent, his gaze shifting to Sasori as tensions mounted in the examination hall. Sasori furrowed his brow as he observed the ninja confronting Gaara. There was something unsettlingly familiar about this bandaged opponent. A name flashed through his mind, and he turned to glance at Byakuya, who maintained an inscrutable smile that seemed to confirm his suspicions. "Just children squabbling," Sasori remarked casually to the third Hokage. "If these exams proceeded without incident, they'd be dreadfully dull." Byakuya nodded in agreement. "I share that sentiment." Faced with their apparent amusement, the third Hokage reluctantly signaled ANBU reinforcements to stand by outside, preparing for potential escalation while allowing the situation to unfold. Inside the examination hall, Ibiki Marino had reached his limit. As Gaara and Raza prepared another exchange of jutsu, the chief proctor rose to disqualify them. But Gaara, noticing Ibiki's movement, swiftly formed hand seals. Sand erupted from his gourd in a blinding tempest that engulfed the entire room. Proctors raised their arms against the stinging grains as visibility dropped to zero. When the sand settled seconds later, Gaara sat calmly at his desk, his answer sheet now complete. His gaze flickered between Raza and a furious Ibiki. Raza observed the scene with detached interest, his eyes locked on the seething proctor. Ibiki clenched his fists, ready to act, until an ANBU operative appeared at the doorway. After a brief exchange, Ibiki's shoulders slumped in resignation. The rules were clear, any method of obtaining answers was permitted. Cheating, subterfuge, even brute force, all were valid tactics in this test of information gathering. Gaara and Raza had simply demonstrated the harsh reality of shinobi work. Overwhelming skill rendered conventional rules meaningless. A ninja of Gaara's caliber could extract intelligence openly, then eliminate all witnesses if necessary. Ibiki knew confronting such power was futile, though it galled him as exam proctor. Why did monsters with Jonin-level strength keep appearing in Chunin exams? What was the point of proctoring when examinees could casually overpower the judges? The bitter taste of professional humiliation lingered as Ibiki returned to his seat, the unspoken hierarchy of strength having overruled his authority once again. Chapter 370, Heaven and Earth Scrolls. 30 minutes later, as the bell rang, the first stage of the Chunin exams reached its final phase. After all the candidates set down their pens and papers, Ibiki Marino's gaze swept over each examinee as he announced the last major question of the exam. The content of this final question was simple. It tested whether a shinobi had the determination to persevere. During this round, many shinobi doubted themselves and withdrew from the exam. However, all those who remained passed. Watching this scene unfold from the surveillance room, the third Hokage and Sasori smiled faintly, as if reminiscing about their own past experiences. For a shinobi, bloodline limits and innate talent might not be necessary, but unwavering resolve was indispensable. The slightest hesitation during a mission could lead to immediate defeat. Byakuya also fell into deep thought. He had mostly figured out Konohagakure's talent selection system. Those who passed the Chunin exams, the shinobi valued by the higher-ups, were almost all Jonin candidates. Even if they didn't become full Jonin in the future, they could still secure the rank of Tokubetsu Jonin. As for the rest, they would become cannon fodder, Chunin squad leaders, and the like. Despite the Chunin exams being so difficult, many Chunin were actually weaker than Genin and could be instantly defeated by them in battle. Pulling back his wandering thoughts, Byakuya refocused on the surveillance feed. He was looking forward to Raza and Orochimaru's upcoming performances, as well as Obito Uchiha's movements. According to a report from White Zetsu Afu, Obito had already appeared near Konohagakure and joined this chaotic battle. Before long, the second stage of the Chunin exams began. The proctor for this round was Anko Mitarashi, a former student of Orochimaru and now a Tokubetsu Jonin of Konohagakure with considerable combat prowess. Arriving at the outskirts of the Forest of Death, Anko first intimidated the examinees before explaining the rules. The second exam's rules were simple: each three-man squad would be given either a Heaven or Earth scroll. To pass, they had to obtain the opposite scroll and reach the central tower within the Forest of Death before time ran out. At the end of her explanation, Anko deliberately added a warning: killing was permitted inside the Forest of Death. Hearing this, the examinees' expressions darkened. They murmured among themselves, but ultimately steeled their resolve and entered the forest one after another. Watching these inexperienced juniors, Anko frowned, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. Her fingers brushed against the cursed mark on her neck, and she thought of her former teacher, Orochimaru, the man who had abandoned her when he defected, leaving her alone in Konohagakure. After entering the Forest of Death, Team 7 found a secluded clearing and began discussing their strategy. After reiterating the second exam's rules, Naruto turned to Sasuke and Sakura and asked, "We have the Heaven Scroll. To pass, we need to defeat another team and take their Earth Scroll. Any ideas?" Sakura thought for a moment before suggesting, "What if we team up with the others? If we join forces with Hinata and Choji, we could all pass together." Her reasoning was simple. If they allied with their classmates, they could overwhelm enemies with superior numbers and secure the scrolls they needed. But Sasuke shook his head. "That plan has too many flaws. Even if we ally with Team 8 and Team 10, what if we can't distribute the scrolls fairly? What if they have the exact same scroll as us?" He paused, then continued coldly, "This is the Chunin exams. There are enemies. I won't place my hopes on them, even if we used to be classmates. Besides, even if we all pass, we'll still face each other in the third round. We'll be enemies eventually, so we'll have to fight sooner or later." In Sasuke's view, the Chunin exams were just that, an exam. Bringing outside factors into the test was unacceptable. Sakura thought it over and realized Sasuke was right. She had been too naive. Everyone needed to pass the exam. Why would they just team up so easily? After a moment of consideration, Sasuke spoke up. "My plan is to take the initiative and hunt down isolated squads. With our team's strength, we can take on any opponent we encounter." Sakura had no objections to Sasuke's proposal, but Naruto frowned and said, "I don't think we need to actively search for other squads. We should just head straight for the tower and ambush teams near the finish line." Sasuke was momentarily stunned, then smirked. "Typical of you, Naruto." After finalizing their strategy, Team 7 got up and immediately advanced toward the central area. With one member possessing the Sharingan and another being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, they were confident in defeating any opponent. Meanwhile, Gaara's team had similar thoughts. Gaara, who had made a bold display of power in the first exam, had already drawn the attention of most squads. Before entering the Forest of Death, many teams deliberately kept their distance, unwilling to provoke such a dangerous group. After searching several hundred meters without finding any other shinobi, Kankuro returned to the team with his puppet and shot Gaara a resentful look. If Gaara hadn't acted so recklessly in the first exam, they might have already encountered another squad, taken their scroll, and passed this stage with ease. Gaara noticed Kankuro's glare but ignored his incompetent brother. Truthfully, he didn't care much about passing the Chunin exams. As the One-Tails Jinchuriki, he knew that even if he failed, he would still become a high-ranking figure in Sunigakure. What he was concerned about was the mysterious Otonin he had encountered during the first exam. Thinking of this, Gaara asked the other two, "During the first exam, I was interfered with by an Otonin. What about you two?" Kankuro thought for a moment before replying, "Now that you mention it, yeah. When I was transmitting answers outside the exam hall, my puppet control was noticeably weaker. I thought it was because a Konoha Jonin caught me cheating and deliberately disrupted me. But from what you're saying, it wasn't Konoha's doing? Someone else interfered?" Gaara then turned to Temari, who slowly said, "I wasn't affected, but during the exam, that Otonin you mentioned did glance at me a few times. I considered reporting it to Sasori-sama, but in the end, I decided against it. Otogakure is just some no-name village. Even if they sent a Jonin disguised as a Genin, they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. But now that you mention it, it does feel suspicious. Who would be watching us so closely?" Temari's question plunged the three into silence. Then, a name suddenly came to mind, and their expressions darkened. They looked at each other and spoke in unison. "That Otonin watching us, could it be Father?" The three siblings could never forget the man who had once been the Kazekage, before he betrayed the village and the nation, becoming a rogue shinobi. If not for Sasori's protection, they would have been under surveillance for the rest of their lives. The thought that Raza might be watching them from the shadows sent chills down their spines. After all, Raza had never been particularly kind to them in the past. Gaara's expression darkened as memories of Raza surfaced. Forcing himself to push those thoughts aside, Gaara issued his orders as team leader. "Enough overthinking. We should focus on how to obtain the scrolls and pass this Chunin exam." With that, he strode forward without another word. Kankuro and Temari followed in silence, their eyes fixed on Gaara's back. If their feelings toward Raza were complicated, Gaara's were pure hatred. After all, Raza had repeatedly sent assassins after him, culminating in the final betrayal when he ordered their uncle, Yashimaru, to kill Gaara. That was the moment Gaara's hatred had solidified into something unshakable. A few dozen minutes later, Team 7 encountered their first opponent and halted. The squad they faced was none other than their classmates, Team 10, the Ino Shikacho trio. The moment the two teams spotted each other, tension spiked. Though they were friends outside the exam, this was a battlefield. If the other team possessed the scroll they lacked, victory was within reach. That meant even friends had to become enemies now. Kunai at the ready, Sasuke activated his Sharingan while Naruto formed shadow clones. Facing the elite squad of their class, Choji Akimichi nervously munched on chips and asked, "Shikamaru, what do we do? Are we really fighting Naruto and the others?" Shikamaru glanced at Naruto, then at Ino and Choji beside him, before replying lazily, "Just toss them our scroll." "We're not fighting." Ino hesitated. "Not fighting? But if we give up our scroll, we fail the exam. We'd have to wait another 6 months to become Chunin." Shikamaru sighed. "Surrendering the scroll doesn't mean we're out. We can just take 2 more from other teams, it's not that hard." Choji, unfazed, immediately threw their scroll over. Naruto caught it, checked inside, then tossed it back. They've got a heaven scroll too. No point fighting. Both teams exhaled in relief. If possible, none of them wanted to battle each other. They knew each other's strengths too well, clashing here would only leave them vulnerable to ambushes from other squads. "Thank goodness we don't have to fight." Sakura paused, then turned to Shikamaru. "Hey, Shikamaru, what if we team up? Take on other squads together?" Shikamaru considered it briefly before answering. A temporary alliance? Could work. Actually, before running into you guys, I'd already been thinking about this scenario. If Konoha squads cross paths during the exam, will they fight? And how would the village handle it? Seeing your reaction now, I'm pretty sure of one thing. Sakura tilted her head. What's that? As a member of the Nara clan, Konoha's strategic backbone and longtime advisors to the Hokage, Shikamaru's deductions carried weight. He smirked faintly. To prevent us from killing each other, the village rigged the scroll distribution. My guess? All Konoha teams were given heaven scrolls. The village set it up this way to encourage Konoha squads to team up and overwhelm teams from other villages with sheer numbers. At this point, Shikamaru turned to Naruto, the other team's leader, and said, "So, Naruto, are you willing to form a temporary alliance? If we get an Earth Scroll, we'll give the first one to you." The offer was tempting. After a brief moment of consideration, Naruto agreed. His team with Sasuke and Sakura was strong enough to ambush squads near the tower, but this exam was clearly full of hidden dangers. Camping at the finish line was too risky. If an enemy team simply rushed past them, everything would fall apart. "Alright, we'll team up," Naruto said. "But forget about priority, we're all Konoha Shinobi. Let's just grab as many Earth Scrolls as we can together." With their alliance formed, the 6 of them expanded their search radius and began actively hunting. Before long, they encountered a Kusagakure squad. After a brief skirmish, the Grasnine surrendered and handed over their Earth Scroll. 2 hours later, Naruto and Shikamaru's group ran into another Konoha team, Team 8, consisting of Hinata, Shino, and Kiba. Unlike Naruto and Shikamaru's squads, Team 8 looked battered. They had just survived a fierce battle, barely defeating their opponents, only to be ambushed by another strong team that stole their hard-won scroll. Outmatched, they had no choice but to flee until they stumbled upon Naruto and the others. Spotting Naruto, Hinata immediately called out for help, holding out their scroll. "Naruto, Shikamaru, this is our scroll." Their logic was simple. Better to give it to fellow Konoha shinobi than let the enemy take it. In their exhausted state, they no longer had the chakra to keep fighting. Naruto and Shikamaru took the scroll, checked it, and, just as expected, it was another heaven scroll. They handed it back. This confirmed it, all Konoha teams had been given heaven scrolls. It was the village's way of looking after its own. But just then, rustle. Another squad emerged from the trees, stepping into view. Chapter 371, The Hidden Test. The team pursuing Hinata's squad was none other than Gaara's team. After stealing Hinata's team's prey, they had initially planned to rush straight to the finish line. However, upon opening their scroll, they saw the Earth seal imprinted on it and immediately turned their attention to pursuing Naruto's team. When Gaara emerged from the dense forest and saw the 3 Konohagakure squads standing side by side, his brow furrowed. Glancing at the 2 Earth Scrolls in his hand, his expression shifted slightly as he realized the truth. Konoha had manipulated the distribution of scrolls to unite their own shinobi against outsiders like them. Under normal circumstances, even fellow shinobi from the same village would scheme against each other during the exam. With this in mind, Gaara looked at Naruto and spoke slowly. "Shinobi of Konoha, if I'm not mistaken, all of you possess heaven scrolls. If you hand over one of them, I will give you one of my Earth Scrolls in return. That way, both of our teams can pass the second exam and advance to the third round." Upon hearing this, Kankuro and Temari were stunned. They couldn't believe that Gaara, of all people, was backing down in front of his peers. Even if one of them was another Jinchuriki, Gaara had no reason to fear him. What they didn't know was that the one-tail sealed within Gaara had long been itching for a fight with Naruto. Back in the desert, Shikaku had never been bullied by the Nine Tails. The millennia-old grudge between the two could only be settled through their respective Jinchuriki now that they were both sealed away. But Gaara had more to consider. He feared that even after a fierce battle, he might not be able to defeat the Konoha shinobi before him. He also had to remain vigilant against potential attacks from the rogue shinobi, Raza, meaning he needed to conserve his strength at all times. Faced with Gaara's proposal, Naruto and Shikamaru exchanged glances before refusing. "Gaara, your offer is tempting, but unfortunately, we're not the kind of shinobi who abandon our comrades. The only way to settle this is through strength." Naruto couldn't abandon Team 10, not just because of his close relationship with Hinata, but also because he needed to maintain the image of a devout believer in the will of fire. Acting selfishly now would jeopardize his future plans. Shikamaru, too, had no intention of accepting Gaara's deal. Given the number of scrolls both teams held, cooperating with Gaara would allow them to breeze through the Chunin exams and advance quickly. But if they abandoned Hinata's team now, it would set a dangerous precedent. Their own squad could just as easily be discarded later. Though the Chunin exams were ostensibly just a test, they were no different from a real battlefield, where betrayal and even killing between participants were permitted. From a strategic standpoint, Shikamaru couldn't accept Gaara's proposal. After their refusal, both sides fell into a brief silence, weighing whether to fight or retreat to seek other prey. Each team held the scroll that the other needed. If they parted ways now, there was no guarantee they'd find another opportunity. After a moment of hesitation, the battle began. With Gaara's permission, Kankuro summoned 3 or 4 puppets in full view of the Konoha shinobi. The puppets gleamed coldly under the sunlight before lunging forward, locking onto their targets. Not every shinobi could withstand the sheer force of these puppets. When Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu and Ino's mind-body switch technique failed to control them, Shikamaru's face darkened, and Ino paled in panic. Neither of their specialties was effective against a puppeteer. The shadow possession jutsu had its limits, it couldn't control anything beyond a certain weight. And the mind-body switch technique was utterly useless against the steel bodies of puppets. In the end, it was Choji who stepped forward, intercepting the puppets and engaging them in close combat. Seeing this, Kankuro was slightly surprised. A puppeteer's strength depended not just on their skill but also on the quality of their puppets. Though his puppets were merely defective cast-offs from his teacher, Sasori, they were still masterpieces by ordinary standards, each one possessing the combat ability of a Chunin. Temari, a long-range wind-style specialist, silently chose Hinata's team as her opponents. Leaping onto a tree branch to gain distance, she swung her giant iron fan, unleashing razor-sharp wind blades that sliced through the forest. The gusts cut through tree trunks like butter and gouged deep trenches into the ground, a terrifying display of power. Hinata dodged the first wave of wind blades, only to be met with a follow-up assault of cutting gales. With no room to retreat, she raised her hands and executed a series of gentle fist strikes, dispersing the incoming wind techniques with precise chakra disruption. Seeing her teammates unharmed behind her, Hinata let out a small sigh of relief. Though she wasn't as strong as her cousin Niji and hadn't mastered the Hyuga's secret 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, she was still capable of deflecting basic ninjutsu. But defense alone wouldn't win the battle. Shino took advantage of the opening, releasing swarms of venomous insects that forced Temari to retreat from her high vantage point. The bugs pursued relentlessly, denying her the space to weave hand signs. Kiba, meanwhile, sent Akamaru to flank her. Against a long-range fighter like Temari, the key to victory was simple: never let them use their techniques freely. Meanwhile, Gaara faced off against Team 7, Naruto and Sasuke. With a mere flick of his wrist, Gaara unleashed a storm of sand from his gourd, forcing the two to dodge. The attack was telegraphed, making it easy to evade, but that was only the beginning. Naruto suddenly realized something was wrong with the ground beneath them. At some point, the earth had been hollowed out, replaced by quicksand. Using the water-walking technique, they kept themselves afloat, but the sand itself was alive, shifting, coiling, trying to drag them under. Understanding the danger, the three turned their attention to Gaara. With the terrain working against them, their best option was a swift, decisive strike. If they could take down Gaara, this battle would end quickly. Not far away, Orochimaru and Raza observed the fight alongside a group of sound ninja. To them, the battle was still immature, but the potential was undeniable. Given time, these young shinobi would grow into formidable warriors. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru turned to Raza with a sly smile. "Aren't you going to greet your children? Now's the perfect chance. Once the exam moves to the third stage, it won't be so easy to meet them." Raza frowned. "Too many eyes. If I approach carelessly, I risk exposure. We should focus on completing Byakuya's mission first." Orochimaru chuckled, his voice dripping with amusement. "Is that so? Then why did you go out of your way to provoke Gaara's team during the first exam? Weren't you worried about being exposed then?" Raza glanced at Orochimaru, his tone low and measured. "You're the one who's been eyeing a certain Konoha shinobi, aren't you? That's why you keep pushing me. If you want to go, then go, just don't cause too much trouble. If the third Hokage finds out we're here, things will get complicated." Orochimaru smirked, his expression unreadable. "No need to worry about exposure. My dear teacher has likely known of my arrival for some time. After all, I've already sent him quite a few gifts." He paused, then continued, "We'll proceed separately for now. Once the third exam begins, we'll regroup." With a casual wave, Orochimaru and his sound ninja vanished into the forest. Just as the battle between Konoha and Tsunagakure reached its peak, footsteps echoed through the trees. A third faction appeared on the battlefield, a squad of sound ninja, their forehead protectors glinting as they charged without warning into the fray. These were elite shinobi handpicked by Orochimaru from across the nations. Some possessed rare talents that had gone unnoticed. Others had survived brutal experiments, emerging with unnatural abilities. One thing was certain, every sound ninja in these exams far surpassed the average chunin. And in critical moments, they could unleash terrifying power. Caught off guard, both Konoha and Suna shinobi suffered injuries. The sound ninja snatched scrolls from both sides before melting back into the forest, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. With their scrolls stolen, the battle between Konoha and Suna lost its purpose. A tense silence fell. Kankuro's face darkened. "They took one of our scrolls. How many did you lose?" Shikamaru sighed. "2. Now both sides only have one left. So, what's the plan? Keep fighting each other, or go after the sound ninja together?" At this, the de facto leaders, Naruto and Gaara, exchanged a glance and nodded. Naruto spoke first. "Truce for now. If we take back the scrolls from those sound bastards, maybe we won't have to fight at all." Gaara's response was curt. "Agreed. Then let's move. If they circle around to the tower, we'll all fail." In moments, the former enemies became temporary allies. Team 8's strengths quickly came into play. Though their Jonin sensei, Kurenai, specialized in Jinjutsu, the team itself excelled in tracking and reconnaissance. With the Byakugan's near-omniscient vision and Kiba's keen senses, they soon pinpointed the sound ninja's location. Strangely, the enemy wasn't heading for the central tower. Instead, they had hidden deep in the Forest of Death, close to the border where the woods gave way to open wilderness. Gaara suddenly raised a hand, stopping Naruto. "Something's wrong. It feels like a trap." Naruto nodded but didn't hesitate. "Maybe. But this is just an exam. If we can't face this, how are we supposed to handle real missions?" For the first time, Gaara looked at Naruto differently. He sensed a kindred spirit in Naruto, a premonition that they could become friends with much to discuss. As the four teams ventured deeper into the Forest of Death, the vegetation grew noticeably denser. Towering trees blotted out the sunlight, leaving only scattered patches of light on the ground. A faint mist began to drift through the air, further obscuring visibility. Fortunately, with the Byakugan on their side, they could still track their position without losing their way. However, the insidious miasma in the air made breathing difficult, leaving them lightheaded and sluggish. After several minutes, they finally caught traces of the sound ninja, meditating on the ground, recovering their chakra. Just then, the sound ninja seemed to sense their presence. A kunoichi among them swiftly formed hand seals. Her technique wasn't one of the 5 basic nature transformations, but rather a sound-based ninjutsu, converting chakra into sonic waves that disrupted the enemy's senses. Naruto and the others immediately fell under its influence but quickly shook it off. This genjutsu is transmitted through sound. If we create a louder noise, we can break it. Naruto gathered a Rasengan in his palm and hurled it forward. The high-speed rotation produced a deafening roar, carving a path through the forest and leaving a gaping crater in its wake. The sound ninja paled at the display of power before scattering once more. This time, they didn't flee together but split in all directions, seemingly willing to sacrifice their own chances of advancing just to hinder the others. Left with no choice, Naruto's group had to divide their pursuit. It might have been a trap, but they couldn't afford to fail here. Minutes later, Naruto's team caught up to their target. As expected, it was an ambush. In addition to the fleeing sound ninja, an entire squad lay in wait, their smug expressions suggesting the area was rigged with traps. Yet Naruto's team remained unfazed. They were confident they could take on any opponent. Then, one of the sound ninjas slowly removed his mask, revealing an androgynous face. "Pleased to meet you. I am Orochimaru, a missing nin from Konoha. I'll be your opponent today. Do take care." Meanwhile, Gaara's team found their path blocked by another mysterious figure. Even before removing his mask, something about his posture and build seemed eerily familiar to Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, uncannily like their father. They had often wondered how a reunion might go after he became a rogue ninja. But now that the moment was here, they froze. After several tense seconds, Raza removed his mask. "Gaara, Kankuro, Temari," he said calmly. "Let's see how much you've improved." Chapter 372, The Strength of the Younger Generation. Hearing Raza's intention to test them, Kankuro and Temari breathed a sigh of relief. They believed their father wouldn't go so far as to kill them. This was just his way of raising the stakes in the Chunin exams. But Gaara thought differently. He didn't trust Raza. Raza's actions always had an ulterior motive. Last time, he had conspired with Orochimaru, betraying Tsunagekyu's interests. Now, infiltrating the exams could only mean another scheme, whether to sabotage the event itself or target a high-profile figure participating in it. With that in mind, Gaara called out to his siblings, "Temari, Kankuro, leave Raza to me. You two keep going with the exam." The moment those words left his mouth, Kankuro and Temari's expressions shifted. Even Raza's face darkened. Temari and Kankuro didn't want Gaara and Raza to clash again. No matter what Raza had done, he was still their father. If they could mend their relationship now, not only would it heal the family rift, but it could also strengthen Tsunagekyu's future. But before they could intervene, Gaara and Raza had already struck. Sand clashed against gold. The desert's fury clashed with the shimmering might of magnet release, shockwaves rippling through the air. Seeing this, Kankuro and Temari had no choice but to join the fray. At this point, the outcome of the second exam no longer mattered. All they could hope for was that both sides would emerge unharmed. Meanwhile, Team 7 stood frozen before Orochimaru. Just hearing his name was enough to send cold sweat down their backs. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, a man who had escaped Konoha's relentless pursuit and still remained one of the most wanted criminals in the shinobi world with an S-class bounty. This wasn't Team 7's first encounter with an enemy of this caliber. During their mission in the Land of Waves, they had faced Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha. But back then, Itachi had gone easy on them, and they received backup from Captain Yamato and Byakuya. Without that help, they would have been killed instantly at their level back then. Keeping his eyes locked on Orochimaru, Naruto forced himself to remain calm. "Orochimaru, you're a missing nin. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the third Hokage if you return to the village?" Orochimaru's unnaturally long tongue flicked out as he smiled. "Konoha is my home too. Why shouldn't I return? And shouldn't a mere genin like you show more respect to his elder?" As he spoke, he released a crushing wave of killing intent that filled the surrounding space. Sakura's legs trembled under the pressure, nearly buckling, but Naruto and Sasuke remained unfazed. Naruto had been constantly exposed to the Kyuubi's malevolent chakra. Compared to that, Orochimaru's killing intent was insignificant. Sasuke, having endured Itachi's Tsukuyomi multiple times, was similarly unaffected by such pressure. Seeing the two Genin unaffected by his killing intent, Orochimaru nodded approvingly. How interesting. To think the old man's village would produce talents like you too. Given time, you might even reach the level of myself and Jiraiya. Naruto ignored the compliment and frowned. Cut the act, Orochimaru. State your business. We still have an exam to complete. Hearing this, Orochimaru fixed Naruto with a sharp glare before responding coldly, my goal is simple, I've come to recruit Sasuke. I believe he would make an excellent vessel for my next incarnation, which is why I've gone out of my way to appear here. Vessel? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, quickly grasping Orochimaru's implication. Tightening their grip on their kunai, they launched themselves at the Sannin. Orochimaru effortlessly dodged their combined assault, reappearing on a nearby tree branch. How impatient youth can be, he mused. Why not hear me out? While I do intend for Sasuke to become my vessel, I would first devote myself to training him until he reaches my level of power. Should he surpass me during this period, the transfer would naturally become impossible. Sasuke, Orochimaru continued, his voice dripping with temptation, I recall your burning hatred for Itachi Uchiha. Is that hatred so feeble that you refuse even this wager? Sasuke responded by forming hand seals and unleashing a fireball jutsu. As Orochimaru dodged the flames, Sasuke countered, why should I trust a missing nin like you? And do you truly possess the power to defeat Itachi? Orochimaru waved off the concern. I watched Itachi grow up. While he's developed some skill, he's no match for me. Becoming my vessel represents your only chance to surpass him. Having never properly confronted Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru remained arrogantly confident in his superiority. For a brief moment, Sasuke felt tempted. Training under one of the legendary Sannin could rapidly increase his strength. But since learning the truth about his clan from Shisui, his hatred had cooled. Now he simply wanted to drag Itachi before the Naka Shrine for judgment. Moreover, Orochimaru's strength remained questionable compared to Shisui, who had secretly led Root for years, or Itachi with his Mangekyo. My answer is no, Sasuke declared. I've no interest in being anyone's vessel. But capturing a rogue ninja like you? That I'll gladly do. Orochimaru's laughter rang out as he finally attacked in earnest. His arms transformed into venomous snakes that struck with terrifying speed. Even with his Sharingan, Sasuke barely managed to decapitate the serpents with his sword. When he attempted a Genjutsu counterattack, Orochimaru broke free almost instantly. A sudden pain flared in Sasuke's shoulder as Orochimaru's fangs sank deep, leaving behind the distinctive mark of the cursed seal. With his objective achieved, the Sannin left behind a clone and vanished into the forest, secretly impressed by the young shinobi's unexpected strength. He had initially estimated Naruto and Sasuke's strength to be at most Chunin level, but to his surprise, they had reached Jonin caliber. If they managed to delay him any longer, it would jeopardize his subsequent plans. Naruto sensed Orochimaru's fleeing direction but hesitated to pursue, wary of another trap. Returning to Sasuke's side, he noticed the wound on his shoulder and frowned. Sasuke, Orochimaru must have poisoned you to force you to seek him out later. Let's treat your wound first. Whether we withdraw from the exam or continue is up to you. Sasuke gritted his teeth. It's not poison. This injury is nothing. We're continuing the exam. Naruto and Sakura nodded, respecting his decision. Meanwhile, the disturbances in the Forest of Death had finally drawn the attention of Konoha's forces. As the proctor for the second exam, Anko had noticed something amiss early on. Several surveillance cameras had been destroyed, and the bodies of multiple examinees were discovered. While deaths during the Chunin exams weren't uncommon, this scale of casualties was highly abnormal. Either a monster like Zabuza had infiltrated the exam, or enemy spies were systematically eliminating participants. Regardless, Anko had to investigate and stop the bloodshed. Before long, she paused at the sight of distinctive battle marks, snake-based techniques. Her expression darkened as conflicting emotions surged. To her knowledge, only 2 people in the world wielded such jutsu, herself and her former teacher, Orochimaru. The conclusion was inescapable: Orochimaru was behind the attacks. But why would he return now? Suppressing her turmoil, Anko followed the trail. Whatever the reason, she needed to confront him directly. Soon, she spotted Orochimaru perched casually on a tree branch. Orochimaru noticed her immediately, his lips curling into a smirk. "Anko, it's been 10 years, hasn't it? To think you've become a Jonin. It seems the third Hokage is more tolerant than I expected." The remark ignited Anko's fury. Drawing her kunai, she lunged at him without hesitation. She hated Orochimaru for deserting Konoha, but even more for abandoning her. As his former student, she had endured years of suspicion, treated as a potential spy left behind by the traitor. The constant surveillance and distrust had worn on her, despite her loyalty to the village. After tremendous effort, she had finally earned the rank of Special Jonin, only to encounter Orochimaru again as an exam proctor. Seizing him with her own snake-based techniques, Anko formed a hand sign. Twin Snake Sacrifice Jutsu. Her arms transformed into massive serpents, coiling tightly around Orochimaru as dozens of explosive tags on her sleeves activated. Orochimaru, who had been content to observe until now, sighed. "Anko, do you truly believe a technique I taught you could kill me?" In an instant, his body melted into mud as the real Orochimaru materialized behind her. Anko forcibly canceled the jutsu, but her body remained paralyzed. Gnashing her teeth, she spat out, "I'll kill you." Orochimaru leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You want me dead, but I have no intention of killing you. Your life belongs to me, live on, and watch what comes next." Attacking the Chunin exams is just the beginning. Before she could respond, Orochimaru released her and vanished into the forest. Meanwhile, the battle between Gaara and Raza reached its climax. Though both were long-range specialists, Gaara, despite being weaker overall, held his own thanks to Kankuro and Temari's support, as well as Shikaku's influence. Raza hovered midair, shielded by swirling gold dust that deflected Gaara's sand attacks. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Compared to years ago, his children had grown exponentially stronger. Gaara, of course, was no surprise. Inheriting his mother's sand techniques and bearing the one-tail, he was destined to reach Kage-level strength with time. But Temari and Kankuro had exceeded his expectations. Temari wielded her giant fan with terrifying precision, unleashing wind-style jutsu without hand seals. Her skill now rivaled elite Jonin. As for Kankuro, while his puppets were useless against magnet release, it wasn't due to lack of skill. Raza's gold dust simply disrupted chakra strings and dismantled mechanisms effortlessly. Having seen enough, Raza abruptly withdrew. His voice echoed through the trees as he disappeared, "You've passed my first test. But this was only the beginning. Fail the next, and I will attack Sunagakure. As its former Kazekage, I keep my word." Silence fell. Temari and Kankuro exchanged uneasy glances. Despite Raza's past actions, they couldn't believe he'd truly harmed the village. Even at his worst, he'd only targeted the daimyo. Gaara, however, was stunned. He'd fully expected Raza to try killing him. That this had merely been a test. Shaking off his thoughts, Kankuro turned to Gaara. "What now?" Gaara's eyes narrowed. "Kankuro, send a puppet to inform Sasori-sama. Then we continue the exam." A competitive glint flashed in his eyes. "I still haven't settled things with Naruto." Chapter 373, Naruto and Jiraiya. After breaking free from Orochimaru's restraints, Anko headed toward the central tower. As a Tokubetsu Jonin of Konoha, even though Orochimaru was her teacher, she had to report his presence in the Forest of Death to the third Hokage. The reason was simple: being his former disciple, she knew better than anyone how dangerous Orochimaru could be. Upon reaching the central tower, Anko went straight to the third Hokage and delivered her report. At that moment, the third Hokage was watching the Chunin exams alongside Byakuya and Sasori. After listening to Anko's report, his expression darkened, and his brows furrowed. Dismissing Anko, the third Hokage fell into deep thought. In past joint Chunin exams, there were always enemy shinobi attempting to disrupt the event, but they were, at most, Jonin level, and their interference never posed a real threat. However, this time was different. Orochimaru had appeared in the Chunin exams. Orochimaru was his former student, one who defected from the village due to ideological differences and became an S-rank missing nin. Yet, despite this, the third Hokage had never sent Umbu squads to hunt him down. There were two reasons for this. First, Orochimaru's strength was overwhelming. Even if all of Umbu worked together, they might not be able to take him down. Second, deep down, the third Hokage still held onto unrealistic hopes. He wished that Orochimaru would one day willingly admit his mistakes and return to the village. It was precisely because of these complex emotions that he now found himself unsure of what to do. What was Orochimaru's goal this time? Was he looking for a chance to return to the village, or was he planning something against it? If it were the former, that would be ideal. As long as Orochimaru was willing to return, the third Hokage was willing to vouch for him personally. But if it was the latter, countermeasures had to be considered. Byakuya observed the third Hokage's reaction and immediately understood what he was thinking. The third Hokage was an indecisive man, a useless, soft-hearted fool. He was undoubtedly still clinging to his unrealistic hopes for Orochimaru. Scoffing internally, Byakuya spoke up, "Hokage-sama, I saw a Jonin from Konoha report something just now. Is there an urgent matter?" The third Hokage glanced at Byakuya, then shook his head. "It's nothing major. This year's Chunin exams are simply more intense than usual. Even the hidden surveillance cameras have been destroyed." Byakuya nodded and said, "That's good to hear. I was worried that some troublemakers might be trying to disrupt the exam. If anyone dares, I won't hesitate to step in." Sasori also joined the conversation. "Sunagakure won't sit idly by either." The third Hokage chuckled. "Thank you, Byakuya-dano, and Kazekage-dano. However, the situation is still within Konoha's control for now. There's no need for you two to act. Please continue watching the matches with me." Although he spoke calmly, his heart was anything but. This year's Chunin exams weren't just being observed by Byakuya and Sasori, many nobles and wealthy merchants had also been invited. If anything were to happen, Konoha would suffer unimaginable losses. And that was something he could not afford to accept. As time passed, more and more shinobi squads arrived at the central tower. Among them were Naruto's team, Gaara's team, and the rest of the Konoha 12. Although they were officially Genin, their strength far exceeded that of ordinary Chunin. Once the last team with both Heaven and Earth scrolls entered the central area, the second round of the exam came to an end. Compared to the written test, this round was far more dangerous. According to known reports, at least 10 shinobi had mysteriously disappeared during the second round. Some had fallen prey to the poisonous creatures and beasts within the Forest of Death. Others died in battle. Faced with such a high mortality rate, many participants were already regretting their decision to take the Chunin exams. After advancing to the third round, Naruto's team found their instructor, Kakashi, and told him about their experiences in the Forest of Death. When Kakashi heard that they had encountered Orochimaru and survived, his face was filled with shock. He was utterly astonished by how quickly Naruto and the others had grown. In his youth, he had dreamed of becoming a legendary shinobi like the Sannin, believing that his own talent would one day allow him to challenge them. However, when he truly faced Orochimaru, he realized the vast gap in their abilities. With just 2 moves, Orochimaru had completely defeated him, even though he had already been a Jonin at the time. If the third Hokage hadn't arrived in time, he might have died that day. Suppressing his emotions, Kakashi's expression turned grim. "I'll report Orochimaru's presence to Hokage-sama. But you should be prepared, the Chunin exams may be postponed. Naruto and the others nodded. Kakashi's warning made perfect sense. Given the circumstances, if Orochimaru had truly intended to kill them, their chances of survival would have been slim. With such a dangerous figure lurking in Konoha, proceeding with the Chunin exams recklessly would be unwise. Meanwhile, Gaara's team had also reunited with their instructor, Baki. However, instead of reporting to him, they bypassed him and went straight to Sasori. When Sasori heard that Raza had appeared in the Forest of Death, he merely smiled, showing no concern at all. Puzzled, Gaara asked, "Sasori-sama, won't Raza's infiltration of Konoha affect the Chunin exams? Do you think he plans to attack Konoha?" "It's possible, or maybe not." After a brief pause, Sasori continued, "But you are mistaken about one thing. Raza isn't the only one who infiltrated Konoha. One of the legendary Sannin, the cunning Orochimaru, has also entered the village. The two of them have joined forces. Raza and Orochimaru are working together?" Kankuro and Tamari's eyes widened in shock. What exactly are they planning? Perhaps they intend to wreak havoc in Konoha. Orochimaru was exiled from the village, so it's only natural that he holds a grudge. As for Raza, he has always despised Konoha shinobi. The two of them likely found common ground and are now plotting against Konoha. Gaara pondered for a moment before cautiously asking, "If Orochimaru and Raza are planning to attack Konoha, should we take advantage of the chaos and do something as well?" Sasori thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Orochimaru's conflict with Konoha is none of our concern for now. This is their village. No matter what schemes they have or how great the conflict becomes, it will only benefit Sunagakure." Sasori had no intention of taking action against Konoha. For one, staying put was more advantageous for Sunagakure. For another, he hadn't forgotten his true identity. While serving as the fifth Kazekage was merely a cover, he was, in reality, a member of Akatsuki. Since both Raza and Orochimaru were also part of Akatsuki's plans against Konoha, he had no reason to interfere. After the second round of the Chunin exams ended, the third Hokage convened a Jonin meeting to discuss the possibility of postponing the exam. Kakashi gave Naruto and his team a few parting words before heading off to attend the meeting. Over the past 10 years, he had gone from being a rookie among the Jonin to one of the key figures of Konoha's upper ranks. A meeting of this importance was not something he could afford to miss. Naruto and the others nodded in understanding and left the Forest of Death along with the rest of the examinees. On their way out, they encountered Kabuto, who had once again failed to advance, just as he had in previous Chunin exams. This time, his excuse was that he hadn't been able to obtain the required scrolls within the time limit. Naruto and the others weren't surprised by Kabuto's failure. A lone genin competing in a team-based survival round was bound to struggle. But it was clear to them that Kabuto wasn't trying to pass at all. With all the intel he had gathered, he could have easily found a few lower-ranked genin to form a team and made it through the second round. They continued forward and soon stumbled upon an argument between Team 6 and Team 8, more specifically, a heated dispute between Niji and Hinata. Team 6 had been in the previous year's class, a squad that specialized in taijutsu. The relationship between Niji and Hinata was complicated. Niji, a prodigy of the Hyuga branch family, had mastered many of the main family's secret techniques on his own, without any formal guidance. Hinata, on the other hand, was the Hyuga heiress, despite her lack of strength. As a branch family member, Niji harbored resentment toward Hinata, but it wasn't simple hatred. He saw her as weak and unworthy of inheriting the Hyuga clan, believing that with her personality and skills, she would never be fit to lead. So, he constantly challenged her, hoping to push her into becoming stronger. But rather than improving, Hinata became even more withdrawn. Their strained relationship only worsened over time, and Hinata's naturally gentle nature turned into an overwhelming lack of confidence. Seeing this unfold, Naruto stepped forward and positioned himself beside Hinata, putting a stop to the argument. He then directed some harsh words toward Niji. He didn't bear any real hostility toward Niji, but he felt that his treatment of Hinata was unfair. However, deep down, he understood that the real problem wasn't Niji himself, it was the Hyuga clan's caged bird system. Before meeting Hinata and learning about the branch family's fate, Naruto could never have imagined that such an oppressive system existed in Konoha, a village that supposedly upheld the will of fire. It made him start questioning whether the third Hokage was truly in control or merely a puppet of the powerful clans. If he wanted to mend the rift between Hinata and Niji, the caged bird system had to be abolished. Hinata, who was ill-suited to be a shinobi, needed to be freed from the burden of Hyuga clan politics, while stronger candidates should take her place as the future clan leader. But for now, this was nothing more than a distant dream. Until he became Hokage, there was nothing he could do to change Konoha. Even being the fourth Hokage's son and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails wouldn't give him enough influence. After escorting Hinata back to the Hyuga estate, Naruto shoved his hands into his pockets and parted ways with his teammates, heading toward the training grounds. By now, training had become a habit. If he went a day without it, he would feel restless, as if he were wasting time, almost like he was committing a crime against himself. After 2 hours of training, Naruto left the grounds and made his way home. On the way back, he passed by the Konoha bathhouse. At the rear alley of the bathhouse, he spotted a white-haired old man peering through a crack in the wall, staring into the steamy interior. Under normal circumstances, Naruto would have marched over to put a stop to this behavior. But today, he hesitated for a moment and quickened his pace instead. The white-haired man looked undeniably perverted, but his chakra levels were anything but ordinary. The pressure he exuded was no weaker than what Naruto had felt from Orochimaru. If this man was just another Konoha shinobi, then fine, but if he was actually an enemy spy in disguise, confronting him would be a problem. As Naruto hurried away, the white-haired man, Jiraiya, narrowed his eyes and watched him go. This doesn't make sense. I remember this trick working on Minato. So why isn't it working on this kid? Does he really have no sense of justice at all? Though Jiraiya silently grumbled to himself, he didn't forget his promise to the old man. Upon returning to the village, Hiruzen had entrusted him with an important task, and it was training Minato's child, Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto. As Hiruzen's former student and Naruto's would-be grandmaster, there was no way Jiraiya could refuse. With that in mind, he activated the body flicker technique, disappearing from sight and reappearing directly in Naruto's path. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya, his hands already forming seals. In an instant, 2 shadow clones materialized beside him, their eyes locked onto Jiraiya. "Who are you, and why are you following me?" Jiraiya's expression turned serious for a moment, only for him to suddenly break into an exaggerated dance. "Who am I? I am none other than one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, the great toad sage of Mount Maiboku, Jiraiya." He struck a triumphant pose, hands on his hips, eagerly awaiting Naruto's look of admiration. Instead, Naruto stared at him blankly. "So, you're Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Do you need something from me? If not, I'm heading home to cook dinner." Jiraiya was taken aback by Naruto's reaction. "What's with that unimpressed look?" he asked, confused. "I'm Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. The Toad Sage. Don't you want to learn some jutsu from me?" Naruto shook his head. "Biting off more than I can chew won't help me. The jutsu I have now are enough for me." Refusing to give up, Jiraiya tried again. "I know you want to get stronger. Give me a few years, and I'll turn you into an elite shinobi. Are you really not tempted?" Naruto shook his head once more. Jiraiya took a deep breath, realizing he had to prove himself. Raising one hand, he began to form a Rasengan in his palm. Smirking, he said, "This is the Rasengan, a jutsu created by the fourth Hokage himself. Do you want to learn it?" Naruto glanced at Jiraiya before casually forming a Rasengan of his own. "You mean this?" he said indifferently. "I've already mastered it. And I can form it faster than you." Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 374, Don't Forget That Night. The Rasengan was no low-level jutsu, its difficulty level was A rank. Not only did it require exceptional chakra control, but it also demanded strong physical endurance and a large chakra reserve. Furthermore, its power scaled with the user's growth. For someone of Naruto's age, having just graduated from the academy, mastering such a technique was already an impressive feat. But who had taught him? Was it Hiruzen? Kakashi? Or had Naruto developed it himself? If it was the former, Naruto was merely a genius. But if it was the latter, then his talent was downright monstrous, perhaps even surpassing that of his father, Jiraiya's prized student, Namake's Minato. Snapping out of his thoughts, Jiraiya scratched his cheek awkwardly. Didn't expect you to know the Rasengan already. But I can teach you much more than that. Still not considering becoming my apprentice? Naruto glanced at him. And what's in it for me? Will it make me Hokage? Will it make the whole village acknowledge me? Jiraiya fell silent. Even as one of the legendary Sannin, despite all his contributions to Konoha, he had never truly won the recognition of every villager. That said, with his strength and reputation, becoming Hokage wouldn't have been impossible. After a moment, he sighed. Becoming Hokage isn't that hard. But are you sure that's what you want? It's a troublesome job, you know, office work every day, running a never-ending cycle of meetings and paperwork. Naruto nodded. In that case, I guess I have no choice but to acknowledge you as my teacher. But Jiraiya-sensei, aren't you going to give your new student a gift? A gift for taking in a disciple? Jiraiya ruffled his hair, puzzled. All his previous students had been overwhelmed with gratitude, treating him like their revered mentor. But Naruto? The first thing he did was ask for a present. Seeing Jiraiya hesitate, Naruto grinned. If you're unwilling, then I guess I'll have no choice but to tell everyone what you were just doing at the bathhouse. Bathhouse? Humph. I am the Toad Sage, not some pervy old man. Jiraiya's face twitched at Naruto's nickname for him. Sighing, he finally relented. All right. Come with me to town, just pick something you want, and I'll buy it for you. But don't ask for anything too expensive, I'm just a broke middle-aged man with no power or status. Naruto didn't believe him for a second. He'd seen Konoha's mission contribution rankings at the mission center before. Jiraiya's name was near the top. Someone like that wouldn't be short on money. As for why Jiraiya had sought him out, it probably had something to do with him being the fourth Hokage's son and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Since Kakashi could no longer provide him with advanced guidance, it seemed the Sannin had been sent to take over. Once they reached the bustling market district, Naruto casually picked out a frog-shaped wallet. Jiraiya paid for it, then patted Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto, I see you're already embracing the path of a Toad Sage, choosing a frog wallet, huh? Naruto waved him off. I just thought the color looked nice. Don't overthink it, pervy sage. I'm just planning to squeeze more benefits out of you and fill this wallet up. Jiraiya froze for a moment, then gave Naruto a scrutinizing look. Naruto's personality wasn't like Minato's at all since Minato had been generous and easygoing. This kid, on the other hand, was a bit calculating. Had he inherited Kushina's personality instead? That could be troublesome. After finishing their shopping, Jiraiya led Naruto away from the village center to a large, secluded training ground. Naruto glanced around at the empty field, then turned to Jiraiya. Pervy Sage, you brought me all the way out here. Are you planning to train me as a Jinchuriki? Jinchuriki training? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Naruto knew about the Nine-Tails? Who had told him? Hiruzen? Noticing Jiraiya's reaction, Naruto looked down, his tone slightly dejected. Jiraiya-sensei, I'm not stupid. After seeing the Nine-Tails inside me, it wasn't hard to figure out what I am. If I weren't a Jinchuriki, why would the third Hokage and you personally come looking for me? Jiraiya's expression darkened slightly. He patted Naruto's shoulder. Even if you weren't a Jinchuriki, I would have still become your teacher. Naruto didn't respond. After a few moments of silence, Jiraiya spoke first. You said you've seen the Nine-Tails. How does he treat you? Has he asked you to undo the seal? Naruto nodded. He's not very friendly. And yeah, he told me to remove the seal. But I ignored him. Jiraiya let out a breath of relief. As long as the seal remained intact, everything was fine. The Ninetales was the strongest of all tailed beasts. If it broke free, sealing it again would come at an enormous cost. Just then, Naruto looked up at him. Pervy Sage, do you know how I can get along with the Ninetales? Jiraiya shook his head. The relationship between a Jinchuriki and their tailed beast is something only they can handle. No one else can truly help. But I believe you can get along with the Ninetales. Beyond that, there's not much I can do. Naruto nodded, then asked curiously, then why did you call me here? The third exam starts in 2 weeks, and I was planning to use this time to train. Jiraiya was becoming more and more convinced that Naruto had inherited Kushina's personality, perhaps even surpassing Minato in certain ways. Taking out a scroll, he unrolled it and said, I have many ways to help you get stronger, but they all require time to build a solid foundation. If you want a quick boost in strength, the best option is summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu? Like Kiba's, where I summon ninja dogs to fight? Naruto thought about it. Kiba's dogs, despite their rough personalities, were skilled fighters. This could be a decent power-up. Jiraiya nodded. Something like that. But we don't summon ninja dogs, we summon the mighty toads of Mount Maiboku. Their combat power is on another level. With that, he spread open the summoning contract and placed it in front of Naruto. Glancing at the scroll, Naruto immediately recognized several familiar names. Jiraiya's was there, as was Minato Namake's, the fourth Hokage. Taking a deep breath, he asked, how do I sign the contract? Just write my name here? Jiraiya nodded. Yes, but you need to use chakra to write it. Extending a finger, Naruto gathered chakra at the tip and carefully inscribed his name before handing the scroll back to Jiraiya. At that moment, far away in the toad shrine of Mount Maiboku, an ancient toad stirred from its slumber. This toad was the great toad sage, the founder of Mount Maiboku, though it also had a lesser-known name, Gamamaru. Gamamaru gazed into the distance, muttering, such familiar chakra. Has a descendant of Hamura signed the summoning contract? It seems the future continues to unfold according to the prophecy. I only hope that in the coming chaos, Mount Maiboku can remain unscathed. Nearby, the two elder toads, Shima and Fukasaku, noticed Gamamaru awakening and quickly approached. Great Toad Sage, have you seen something in your dreams? Shima asked. Gamamaru shook his head. Someone has signed the contract. If I'm not mistaken, the blue-eyed boy will change the future of the ninja world. Change the ninja world? Shima pressed further. How exactly? But before she could get an answer, Gamamaru had already fallen back into a deep sleep. Watching him doze off, Shima huffed in frustration. That old geezer is always mumbling cryptic nonsense. He never explains his prophecies properly. Fukasaku quickly stepped in to pacify her. Predicting the future is difficult. It's natural that even the great toad sage can't see everything clearly. Don't be too harsh on him. Oh, I know that. That's why I waited until he fell asleep to complain. Hands on her hips, Shima made no effort to hide her irritation. Gamamaru might have been the so-called great toad sage, but for centuries, it was she and Fukasaku who had been tirelessly managing Mount Maiboku. And all he did was sleep. Fukasaku sighed. Let's not dwell on it. We should check out the new summoner. Little Jiraiya is probably waiting for us. After the second exam ended, Sasuke returned to the Uchiha district. The district remained as desolate as ever. The once proud Uchiha compound had been sealed off since the massacre, and in theory, the entire area now belonged to Sasuke alone, the last of the Uchiha. But that was old news. Ever since learning that the surviving Uchiha had gone underground and joined Root, Sasuke no longer felt the district was empty. The clan hadn't vanished, they had simply found a new way to exist. Root had always been assigned to monitor and control the Uchiha. Now, with their relocation, it made sense for them to settle within the clan's territory. Even if someone had objections, they would have to think twice before challenging Root's methods. After finishing a brief warm-up routine, Sasuke was about to start training when he noticed a familiar presence, Shisui, disguised as Danzo. Seeing him, Sasuke immediately halted his movements and walked over. Shisui, what brings you here today? Is it about what happened in the Forest of Death? Shisui nodded. I've already heard about the attack. Orochimaru targeted the examinees and tried to kidnap you in the process. Did he leave anything on you? Sasuke touched his neck, then stepped closer. Shisui's gaze darkened as he examined the mark. This is the cursed seal of heaven. I didn't expect Orochimaru to brand you with this. The cursed seal of heaven? What is it? Sasuke asked. A seal that harnesses natural energy, though it's a crude imitation of Sage Mode. For us Uchiha, it's not as efficient as White Zetsu's methods. Realizing he had veered off topic, Shisui quickly corrected himself. In short, it's a seal that enhances the user's power. The risk of death is high, but the potential gains are just as significant. With your current strength, activating the seal would boost your speed, power, and chakra reserves, an increase of at least 30%. But Orochimaru isn't so kind, Shisui said calmly. He left some hidden dangers within that cursed seal of heaven. If you don't remove them, you might run into serious trouble in the future. What should I do? Sasuke asked anxiously. Orochimaru also told me to seek him out. Shisui spoke at an unhurried pace. No need to rush. The cursed seal doesn't activate that easily. As for whether you should seek out Orochimaru, that's your decision to make. If you stay in Konoha, the clan will provide you with traditional Uchiha training. But at best, that will take you to the level of a Jonin, nothing more. If you want to go beyond that, you'll have to seek out Orochimaru. As for the risks, being a shinobi means facing risks. If you're unwilling to take a gamble, you'll never become a true powerhouse. Sasuke fell into deep thought. Various possibilities swirled in his mind, leaving him uncertain. Should he risk everything to seek out Orochimaru? Was he even capable of dealing with someone as dangerous as him? Then, something occurred to him. He looked at Shisui and asked, Shisui, how is Root reacting to Orochimaru's infiltration? What if he causes trouble in the third round? Shisui smiled slightly. Orochimaru will cause trouble. But it has nothing to do with us. He's here for the third Hokage. That's a matter between master and student. Root's job is simply to protect the civilians. We won't get involved in their personal battle. Orochimaru is targeting the third Hokage. That does make sense, Sasuke murmured. If it's a conflict between master and student, then it's best if ordinary shinobi don't get involved. Suddenly, Sasuke's brows furrowed. Wait a minute. Something doesn't add up. He looked at Shisui and asked, Shisui, why aren't you the least bit surprised about Orochimaru infiltrating the village? And how do you already know his plans? Don't tell me, you. Shisui glanced at Sasuke, then gave him a meaningful smile. Sasuke, don't forget the night of the Uchiha massacre. And don't forget that we are Uchiha. Sasuke's body stiffened. In that instant, he understood everything. Orochimaru's attack on the Chunin exams wasn't a whim, it had been planned long ago. And the shinobi he had allied with was none other than the man standing before him, Root's leader, his own cousin. Chapter 375, the third round of the exam. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. As the sound of the bells echoed through the air, the third round of the Chunin exams officially began. One by one, the examinees stepped onto the arena. Compared to the previous two rounds, the third round tested individual ability. With a tournament-style elimination, 32 participants reduced to 16, then 16 down to 8, this phase felt more like a competition than an actual exam. And that was exactly the case. The third round of the Chunin exams had always had a performative aspect to it. The goal was to showcase the strength of the next generation, attract more future mission requests, and, of course, bring in revenue from ticket sales. The real selection process for Chunin had already concluded by the end of the second round. That said, all the participants were young shinobi. Who wouldn't want to secure a top ranking in the Chunin exams and become the most dazzling star? For that reason, every participant who had advanced to the third round had spent the past 2 weeks training diligently, eager to secure a higher placement in the tournament. In Team 7, Naruto had learned the summoning jutsu from Jiraiya and successfully summoned the mighty toads of Mount Maiboku. Though it wasn't a drastic leap in power, he had gained a powerful external ally. Sasuke, on the other hand, had established contact with Orochimaru and begun to tap into the power of the Cursed Seal. Both believed they had grown significantly stronger, strong enough to win the Chunin exams. Gaara's team had also undergone intense preparation. However, their focus had shifted from simply passing the exams to guarding against the fourth Kazekage, Raza, in order to secure more benefits for Sunagakure. Of course, if they had the chance to win first place, who would refuse? Meanwhile, Byakuya's situation was a little different. The usually quiet Haku and Kimimaro frowned as they watched Byakuya rush back from outside. "Byakuya-sama, where did you run off to this time?" Byakuya held up a betting slip and grinned. "I just went to place some bets. The odds outside are pretty good. We might make a fortune this time." Haku and Kimimaro exchanged a glance before smiling. "Byakuya-sama, did you bet on us to win? We'll make sure to secure a top ranking." Byakuya shook his head. "Nope. I bet on Naruto and Gaara. Their odds of winning are higher. Can't be making a losing investment, now, can we?" Their smiles froze. This Chunin exam had turned them into mere background characters. Although they had smoothly passed the first 2 rounds, they had virtually no presence. Now, their own Jonin leader had placed his bets against them. That didn't feel great. Seeing their expressions, Byakuya chuckled. "I'm just messing with you. I didn't actually place a bet. Just focus on the exam and show off Akatsuki's strength." Haku and Kimimaro exchanged another look, unsure of what to say. Byakuya, however, turned his gaze toward the third Hokage and flashed a polite smile before heading up to the stands. He wasn't going to stick around with the third Hokage. He needed a reason to leave. If he stayed, a lot of things wouldn't be able to unfold. After taking a seat in the stands, Byakuya's eyes swept across the arena before locking onto Might Guy, Lee, and the others. He would start with them. By midday, the Chunin exam had already progressed to the 16-person bracket. Haku and Kimimaro had effortlessly defeated their opponents. For their adversaries, facing the two was utterly overwhelming. Even setting aside their years of training, their bloodline limits alone gave them nearly instant activation abilities, something that most Jonin-level shinobi would struggle against. After all, for most shinobi, the mere time it took to read hand signs was enough to cost them their lives. In Team 7, everyone except Sakura had passed the qualifiers. Naruto and Sasuke's strength spoke for itself. Both had Jonin-level abilities, making them complete outliers in the Chunin exams. Sakura wasn't weak, she just happened to be competing in a tournament filled with monsters. Gaara's team, on the other hand, had all advanced. Their abilities were balanced, with each of them possessing at least Jonin-level strength. Against shinobi from smaller villages, or even Konoha, they were practically unstoppable. It was Shikamaru's team that had fallen to them, narrowly missing a spot in the next round. Still, their battle against Gaara's team had demonstrated their remarkable abilities. They hadn't lost due to incompetence, only because their opponents were simply too strong. Observing from the stands, the third Hokage let out a sigh. "Kazekage Dano, your village truly has no shortage of talent. If not for this third round, I doubt Gaara's team would have even needed to go all out." Sasori glanced at the Hokage and chuckled. "And Konoha's Naruto is no different. To think he'd already be using the Rasengan. I recall that being a jutsu created by the fourth Hokage. Looks like Konoha has another yellow flash in the making. Hearing this, the third Hokage's expression darkened as memories of Minato surfaced. When Naruto used the Rasengan, for a brief moment, Hiruzen saw Minato in him. They were almost identical, both cheerful, both filled with the will of fire. But Naruto and Minato were ultimately different. Naruto was a Jinchuriki. Furthermore, Naruto was not some nameless orphan, he was the fourth Hokage's son. Yet Hiruzen had hidden that truth from him. Even now, he still hadn't told Naruto the truth. Although everything had been done for the sake of the village's stability, it still felt somewhat cruel. Snapping out his wandering thoughts, the third Hokage scanned the crowd, hoping to spot Orochimaru in advance and put a stop to his schemes. For the past half-month leading up to the third round of the Chunin exams, he had been waiting for Orochimaru to come to him. If Orochimaru was willing to talk, he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea of reconciliation, even accepting this wayward student once more. After all, the village could use someone with Orochimaru's level of combat strength. But in the end, he had waited in vain. Orochimaru never came. That meant Orochimaru planned to make his move during the Chunin exams. Regardless of his scheme, and whether Hiruzen could stop him or not, Konoha was bound to suffer heavy losses. Looking around again, the third Hokage still couldn't spot Orochimaru among the crowd. Sighing softly, he resumed his conversation with Sasori and Byakuya. With these two present, the exam should at least proceed smoothly without becoming a total disaster. While the third Hokage was lost in thought, the first match of the 16-8 bracket began. Rock Lee vs. Gaara. Lee, a disciple of Konoha's Jonin Might Guy, was practically his teacher's mirror image. He had demonstrated exceptional taijutsu in his previous matches. Gaara, on the other hand, was a favorite to win the championship. Their fight drew significant attention. The moment the match began, Lee vanished from his spot, dashing toward Gaara. He had already determined that Gaara was a ninjutsu-based fighter. Against such an opponent, the best tactic was to close the distance quickly, forcing them into a flustered state where they couldn't cast their jutsu in time. Lee's strategy was flawless, except for one issue. Gaara was a sand release user. He didn't need hand seals to attack. The moment Lee was ensnared by several streams of sand, his expression changed. Naruto and Sasuke, watching from the sidelines, tightened their gaze as well. They were both highly likely to face Gaara later, so they had to gather intel on him now. Gaara had terrible taijutsu and had never been seen using jinjutsu. But that didn't mean he could be easily defeated with either. He didn't use ninjutsu because he didn't need to. And as a Jinchuriki, normal jinjutsu was completely ineffective on him. Within just a few exchanges, Lee was already at a disadvantage. His speed was impressive, but it still wasn't fast enough to outrun the sand. Once fully restrained, he would either lose the ability to fight or be killed outright. Seeing this, many spectators grew worried for Lee. Sasori glanced at Byakuya. Looks like Gaara is going to win again. His next match should be against your Kimimaro, right? Byakuya chuckled. Gaara will win, but not just yet. Sasori raised an eyebrow before turning his gaze back to Lee. He didn't believe Lee had much hidden potential left, but he did trust Byakuya's instincts. Maybe there really was more to Lee than met the eye. What Sasori didn't know was that Byakuya's confidence came from prior knowledge. He knew Lee had more to offer. It was simple. Lee was a genius of hard work and had mastered the 8 gates. A technique that burned one's own life force. The 8 gates was an ability that allowed an ordinary human to rival gods. Just before his imminent defeat, Lee exchanged a glance with Might Guy. Seeing his teacher's approving thumbs up, Lee dropped his weights and opened the 8 gates. With the gates unleashed, his speed and strength skyrocketed, and his chakra surged exponentially. With just a single strike, the shockwave alone repelled the incoming sand. His movements became nothing but afterimages. No one could even see him anymore. For the first time, Gaara's expression changed. Taking a direct hit from Lee's powerful punch, Gaara immediately switched to defense, abandoning his offense. He knew Lee couldn't maintain this state forever. Among the spectators, many recognized the technique. The Eight Gates was a jutsu recorded in the Scroll of Seals. It had remained obscure for years, passed down between Might Dway and Might Guy. No one had ever considered it worthwhile, as it took over a decade of dedicated training to master. Most figured that time would be better spent learning other jutsu. One could have become a jonin already instead. That perception changed during the Third Great Ninja War. Might Dway, a so-called eternal genin, had single-handedly wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The Eight Gates had shaken the ninja world. Watching the match, Kakashi turned to Might Guy in surprise. "Guy, when did Lee learn the Eight Gates? You never told me about this." Grinning, Guy flashed his signature gleaming smile. "Well, you know now, don't you? Lee is my greatest disciple. He even opened the gates before I did. If taijutsu had geniuses, he would undoubtedly be one, a genius of hard work." Pausing for a moment, he added, "When Lee beats Gaara, he'll probably face either Sasuke or Naruto next. I can't wait to see those fights. It'll be just like us. Youth must have enough rivals and challenges to truly be fiery." Kakashi sighed at Guy's usual antics but smiled nonetheless. He wasn't as excited as Guy, he was more concerned about the Chunin exams as a whole. From the moment he had seen Byakuya, he knew this exam wouldn't be simple. He hadn't expected things to become this complicated. Orochimaru had infiltrated the Forest of Death in secret and even made contact with Naruto and Sasuke. Judging by the battle traces left at the scene, he likely hadn't come alone. This wasn't to say that Orochimaru didn't have subordinates, it meant that there was likely another ninja of comparable strength by his side. They might have already joined forces. And aside from them, there were still others lurking in the shadows, Obito, Kushina's former mentor. So many forces were eyeing the Chunin exams, waiting to stir up chaos. But could Konoha even handle such an onslaught? Would the village collapse under the pressure? At that moment, Might Guy noticed Kakashi's serious expression and walked over. "What's wrong, Kakashi? You've been looking even gloomier than usual lately." Kakashi sighed before asking, "Guy, which do you think is more important? The village or the Hokage?" Guy was momentarily stumped by the question. Aren't the village and the Hokage one and the same? Why are you asking this? Kakashi scratched his head. What I mean is, if the Hokage were to betray the village one day, what would we do? If the Hokage betrayed the village? Then, of course, we'd stand by the village. Guy pondered the question for a long moment before pressing further. Kakashi, what's going on? Why are you asking something like this? Kakashi didn't answer. Well, Guy didn't have time to pursue the matter. While they talked, the battle between Lee and Gaara was reaching its climax. The victor would soon be decided. From a purely individual skill standpoint, Lee and Gaara were about evenly matched. They were close in age, both had trained relentlessly, and both wielded unique secret techniques. Their strength was roughly 50-50. But that was only if Gaara didn't draw upon Shikaku's power. The moment Gaara tapped into his Biju's chakra, Lee simply couldn't keep up. After unleashing his final trump card, Lee was countered head-on. His body crashed to the ground like a severed kite. Seeing this, Gaara used his sand to gently lower Lee's body onto the arena floor. He had won. But his victory felt hollow. In the Chunin exams, he never intended to use his tailed beast's power, except when facing Naruto. And yet, against Lee's sheer threat, he had instinctively drawn upon Shikaku's strength. With their match concluded, Naruto's battle was up next. He easily defeated Neji. Now, the next match would be Naruto vs. Gaara. Chapter 376, Edo Tensei. After 2 hours of rest, Gaara and Naruto stepped onto the arena. Everyone in the audience was familiar with their names. Naruto was a well-known figure in Konoha, beloved by the villagers. His performance in the previous matches had showcased overwhelming strength, making him a top contender for the championship. Gaara was no different. His fight with Lee had demonstrated power far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. Any ninja with a discerning eye knew that neither of them were mere genin. This Chunin exam was, in truth, a battle between future jonin. The average audience, however, didn't care about ninja ranks. They only cared about the spectacle, how dazzling the jutsu were, how thrilling the fights could be. They wanted hard-hitting action and flashy ninjutsu that made their tickets worth the price. The moment they stepped onto the battlefield, Naruto and Gaara locked eyes, both preparing for combat. Having already clashed in the streets of Konoha and the Forest of Death, they had a solid grasp of each other's abilities. They knew that holding back even a little could lead to defeat. With the referee's signal, the battle began. Naruto took the initiative, forming a hand seal, shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of clones filled the arena, swarming toward Gaara like a tidal wave. Gaara tightened his gaze. He wasn't skilled in sensory jutsu and couldn't tell the real Naruto apart from the clones. In that case, there was only one option: destroy everything at once. Sand surged through the air, forming a violent sandstorm. In an instant, Naruto's clones were swallowed and erased, vanishing in puffs of white smoke. But just then, Gaara's instinct screamed at him, danger. Without hesitation, he activated his sand armor. A split second later, he felt a violent spiral of chakra above him, Rasengan. A chakra sphere the size of a basketball came crashing down on his head. The Rasengan's destructive power was immense, strong enough to shatter rock. It tore through Gaara's sand armor with ease, nearly striking his real body. If not for the flowing sand rushing in from other parts of his defense, he might have been seriously injured. Using the impact force to retreat, Gaara fixed his gaze on Naruto. After witnessing the Rasengan's power firsthand, he decided to stop attacking. Sand release was strongest in defense and sealing, there was no need to take the offensive. Naruto, too, held back for a moment, searching for an opening. His chakra reserves were still abundant, but Rasengan couldn't be used recklessly. It was an A-rank technique, not difficult to learn, but difficult to master. For Jonin-level ninja in Konoha, learning Rasengan wasn't impossible. But aside from the fourth Hokage, only Jiraiya actively used it. The reason was simple: despite its raw power, Rasengan came with a price. It consumed an enormous amount of chakra and placed immense strain on the user's arm. Even with Naruto's physical resilience, he couldn't afford to spam it in quick succession. As the battle entered a stalemate, the Konoha barrier team sighed in relief. The sheer scale of the battle was beyond what they had expected. Just maintaining the barrier to keep it from breaking was already a challenge. After several minutes of probing, the fight escalated. Both Gaara and Naruto abandoned their initial caution, unleashing their full strength in an attempt to end the match. As the battle grew fiercer, they inadvertently let their guard down, beginning to draw upon the power of Shikaku and Kurama. The moment traces of tailed beast chakra filled the air, the third Hokage frowned. A bad feeling settled in his heart. Why, are they using their tailed beast powers in this battle? Was this part of Orochimaru's plan? Thankfully, he had made his own preparations. Now, all that was left was to wait until Orochimaru made his move. Meanwhile, disguised among the spectators, Raza and Orochimaru exchanged a glance. A nod. After half a month of preparation, it was time. Konoha Crush begins. At the outskirts of the village, Otonin forces launched their assault. Sound Ninja struck down the Konoha sealing team maintaining the barrier. Then, boom! Gigantic serpents, summoned from the Ryuchi cave, crashed through Konoha's outer walls, rampaging through the streets. The deafening sound immediately drew the attention of Konoha's forces. In moments, an ANBU operative appeared before the third Hokage. Hokage-sama. The village is under attack by unknown ninja. Judging by their headbands, they appear to be from Oto-Geikure. The third Hokage glanced at him calmly. Have Jiraiya and the Konoha defense forces already moved to intercept? Yes. They are heading to the battlefield now. The ANBU hesitated before asking, do you have any further orders, Hokage-sama? The third Hokage shook his head. No. Stand by for now. I have my own plans. Dismissing the ANBU, he turned to Byakuya and Sasori. With a slight bow, he apologized, "Forgive me, you too. Konoha is under attack. I likely won't be able to continue hosting you. Once we drive them out, I will return to accompany you." Byakuya frowned and asked, "Hokage Dano, the attackers are from Otogakure? I remember that's just a small village. How did they dare attack Konoha?" The third Hokage let out a bitter chuckle. "From what we know, the one who founded Otogakure is none other than my wayward student, Orochimaru. This attack is his way of seeking revenge against me." "I see." Byakuya nodded before saying, "Do you need my help?" "I don't usually get involved with anyone besides the masked man, but Konoha and Amigakure have a close relationship. I could make an exception." The third Hokage shook his head. "I appreciate the offer, Byakuya Dano, but there is no need. This is a matter between me and my former student so that Konoha will handle it." Compared to Byakuya's casual attitude, Sasori was far colder. He fixed the third Hokage with an impassive gaze and said icily, "Hokage Dano, you should be more careful. Orochimaru's plan won't be that simple. The attack on the village may just be a diversion, the real threat has yet to reveal itself." Just as Sasori finished speaking, Orochimaru and Raza moved. In a blur, they appeared behind Gaara and Naruto. Raza cast a Jinjutsu on Gaara, severing his control over his body and allowing Shikaku to take over once more. Orochimaru, meanwhile, struck Naruto's seal, disrupting it. Moments later, Gaara's body swelled grotesquely as tailed beast chakra engulfed him. Partial transformation, no, full-tailed beast transformation. In the blink of an eye, Gaara was no longer a boy, he was a colossal beast standing dozens of meters tall. Panic erupted in the stadium. Countless spectators, realizing the imminent danger, began scrambling to escape. And then, a flute played. The eerie melody carried a Jinjutsu with it. One by one, the ordinary citizens collapsed into unconsciousness. The remaining ninja, witnessing the scene, paled. They no longer cared about fighting Orochimaru, the priority now was evacuating the remaining audience members. As the chaos unfolded, Raza and Orochimaru approached the third Hokage. While issuing orders for the evacuation, the Hokage cast a sharp glance at the approaching figures. Orochimaru, he recognized instantly. But the other man. Orochimaru removed his kasa, revealing a youthful face with a smirk. "Sensei, it's been a long time. Do you like the gift I've prepared for you?" Orochimaru. The third Hokage gritted his teeth. But then, as he took in his former student's appearance, his expression shifted to shock. "Your face. What have you done? Did you use that forbidden technique?" Orochimaru smiled and nodded. "Second Hokage-sama's technique truly is remarkable. I've freed myself from my former, frail body. I have achieved eternal life." His golden eyes gleamed with amusement. "What do you think, Sensei? Interested in working with me? You can shed that old, decaying body and start anew." The third Hokage's eyes turned steely. "I have no interest in such twisted jutsu. A ninja must accept the cycle of life, birth, aging, illness, and death. Seeking eternal youth at any cost is nothing but folly." He paused, then exhaled deeply. "My greatest regret was not killing you when I had the chance." He leveled his gaze at Orochimaru, voice unwavering. "I will correct that mistake today." Orochimaru's smirk twitched. "Oh? So you still think you can kill me?" His expression darkened, his grin turning sharp. "You're old, Sensei. Do you really think you still have what it takes?" Before the Hokage could respond, Orochimaru unsheathed the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. With a flicker of motion, he thrust it toward the third Hokage's heart. But the Hokage was already prepared. Shedding his Hokage robes, he revealed his shinobi gear. He had anticipated this battle from the very beginning. While the third Hokage and Orochimaru clashed, Sasori turned to Raza, his expression unreadable. So, you finally showed up, he said flatly. I knew you'd try something the moment I left the village. I expected you to attack Suna, but instead, you teamed up with Orochimaru to strike Konoha. Raza stepped forward, his tone calm. I considered taking back the village directly, but if I didn't deal with you first, even if I reclaimed the Kazekage position, my rule would never be stable. His eyes narrowed. As long as you live, I can never truly be Kazekage. Sasori let out a soft scoff. Then let's see if you can kill me. With a flick of his wrist, a summoning scroll unfurled. Puppet technique, red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. As the smoke cleared, dozens of puppets stood ready for battle. Raza sneered. 100 puppet performance? Humph. Puppetry is useless against magnet release. His chakra surged. I'll show you what death feels like. In an instant, they vanished, choosing a battlefield of their own for their life and death duel. Though they were both technically Byakuya's subordinates, this was no mere act. Both Raza and Sasori genuinely intended to kill each other. Both sought to prove they were the stronger one. Meanwhile, Byakuya stood in place, watching as battle erupted around him. The third Hokage and Orochimaru. Raza and Sasori. And yet no one paid him any attention. Despite being the strongest ninja present, he was utterly ignored. For a moment, he felt out of place. With a sigh, Byakuya shifted his gaze, his eyes landing on Shikaku. The moment their eyes met, Shikaku stiffened. His fur bristled. Then, he panicked. Grabbing Naruto, he hurled him toward the forest of death, before bounding after him. He had zero interest in fighting Byakuya. Right now, he just wanted to settle his score with Kurama. Not face that monster. Shikaku had never seen Byakuya fight, but instinct screamed at him, this man is dangerous. If they actually fought, he wouldn't just lose. He would die. As Shikaku fled, Byakuya stood there, watching. Left alone once more. For the first time in a long while, he felt awkward. Byakuya glanced around before using the body flicker technique to appear beside the third Hokage. Hokage Dano, I'm here to assist. A moment ago, the third Hokage had been putting up a strong front. But after several exchanges with Orochimaru, failing to gain the upper hand, he was forced to confront reality. He was old. His stamina and chakra reserves were no longer at their peak, and his combat instincts had dulled after years of peace. Though he could still suppress Orochimaru, he no longer had the strength to defeat him outright. Seeing Byakuya appear, he immediately seized the opportunity. Byakuya, let's take Orochimaru down together. Once this is over, Konoha will pay you handsomely. At Byakuya's sudden arrival, even Orochimaru flinched for a brief moment. Then, he sneered. Byakuya Dano, this is a personal matter between me and Konoha. Surely Amigakure has no reason to interfere? Byakuya looked at Orochimaru and said, I don't particularly care about your master-disciple feud. But Hokage Dano did say he pay a lot. Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed. Byakuya, I can also pay you a lot. Have you considered joining my side? Konoha and Amigakure are on good terms now, but who's to say it'll last? His voice dropped to a whisper. I've heard rumors that the daimyo of the Land of Fire is dissatisfied with Amigakure. He may even be planning to act against you. The third Hokage stiffened at that. His expression tensed as he glanced between Byakuya and Orochimaru, uneasy. If Byakuya did switch sides, he would not be able to hold out for long. Byakuya's strength had become legendary in recent years. Some even whispered he was on the verge of becoming the strongest ninja in the world. The Hokage had confidence in defeating Orochimaru, or, at worst, taking him down with him. But if Byakuya joined the other side? There would be no fight. It would be an execution. A long silence stretched between them. Then, Byakuya slowly spoke. Orochimaru Dano, your offer is tempting. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile. But I'll have to decline. The smile froze. Byakuya continued, his tone casual. I'm not particularly interested in money. It doesn't have much value to me. Of course, the real reason was much simpler. Orochimaru's funding came partially from Akatsuki, which meant that, technically, he would be getting his own money used to bribe him. That was just too ridiculous. Even pretending to consider it would be absurd. Orochimaru let out a long sigh. What a shame, Byakuya-dano, his expression darkened. In that case, I'll have to send you and Sensei to the Pure Land together. Before his voice had even faded, he clapped his hands together. And 3 coffins emerged from the ground behind him. Chapter 377, Do You Think I'm Danzo? Seeing the coffin behind Orochimaru, the third Hokage's expression changed drastically. Although he had never used this technique himself, he knew it well. It was the Edo Tensei, a forbidden jutsu created by the second Hokage. It could drag the dead back from the Pure Land, an extremely evil technique. But in the next moment, his shock turned into fury. The coffin behind Orochimaru slowly opened, and 2 figures, one in blue and the other in red, stepped out. Third Hokage was all too familiar with them. They were none other than the first Hokage and second Hokage, both of whom had passed away long ago. Summoning the deceased first Hokage and second Hokage right in front of the current Hokage, this was nothing short of an insult to Konoha. Struggling to contain his rage, third Hokage lunged at Orochimaru, gripping his staff, transformed from Inma, in hand. He wanted nothing more than to crush this treacherous disciple to death. However, Orochimaru calmly took a few steps back, using the first Hokage and second Hokage as his shield. The first Hokage opened his eyes, clasped his hands together, and unleashed what released to defend himself. Thick vines sprouted from the ground, blocking third Hokage's attack. Taking advantage of the distraction, the second Hokage launched an assault from the side. Caught between the two, the third Hokage quickly fell into a disadvantage. Even though neither the first Hokage nor the second Hokage was at full strength, he was still no match for them. Byakuya glanced at Orochimaru before shifting his gaze to the battle between the Hokage. A thought surfaced in his mind: he wanted to fight them. Even if this wasn't the first Hokage at his peak, it would still serve as a benchmark to measure his own strength. Only by having a point of reference could he better plan his next steps. In a flash, Byakuya appeared beside the third Hokage, easing some of his pressure. Seeing Byakuya interfere, Orochimaru's expression flickered. Then, he loosened his control over the first Hokage and second Hokage, allowing them to regain part of their consciousness. Since Byakuya was interested in fighting the Hokage, he wouldn't stop him. This was also a good opportunity to test Byakuya's strength. If Byakuya could defeat the first Hokage and second Hokage, then he was still the Orochimaru of Akatsuki. If not, then Byakuya simply wasn't strong enough. As the curse seal's influence weakened, the clarity in the first Hokage and second Hokage's eyes returned. Scanning their surroundings, the two Hokage frowned. The first Hokage spoke first. "Aren't I dead? Is this the village? Why am I here?" Halfway through his sentence, he noticed the second Hokage beside him. "Tobirama, are you messing with your forbidden jutsu again? Didn't I tell you that disturbing the dead is very rude?" The second Hokage's expression darkened as he responded flatly. "Aniki, I think you should take a good look around. I'm just as dead as you. Clearly, someone used Edo Tensei to drag us back from the Pure Land." The first Hokage, however, remained unconcerned. "Isn't that because you studied Edo Tensei in the first place? I told you long ago to stop developing jutsu. Every jutsu you create is more dangerous than the last." The second Hokage didn't reply. Instead, he turned his gaze to Byakuya, third Hokage, and Orochimaru. Judging from their positions, he and his brother had likely been resurrected by this androgynous-looking individual. The person's goal was undoubtedly to destroy Konoha. As for how the enemy had learned Edo Tensei, that was unknown. Right now, the most important thing was to find a way to break free from the jutsu and kill the user on the spot. If possible, he also wanted to see what had become of Konoha after his death. At this moment, the first Hokage finally sensed that something was off. He frowned as he looked at the third Hokage and then said, "Tobirama, look at that old man over there, isn't that Sarutobi? How did he become Hokage?" The second Hokage's face darkened as he replied, "Sarutobi was the Hokage I appointed before I died. I never expected that we would one day become enemies of Konoha. As for the boy next to him, I don't recognize him." "You don't know him?" The first Hokage looked puzzled. "But I think he's very strong." Hearing this, the second Hokage immediately turned to stare at his older brother. He knew just how powerful his brother was. So, if even he said someone was strong, then that person's strength was undoubtedly unfathomable. Yet strangely, the second Hokage himself didn't sense anything particularly extraordinary about this young man. At that moment, Orochimaru stepped forward with a sly smile and said, "First Hokage-sama, second Hokage-sama, your time for reminiscing is over. Your mission is to destroy all of Konoha." Upon hearing this, both the first Hokage and second Hokage's faces grew grim. However, bound by the cursed seal's restrictions, they had no way to resist. Their hands were forced into forming seals, launching an attack on Byakuya and the third Hokage. At the same time, they urged Byakuya and the third Hokage to retreat and find reinforcements. Byakuya simply shook his head lightly. Then, pressing his palms together, he cast Would Release, Jukai Koten to counter the first Hokage's Would Release. Seeing this, both the first Hokage and second Hokage froze in place. If they weren't mistaken, Byakuya had just used Would Release. And judging by the sheer scale of it, his strength had already reached Kage level. Realizing this, the two Hokage suddenly felt a sense of relief. The first Hokage even sighed in admiration, "Sarutobi, you've nurtured quite the talent over the years. To think that Konoha has once again produced a Would-Release user." The third Hokage's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly explained, "First Hokage-sama, Tobirama-sensei, Byakuya isn't a Konoha ninja. He's from Amigakure, he's only visiting Konoha." "He's not a Konoha ninja?" The first Hokage and second Hokage exchanged glances, finding it hard to believe what they had just heard. A Would-Release user inside Konoha, yet he wasn't a Konoha shinobi? It was almost unthinkable. This made them suspect there was more to the story than what was being said. Orochimaru chuckled playfully before adding, "A Would-Release user who isn't from Konoha, doesn't that seem perfectly normal? First Hokage, second Hokage, perhaps you should ask your dear sensei what exactly he's done over the years to let Konoha end up like this." After a brief pause, Orochimaru continued, "In today's shinobi world, the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans no longer exist. They've long since become history." His words sent a jolt through both the first Hokage and second Hokage. They turned to the third Hokage and demanded, "Sarutobi, is what he said true? And from the way he speaks, does that mean he's your student?" The third Hokage let out a bitter laugh, then nodded. "Orochimaru is my disciple, and everything he said is true." After Tobirama-sensei passed, the Senju clan disbanded. The Uzumaki clan was attacked by several villages and was wiped out. As for the Uchiha, they rebelled a few years ago. They are no longer part of Konoha. This is all my fault. The second Hokage looked at the third Hokage, his gaze complex. Then, after a moment, he said, "No, Sarutobi, I believe you had your reasons. The fact that you are here, fighting to protect Konoha, is proof enough of your dedication. Right now, all you need to do is survive and lead the remaining Konoha shinobi in resisting." Orochimaru's expression darkened as he said, "Tobirama-sama, I haven't finished playing with my sensei yet. How can you just decide on your own to let him escape? He is the Hokage of this village." The second Hokage let out a cold chuckle and replied, "You should worry about yourself first. I am the creator of Edo Tensei. Did you really think this technique could restrict my actions?" With that, the second Hokage quickly formed hand seals, attempting to break free from the caster's control. But in the next instant, his expression soured. He had failed to escape Orochimaru's control. With no other options, he turned to look at the first Hokage. However, the first Hokage showed no interest in breaking free. He was too engrossed in his fight with Byakuya. After realizing that their would-release techniques could not overpower each other, the battle shifted to taijutsu. And during their exchange, the first Hokage discovered that Byakuya also used the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu, which immediately piqued his interest. The second Hokage soon noticed something was off as well. Byakuya's techniques felt eerily familiar. His sealing techniques came from the Uzumaki clan. His taijutsu carried hints of the Uchiha style. And his broad, relentless combat style perfectly embodied the Senju way. But what was truly terrifying was that this boy's chakra seemed limitless. How could he fight the first Hokage for so long without running out of stamina? Could it be that this kid was the strongest shinobi in the current era? As Byakuya continued his clash with the first Hokage, he gradually got a better sense of his own power level. From this fight alone, it was clear that this weakened version of the first Hokage was no match for him. If he wanted to, he could seal him away right here. But if it were the first Hokage at full power, that would be an entirely different story. That man had no weaknesses, he was a monster. After taking another blow from the first Hokage and having his would-release clone intercept the second Hokage, Byakuya turned to the third Hokage and said, "Sarutobi, leave the first Hokage and second Hokage to me. You should go handle other matters." The third Hokage hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to retreat. He had expected Byakuya to be strong, but he hadn't imagined that Byakuya could hold his own against both the first Hokage and second Hokage. Originally, he had planned to take this opportunity to deal with Orochimaru, but when he saw the last unopened coffin beside Orochimaru, he hesitated. After the third Hokage left, Orochimaru did not make any moves. First, because the first Hokage and second Hokage were occupied with Byakuya. Second, because he had already accounted for the third Hokage escaping in their plan. He had wanted to give his sensei a dignified end, but the old man had chosen to flee instead. Sighing softly, Orochimaru refocused on the battle between Byakuya and the two Hokage. At this point, it was clear that killing Byakuya here was impossible. That mountain was not so easily climbed. Until he was absolutely certain of victory, he would remain a loyal member of Akatsuki. However, Edo Tensei was proving to be quite an intriguing technique. If he could collect enough strong corpses, he might even be able to start a world war. After leading the battle, the third Hokage quickly dispatched a few Otonin who stood in his way and made his way back into the village. Standing atop a tall building, he glanced toward the exam arena, then toward the outer walls. He was torn. Should he gather reinforcements to fight Orochimaru? Or should he go support Jiraiya and the Konoha Defense Force? At that moment, he noticed the presence of root shinobi. Danzo was leading them, lurking in the shadows. It was clear that they were holding back, refusing to engage in the battle between the invaders and Konoha's defenders. They were preserving their strength. This wasn't the first time Danzo had done this. During the Ninetales attack, Root had remained inactive. Now, during the Konoha crush, they were doing the same, staying hidden, conserving their forces. Yet back on the night of the Uchiha massacre, Danzo had been the first to move against the Uchiha. Hearing this, the third Hokage felt a surge of fury rise within him. Without hesitation, he and a few Umbu instantly appeared in front of Danzo, his voice booming with anger. "Danzo, why aren't you on the front lines?" Shursui had already noticed the third Hokage's approach. Without missing a beat, he replied, "Sarutobi, I am preparing for possible ambushes. Orochimaru and Raza's plan won't be that simple, they definitely have other allies." "That's your excuse for standing by and doing nothing?" The third Hokage's expression darkened. His voice carried a chilling authority. "If you refuse to act now, I will strip you of your authority over Root immediately." Shursui merely chuckled before responding, "Sarutobi, Root has never relied on the village's funding. Do you really think your threat will work? Besides, if you hadn't let Orochimaru go back then, would we even be in this situation now? Sarutobi, do you realize it? You've sat in the Hokage's seat for far too long. The third Hokage caught the shift in Shirsui's tone and suddenly seemed to realize something. His eyes narrowed as he spoke. Danzo, how did you know about Orochimaru and Raza's alliance? Unless you were working with them? Shisui smiled ambiguously and said, "It seems you're not as foolish as I thought, Sarutobi. You actually figured out that Root and Orochimaru have been collaborating. I expected you to stay in the dark a little longer. I had assumed that Orochimaru would take care of you, but it seems he was too soft-hearted after all." The third Hokage was so enraged that he let out a laugh. Danzo, you actually sided with Orochimaru against the village? Do you really think that after I die, you'll be able to become Hokage? No. The third Hokage shook his head and continued, "You will only be remembered as a traitor. The next Hokage will be chosen between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Sarutobi, do you really think our goal is the Hokage's seat? Isn't it? You've dreamed of becoming Hokage since childhood. But you buried yourself in too much darkness. Someone like you was never fit to be Hokage." Ha ha. Shisui laughed and then said, "I abandoned that dream long ago." "And who told you that I am Shimura Danzo? Root is no longer the organization you once knew." Hearing this, the third Hokage's eyes widened in shock as he demanded, "You're not Danzo? Then who are you?" Chapter 378, The Third Hokage Falls. Faced with the third Hokage's interrogation, Shisui didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked in return, "Third Hokage, does my true identity matter? What's more important is, who do you think I am?" The third Hokage's expression grew darker. He understood that the other party had no intention of revealing the truth. If that was the case, then there was only one way to get real answers, through battle. Though he was old, dealing with these faceless schemers was still well within his ability. Wielding his staff, he swung it with chakra-enhanced strength, sweeping across the entire alley. The walls and houses along the way crumbled like brittle twigs under the force of his strike, turning into ruins in an instant. Just as the third Hokage was about to strike again, Shisui activated Susanoo, effortlessly blocking the attack. Staring at the emerald green Susanoo, the third Hokage froze in place, then shouted in shock, "Susanoo! Are you the masked man who launched the Nine-Tails attack?" Shisui shook his head slightly and then, in a voice the third Hokage found eerily familiar, said, "Hokage Dano, how pathetic. You can't even tell the difference between my voice and that masked man's? I am the spy you sent into the Uchiha clan, Shisui Uchiha." The third Hokage hesitated for a moment at the name, then furrowed his brows and said, "You can't be Shisui. The Shisui I remember would never ally with enemies, nor would he betray the village." Shisui released his transformation jutsu and sighed. "That's true. Shisui has been dead for a long time. The one standing before you is, well, the Uchiha Danzo. Everything I've done is for both the clan and the village." Seeing Shisui's face, the third Hokage took a deep breath, his tone calmer as he asked, "So it really is you? But why disguise yourself as Danzo? Why hide your identity? And why join forces with Orochimaru to attack the village? If you were still alive back then, the Uchiha massacre would never have happened." At that moment, as if realizing something, the third Hokage abruptly turned to look at the surrounding Root members. Through their masks, a series of scarlet Sharingan eyes gleamed ominously. All of these Root members had awakened the Sharingan. When had Root been completely taken over? As Hokage, he hadn't even noticed it. No wonder, back during the Uchiha massacre, Danzo was the first to enter the clan district. He had assumed it was because Danzo coveted the Uchiha's bloodline. But in reality, Root was Uchiha, and Uchiha had become Root. In a short span of time, their roles had swapped, pushing the Uchiha into the shadows. Then, when exactly did Shisui become Danzo? As if reading the third Hokage's thoughts, Shisui let out a mocking laugh. "Hokage Dano, you seem quite shocked that I became Danzo. To be honest, I was just as surprised myself. Do you remember the day I voluntarily informed you about my dojutsu? That very afternoon, Danzo came to see me. For the peace of the village, For the unity of the Uchiha and Konoha, I was even willing to reveal my Sharingan's power, but in return, Danzo ambushed me. Do you know what jutsu he used? Under Shursui's intense gaze, the third Hokage slowly shook his head. Shursui continued, it was the Uchiha's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Danzo used a technique given to him by the Uchiha elders to try and kill me. Don't you think that's laughable? Well, after turning the tables and killing Danzo instead, I inherited his identity and became the leader of Root. The third Hokage let out a heavy sigh. He had never imagined events would unfold this way. After a moment, he said, after taking control of Danzo, you shouldn't have become the new Danzo. You should have come to me. I would have handled it properly. Handled it properly? Shursui sneered. You mean, raising a glass in self-punishment and then letting Danzo go back into hiding? Shursui sneered dismissively. If I had reported this to you, the Uchiha would have faced even tighter surveillance. The tensions would have escalated into conflict, leading to an all-out civil war in Konoha. The third Hokage pondered for a moment before saying, you should have trusted my judgment, or at least trusted Itachi. If not for you, he wouldn't have had to go that far. With your strength, becoming Hokage wouldn't have been difficult. At the mention of Itachi's name, the expressions of the Uchiha present instantly darkened, their eyes brimming with killing intent. Shursui raised a hand, signaling them to remain calm. He then turned to the third Hokage with a faint smile. I never had much interest in becoming Hokage, but I also didn't want my clan to waste their lives chasing that title. As for Itachi Uchiha, he is no longer one of us. You do well not to mention him. The third Hokage locked eyes with Shursui. If you don't seek the Hokage seat, then why are you aiding Orochimaru in attacking the village? Shursui looked at him with mild surprise. Third Hokage Dano, wasn't it you who let Orochimaru go? I haven't betrayed the village, I just thought I'd arrange a little reunion between you and your former student. However, I didn't expect Orochimaru to be this pathetic, though. He actually let you escape all the way here. After a brief pause, Shursui continued, originally, I planned to clean up the mess after your death. But since you've managed to get away, I'll have to send you off myself. Can't have you interfering with my plans, now, can we? The third Hokage wasn't surprised at all by Shursui's intention to kill him. What concerned him more was what Shursui and Orochimaru were truly planning. Shursui, what exactly is your goal with Orochimaru? Is it simply to kill me and destroy your own home? Shursui shook his head. Our only objective is to remove you from power. When this is over, I will still be Danzo, and Orochimaru will still be a rogue ninja. But Konoha will undergo a transformation. The third Hokage's expression dimmed. So, I'm the one standing in the way of Konoha's future. But entrusting the village's fate to the likes of you and Orochimaru, I can't say I feel at ease with that. With that, he launched another attack, his staff moving in an impenetrable flurry of strikes. Shursui charged forward, unfazed, using Susanoo to block the onslaught. Then, under the third Hokage's stunned gaze, he activated with release. You really are the masked man? The third Hokage was horrified. Shursui continued his pursuit, manipulating wooden tendrils. Don't lump me in with that beast. This is a combination of Orochimaru's and Danzo's research, I'm merely making use of their leftovers. Before Yamato became widely known, there were almost no recorded users of wood release in the ninja world. But as the research advanced, more and more shinobi acquired wood release. The Uchiha were particularly compatible with the technique, boasting a high success rate when receiving wood release transplants. The third Hokage found Shursui's explanation difficult to believe, but at this point, the truth hardly mattered. If he couldn't defeat Shursui Uchiha here, then both he and the village were doomed. Forming hand seals, he summoned 4 shadow clones and prepared a powerful combination technique. 5-style great consecutive bullets. A massive surge of chakra erupted as 5 different elemental attacks were unleashed simultaneously, colliding in a brilliant explosion. A towering mushroom cloud rose into the sky, drawing the attention of the Konoha villagers. Fear gripped their hearts as they turned to see the battle's epicenter. At that moment, root operatives appeared among them, swiftly evacuating the civilians from the area. At the same time, the root operatives also prevented Konoha's shinobi from rushing in to provide assistance. Shursui endured the full impact of the 5-style great consecutive bullets using his Susanoo, but beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He couldn't help but acknowledge the third Hokage's strength. Even after more than a decade without actively taking on missions, Hiruzen Sarutobi still maintained the combat prowess worthy of a Hokage. His chakra reserves were astonishing, almost comparable to Shursui himself, who had Hashirama's cells implanted. Taking him down would be no easy feat. However, if the third Hokage managed to escape, both the Uchiha and Root would be hunted down like rats, unable to remain in Konoha any longer. The third Hokage, too, was drenched in sweat. He hadn't expected Shursui to be this powerful, so strong that conventional ninjutsu had little effect on him. Even the special techniques he had prepared in advance weren't particularly useful against him. The Reaper Death Seal was indeed the strongest sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, but its effectiveness against living enemies was limited. Moreover, even if he took Shursui down with him, Orochimaru would still be a looming threat. With no way to ensure mutual destruction, his only option was to escape. If he could regroup with the main forces, then with Jiraiya's help, he could put an end to this Konoha rebellion. Just as the third Hokage was making his desperate retreat, two figures appeared in his path. They wore the same masks as the root operatives, yet their strikingly vibrant red hair set them apart. Though it was only the two of them standing there, it felt as if they commanded an entire army behind them. Faced with these mysterious women, the third Hokage halted his steps. He glanced behind at Shursui, who was still in pursuit, then turned back to the two unknown kunoichi. He wasn't sure whether they were enemies or allies. Shursui, too, grimaced at their sudden appearance. At that moment, one of the mysterious women spoke. "Shursui Uchiha, send your men to repel Orochimaru's attack. It's time to put an end to this farce." Shursui was momentarily stunned, then seemed to realize something. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to reinforce Konoha's defense forces. There were only a handful of people who could identify him at this moment, and aside from Byakuya himself, only his closest confidants could do so. Moreover, he recognized the emblem of the Uzumaki clan and knew of Byakuya's connection to them. With the root operatives gone, the three of them encircled the third Hokage. Hiruzen still wanted to resist, but golden chains suddenly materialized from the air, blocking his path. He had confidence that he could shatter these chakra-forged chains, but he no longer felt the will to fight. The golden chains, adamantine sealing chains, were an unmistakable mark of the Uzumaki clan. This was a secret technique exclusive to them, one that only Uzumaki shinobi could wield. Adding that to Shursui's Sharingan and would release. The third Hokage suddenly found himself questioning everything. Had I truly made a mistake somewhere? Otherwise, why would a group of shinobi, possessing the powers of the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki, all stand against me? With a heavy clang, the third Hokage let go of his staff. As the staff hit the ground, it transformed back into Enma, who appeared at Hiruzen's side with a confused expression. "Hiruzen, why are you giving up? We can still fight." The third Hokage shook his head, his voice quiet but firm. "There's no need to fight any longer. The shinobi standing before me are not enemies, they are comrades of the village. Shursui is Kagami's grandson. Orochimaru is my student. The Uzumaki clan has always been Konoha's ally. And, haven't you noticed?" His voice grew heavier. "I've been fighting here for so long, yet Konoha's elite jonin still haven't arrived to support me. That means they, too, have abandoned me. Since everyone believes I can no longer be Hokage, there's no reason for me to keep fighting. By letting go now, I can minimize the village's losses. I trust they won't harm Konoha, one sacrifice is enough." Hearing this, Shursui sneered. "Your final words sound far more pleasant than Danzo's." That fool still believed he was right even after his defeat. Utterly hopeless. "Oh, Then I suppose I'm still better than Danzo, after all. The third Hokage chuckled softly, then turned his gaze toward the two mysterious kunoichi nearby. Shursue's identity has already been revealed. What about you two? Can't you at least tell a dying man who you are? Kushina shook her head, and Karen answered in her place. Apologies, third Hokage. Orochimaru has just used Edo Tensei, we can't afford to reveal anything. In this world, not even the dead can keep secrets. With that, Kushina and Karen moved in unison, their adamantine sealing chains binding the third Hokage. Shursui stepped forward, casting a Jinjutsu that sent him into unconsciousness, stripping him of any further ability to resist. Once he had collapsed, Kushina removed her mask and turned to Shursui. Shursui, what do you plan to do with him? He made a lot of mistakes, but once, he was a good Hokage. Shursui glanced at Kushina, immediately recognizing her identity. The woman who was believed to have died when the tailed beast was extracted from her, was now standing before him, alive and well. But to him, it was hardly shocking anymore. If he himself had faked his death and survived, then why couldn't Kushina? Even if she had truly died, he believed Byakuya-sama could bring back the dead. In his eyes, Byakuya was no different from the Sage of Six Paths, a walking god in the shinobi world. After a brief moment of silence, Shursui answered. I'll send the third Hokage to accompany Danzo. Byakuya-sama already decided this long ago. What about you, Lady Kushina? What do you plan to do next? He paused before asking. Are you planning to step into the light and control Konoha as the Hokage's wife? Chapter 379, Hokage's Questions and Answers. Shursue's words made Kushina pause. She turned around slowly and said, even you don't want to be Hokage, choosing instead to remain in the shadows as Konoha's roots. Do you think I would care about the position or the power that comes with it? She sighed, but Konoha today is disappointing. If Minato were leading the village, it would never have ended up like this. But Minato is gone for good. Seeing that Kushina had no interest in the Hokage seat either, Shursui felt a mix of emotions. The once coveted title of Hokage was now something that people like them actively avoided. Not just him and Kushina, Tsunade and Jiraiya were the same. Letting out a quiet sigh, Shursui spoke. If you don't want to be Hokage, then it'll have to be either Jiraiya or Tsunade. Who do you think should take the position? Kushina glanced at Shursui and replied, that's up to you all. I have no interest in Konoha. Right now, I just want to focus on raising Naruto and making up for the love he lacked in his childhood. For once, I want to be selfish. After saying this, Kushina felt as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. There were many reasons why she didn't want to step forward. For one, she had no way to explain where she had been all these years. She also couldn't risk exposing Akatsuki's secrets. But more than anything, she was simply tired of protecting Konoha. Over a decade ago, she and Minato had given their lives to save the village. Yet, the one who caused the greatest harm to Konoha had come from within. Her clan had been destroyed while Konoha stood by and did nothing. Even after her and Minato's deaths, their son, Naruto, had never been treated as the child of a hero. Maybe it wasn't such a bad thing for Akatsuki, inheritors of the Will of Fire, to take over Konoha. After all, Akatsuki's top leaders, just like Minato, were all Jiraiya-sensei's students. As Kushina disappeared into the streets of Konoha, Shursui looked down at the unconscious third Hokage in his hands. He created several shadow clones before heading toward the root base. Once the third Hokage was dealt with, this farce would finally come to an end. Raza and Sasori were the first to receive the news. The two were locked in battle within the Forest of Death, their attacks tearing apart the landscape with ease. Even elite Jonin dared not approach the aftermath of their clash. By all logic, Raza's magnet release should have been a natural counter to puppet techniques, disrupting and disabling them. Yet for some reason, some of Sasori's puppets were completely unaffected. Even at a distance of hundreds of meters, they moved as fluidly as ever. Raza quickly realized that there was something off about these puppets. Unlike the others, These particular ones had numerous black rods embedded in them. These rods didn't seem to be made of chakra metal, yet their ability to transmit chakra far surpassed it. What Raza didn't know was that these rods were creations of yin-yang release, naturally suppressing most ninjutsu. This was a gift from Byakuya for Sasori's role in taking control of Sunagakure, a way to ensure that even without his third Kazekage puppet, he could still stand on equal footing with Raza. Although both men were members of Akatsuki on the surface, in truth, they despised each other and would gladly kill one another if given the chance. But because of Byakuya, they were forced to cooperate for now. The reason was simple: everything was for the sake of Sunagakure. If Sunagakure wanted to break free from Konoha's influence and reclaim its independence, it needed an undeniable justification that Konoha could not refuse. Seeing that he couldn't take down Sasori of the Red Sand, Raza sighed inwardly and occasionally glanced toward Konoha's urban district, contemplating the best way to retreat while maximizing Sunagakure's benefits. As the two clashed, a shadow clone of Shisui arrived, appearing beside Sasori. Noticing Danzo's presence, both Sasori and Raza knew that the plan had entered its next phase. After a few feigned attacks, Raza dived into the forest of death, vanishing into the dense foliage. Once Raza was gone, Sasori turned to Shisui and coldly asked, "Danzo, what's the situation with the third Hokage?" Shisui put on an expression of grief and sorrow. The third Hokage was gravely wounded while defending Konoha and lost consciousness during the battle. "Kazekage-dano, you should join me in avenging him." Hearing this, Sasori frowned slightly. "Cut the act. Everyone knows you're one of the key players in the Konoha Crush plan. Just don't forget our deal when you take over Konoha. Konoha no longer has the power to suppress Sunagakure. You'd best hurry up and abolish the previous treaty." Shisui glanced at Sasori before responding, "We're all under Byakuya-sama, there's no need to be so rigid about these things. I won't take the initiative to revoke the treaty. If you want it gone, send someone to negotiate with Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado. Given the current situation, your demands aren't excessive, they'll agree." Sasori snorted coldly. "Even if we both serve Byakuya, Konoha and Sunagakure aren't subordinate to each other. I don't believe there will ever be lasting peace between us. We're both acting for the sake of our own villages, there's no need for pretenses." Shisui didn't respond. Instead, he simply formed a hand seal, dispelling his shadow clone into a wisp of white smoke. Meanwhile, Byakuya's battle with the first and second Hokage had reached a critical point. The longer the fight dragged on, the more Hashirama and Tobirama could sense Byakuya's overwhelming strength. They couldn't help but admire the fact that the shinobi world still had such powerful successors. After tanking an explosive tag bombardment, Hashirama's reanimated body slowly reassembled itself. Floating midair, Byakuya looked down upon him, and Hashirama found himself growing excited at the thought of going all out against him. With Byakuya's current abilities, even if Hashirama were at his peak, taking him down wouldn't have been an easy task. Byakuya's skill in both ninjutsu and taijutsu had reached the level of Hashirama's youth. His expertise in jinjutsu and sealing techniques was also impressive, reaching at least Kage level. The only thing missing was Sage Mode. Byakuya lacked the ability to harness natural energy, preventing his ninjutsu from reaching their maximum potential. Because of this, he was also unable to use true several thousand hands. Compared to Hashirama's excitement, Tobirama's thoughts were far more complex. He had no idea where this monster named Byakuya had come from. Since the start of their battle, Byakuya had used no fewer than 20 different jutsu. Each one belonged to a different nature transformation, and he had even demonstrated multiple bloodline limit. It was like fighting a one-man army. What was even more terrifying was that Byakuya's body housed all these bloodline limits without any apparent incompatibilities. Just what kind of physique and soul strength did he possess to withstand such contradictions? If Tobirama were still alive, he wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to research Byakuya. If he could uncover the secrets behind Byakuya's abilities, it would greatly advance Konoha's bloodline transplantation techniques. With that, Konoha's war potential could rise to an entirely new level. However, researching Byakuya was nothing more than a pipe dream for the second Hokage. He was just a dead man, lacking the power to take Byakuya down. Even if he did manage to capture him, it would only be a gift to the monkey's disciples. At that moment, Tobirama seemed to realize something and turned his gaze into the distance. The monkey had been gone for quite some time now. Why hadn't he returned with reinforcements? No matter how many battles were happening elsewhere, nothing should be more important than this one. And where were Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura? Had they already perished in the earlier conflicts? After once again blasting Tobirama's reanimated body apart, Byakuya turned toward Orochimaru in the distance and said, "Orochimaru, are these two dead men the only reinforcements you have? Where are the others?" Orochimaru, who had been watching the entire battle unfold, paled. He was genuinely afraid of Byakuya's combat strength. Even though he was currently one of Byakuya's subordinates, he had summoned none other than the first and second Hokage. Even at only half their original strength, they should have been overwhelmingly powerful. As Hashirama's body regenerated, he glanced at the shaken Orochimaru, then at Byakuya, and slowly spoke. "You over there, the monkey's student, you must be Orochimaru. Since even with Tobirama and me under your control, you still can't defeat Byakuya, why don't you two just talk things out? I don't see why you need to attack Konoha just because you left it." "Aniki? The fuck?" Tobirama's expression shifted. He knew all too well that his brother was always the first to suggest sitting down and talking things out. But things weren't like they used to be. They no longer held absolute military superiority. Back in their time, the only reason the other four great villages visited Konoha and calmly attended the tailed beast distribution talks was the sheer power of Hashirama and Madara. Byakuya suddenly laughed. "That works for me. I was just thinking about having a chat with Orochimaru-sama. I'm not a Konoha shinobi, after all, meeting with Konoha's fifth Hokage in advance doesn't sound bad." Hearing this, Hashirama's expression darkened. Tobirama's face instantly turned ice cold. If Byakuya and Orochimaru truly joined forces, Konoha would be in grave danger. It might even be broken up into smaller, weaker villages. Wait! Fifth Hokage? Did that mean there had been a fourth Hokage? With that thought, Tobirama crossed his arms and asked in a cold voice. "You over there, kid, did the village really have a fourth Hokage?" Byakuya nodded, his tone laced with amusement. "Yes, Konoha had a fourth Hokage. But he's already dead. This man, Orochimaru, was one of the candidates for fourth Hokage, but unfortunately, he lost to Minato." Orochimaru was a Hokage candidate? Both Hashirama and Tobirama's minds began racing. Hashirama thought of Madara. Back then, after their falling out, Madara had left the village. When he returned, he brought the Nine Tails with him and started talking about the future. Could Orochimaru's situation be similar to Madara's? If so, things were going to get complicated. Tobirama, however, focused on a different detail. He turned back to Byakuya and continued questioning him. "Kid, how did the fourth Hokage die? Who killed him?" Before Byakuya could respond, Orochimaru spoke first. "The fourth Hokage died during the Nine Tails incident. Someone manipulated the Nine Tails into attacking the village. To protect Konoha, the fourth Hokage used the Reaper Death Seal and perished along with the Nine Tails." "Died to the Nine Tails?" Hashirama's expression became somewhat peculiar. He really couldn't imagine a scenario where he would die at the hands of the Nine Tails. Even someone as weak as Tobirama wouldn't fall to the beast. The creature was certainly powerful, but not enough to kill a Senju. Tobirama pressed further. "Someone controlled the Nine Tails. Don't tell me it was the Uchiha?" Byakuya nodded. Judging by what happened back then, it was most likely an Uchiha, probably Madara Uchiha. I've fought him several times over the years, and he should have the ability to control the Nine Tails. Unfortunately, he always escapes before I can finish him off." "You fought Madara Uchiha several times? And you couldn't take him down?" Tobirama scoffed, as if he had just heard a joke. Listen, kid. I acknowledge your strength, as you might even be on par with me at my peak. But you clearly don't understand Madara's power. If your opponent really was Madara, the one running would be you. Besides, Madara died at my brother's hands. I even kept his body in my lab for research. There's no way he just magically came back to life. Byakuya glanced at Tobirama and smirked. Well, I suppose he isn't the Madara you remember. But it doesn't matter. As long as he calls himself Madara, he is Madara. At that moment, Hashirama frowned. Tobirama, why did you experiment on Madara's body? Didn't I tell you dash? Aniki, shut up. Tobirama cut him off before he could finish. Then, turning to Orochimaru, he asked, Orochimaru, don't tell me you're working with the Uchiha in this attack? Did you even borrow Madara's power? I know that monkey well enough. If you managed to sneak so many people into Konoha, you must have had help from the inside. At the mention of the Uchiha, Orochimaru paused for a moment before replying. Second Hokage, let's not talk about my allies for now. The Uchiha clan disbanded years ago. Only 2 or 3 of them remain. The Uchiha only have 2 or 3 members left? Tobirama was both shocked and delighted, his emotions tangled as he asked. When did the Uchiha disband? Who did it? Itachi Uchiha. For the sake of the village, he wiped out the entire clan. As he answered Tobirama's question, Orochimaru glanced at Byakuya, waiting for instructions. He was unsure of what to do next and felt trapped in a difficult situation. Upon hearing of the Uchiha's downfall, Hashirama let out a sigh before turning back to Byakuya. Byakuya-kun, your chakra should be almost fully recovered by now. Let's continue our fight. Orochimaru over there has already realized you were stalling for time. Chapter 380, The Fear and Respect of Konoha's Shinobi. As the fierce battle raged across Konoha, an uninvited guest arrived at the Hokage building. With the third Hokage gone and the elite Umbu forces occupied elsewhere, Obito easily infiltrated the building and made his way to the chamber where the Scroll of Seals was kept. His target was a forbidden jutsu inscribed on the scroll, Edo Tensei, the technique that could summon the dead from the Pure Land back to the world of the living. Before witnessing Byakuya's battle against the first and second Hokage, Obito had been skeptical of Edo Tensei's power. He hadn't believed the technique could pose any real threat to the shinobi of this era. But after seeing Hashirama and Tobirama in action, he had made up his mind. He would bring Madara Uchiha back. Madara alone would be enough to deal with the uncontrollable force that was Byakuya and finally bring forth the infinite Tsukuyomi, achieving eternal peace. Stepping into the chamber, Obito flipped open the Scroll of Seals, triggering the barrier traps left behind. With a simple Kamui phase-through, he avoided the trap's attack and successfully obtained the scroll, quickly locating the section detailing Edo Tensei. The technique's principle was simple. By using a portion of the deceased's remains, the summoner could link to their soul in the Pure Land and resurrect them into a special vessel. Depending on the quality of the vessel, the revived individual's strength would vary. For Obito, finding a suitable vessel wasn't difficult. The White Zetsu were ideal Edo Tensei hosts, as using them would allow the reincarnated shinobi to reach their full potential. Now, all that remained was locating Madara's corpse. The only complication was that Madara had once told him he didn't want to be revived through Edo Tensei, he desired a young, living body and had planned to be resurrected through Nagato's Rinne rebirth. Obito pushed aside his stray thoughts and left the Hokage building. Before vanishing, he glanced in Byakuya's direction, his eyes deep with meaning. Today's stage belonged to Byakuya, so he wouldn't interfere. But this would be Byakuya's last performance. Once Madara returned, everything would change. The positions of power between them would completely reverse. As time passed, more and more shinobi disengaged from their own battles and turned their attention toward the clash at the arena. Among them were Jiraiya, leading Konoha's defensive forces, and Sasori, commanding the Suna forces. With so many eyes on him, Orochimaru grew increasingly uneasy. After Hashirama and Tobirama's Edo Tensei bodies were once again shattered, Orochimaru made up his mind, he had to retreat. First, he had Hashirama cast the Bringer of Darkness technique, shrouding the battlefield in an impenetrable blackness. Then, under the cover of the darkness, he slipped away into the jungle. Before leaving, he didn't forget to issue a command, ordering the first and second Hokage to continue fighting. When the darkness finally lifted, Jiraiya and the reinforcement squad arrived at the arena. Appearing beside Byakuya with a flicker of movement, Jiraiya asked, "Need a hand, Byakuya? It looks like you're struggling against the first and second Hokage on your own." Byakuya, looking visibly exhausted, shot him an irritated glance. "Jiraiya and I, do you even need to ask? You know how strong the first and second Hokage are. If they weren't in Edo Tensei form, I would have been defeated already." His complaint left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. There was no denying it, setting aside Tobirama, Hashirama had been in a league of his own back in the day. Without his overwhelming strength, the Warring States period would never have ended, and the one nation, one village system would have never been established. The fact that Byakuya had held his own against both Hokage for so long already spoke volumes about his power. Byakuya paused for a moment before continuing, "Oh, right, Jiraiya and I, do you know what jutsu Orochimaru is using? I've taken down those two Hokage of yours countless times, but they keep regenerating so quickly. What exactly does it take to make them stay down?" Jiraiya glanced at Byakuya and replied, "If I'm not mistaken, Orochimaru is using Edo Tensei. Shinobi revived by Edo Tensei have unlimited chakra and rapid regeneration. The only way to truly defeat them is through sealing techniques." Byakuya frowned. Such a twisted jutsu, how did it even come into existence? At those words, Jiraiya's expression turned a bit awkward. He raised a finger and pointed toward the second Hokage standing not far away. Tobirama's face darkened immediately. But under Orochimaru's control, he was unable to speak in his own defense. "Oh, so it was Konoha's second Hokage? Then never mind." Byakuya's tone was one of complete indifference. He then added, "I've heard stories about the demon of the Senju, Tobirama. He was no less of a mad scientist than Orochimaru. In any other situation, Konoha's shinobi would have been outraged at such blatant disrespect toward the second Hokage. But Byakuya was simply stating a fact. While Tobirama had indeed established the academy system and helped stabilize the village, his approach to experimentation had been ruthless and utterly pragmatic. After some thought, Byakuya turned to Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya and I, you take the Konoha shinobi and deal with the second Hokage. I'll handle sealing the first Hokage myself." Jiraiya nodded and immediately led Konoha's forces to engage Tobirama. With the help of the Sealing Corps and the older Inoshikacho trio, they quickly managed to suppress the second Hokage. Tobirama, now restrained, glanced at the young shinobi holding him down, his gaze filled with a complicated mix of emotions. Even after his death, Konoha had produced some truly skilled ninja. Meanwhile, Byakuya engaged Hashirama in close combat, swiftly weaving golden adamantine sealing chains toward him, restricting his movements. Just as Hashirama prepared to counter, a sudden shift occurred. From outside the village, Orochimaru, having already fled, chose to release Edo Tensei. As the technique unraveled, Hashirama and Tobirama's bodies began to crumble, their souls drifting upward toward the sky, returning to the Pure Land. At that moment, Tobirama raised his hand, intending to use Edo Tensei, release, a hidden failsafe known only to the jutsu's creator. By activating this technique at the moment of Edo Tensei's cancellation, a summoned soul could resist being sent back to the Pure Land and instead remain in the living world as a free Edo Tensei body. Hashirama noticed Tobirama's actions and immediately spoke up. "Tobirama, stop. We're already dead. We shouldn't interfere with the affairs of the living." Tobirama frowned. "But the shinobi world still needs us. That damn Orochimaru is still out there, and that Uchiha using Madara's name needs to be dealt with." Hashirama sighed and shook his head. "I know Konoha is facing trouble, but if we help once, there will be a second time, and a third. Konoha cannot remain under our shadow forever. If the boundary between life and death continues to blur, the shinobi world will never know peace." Tobirama, for all his defiance, had always listened to his older brother in the most crucial moments. This was precisely why he was the second Hokage and not the first. As Hashirama's Edo Tensei body faded, he cast one last glance at Byakuya, his expression unreadable. Byakuya noticed, but he said nothing. He simply stood there in silence, watching the two great Hokage vanish from the world once more. With the first and second Hokage finally dealt with, the tension that had gripped Konoha's shinobi began to ease. When they turned to look at Byakuya, their eyes were filled with a new kind of respect, one that bordered on reverence. Before, they had heard of Byakuya's strength, knowing he was powerful enough to be considered for Hokage. But hearing was one thing. Seeing was another. And now that they had witnessed his strength firsthand, they finally understood just how terrifyingly strong he was. Over the years, Konoha's shinobi had poured immense effort into barely sealing the second Hokage. Yet, Byakuya had managed to withstand both Hokages simultaneously, even launching counterattacks. Now, with the first and second Hokage's Edo Tensei bodies finally defeated, Sasori had also stabilized Gaara, who had gone berserk earlier. When it came to handling Shikaku, Sasori had no shortage of experience. After dispelling the Jinjutsu that had affected Gaara, the One-Tail naturally returned to his body. At that moment, Jiraiya and the others suddenly realized something and turned to Byakuya. "Byakuya, where is the Hokage?" In a crisis like this, the Hokage should have made an appearance. Byakuya looked just as confused. He glanced at Jiraiya and said, "Didn't the Hokage go to find you for backup? You mean you haven't seen him?" Jiraiya and the Inoshikacho trio exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions turning thoughtful. For years, they had disagreed with the third Hokage on various policies. However, their differences were merely political, none of them had ever doubted his commitment to Konoha. Yet now, with the external threat resolved, Hiruzen Sarutobi was nowhere to be found. Could it be that Orochimaru's true target hadn't been the village at all, but rather the third Hokage himself? Had this entire attack been nothing more than a distraction, allowing Orochimaru to assassinate the Hokage in the chaos? Jiraiya's expression darkened at the thought. Without hesitation, he ordered Konoha's forces to search for Hiruzen. The village had already lost one Hokage 10 years ago. They couldn't afford to lose another. Just then, Shisui arrived with a squad of root shinobi. Seeing Shisui, his body still wrapped in bandages, the surrounding shinobi frowned in disapproval. Their dislike wasn't directed at him personally but at Danzo and Root as a whole. Despite some improvements in Root's reputation over the years, the organization had long been infamous within Konoha. And now, after arriving so late to the battlefield, they were drawing even more suspicion. Ignoring the wary gazes, Shisui walked up to Jiraiya and said, "We encountered Orochimaru's elite forces earlier, so we were delayed. Did you manage to capture him?" The Konoha shinobi shook their heads. Upon seeing their expressions, Shisui frowned and muttered, "You mean to tell me you couldn't even take down a mere Orochimaru? Looks like Sarutobi really is getting old. At his age, why does he still refuse to step down?" His words weren't particularly loud, but every Konoha shinobi present heard them. None of them spoke. Finally, Jiraiya, unable to hold back, quipped, "Danzo-dano, you're getting up there in age yourself. When will you retire from Root and step away from the Hokage building?" Shisui's face stiffened slightly. "Oh, there's no rush," he replied with a forced smile. "I can still contribute to Konoha. I feel quite young, actually." After exchanging a few more jabs, the shinobi focused on clearing the battlefield and searching for the third Hokage. Meanwhile, Shisui, acting as the Hokage's stand-in, escorted Byakuya and Sasori to a reception room for a small-scale meeting. As an undercover Akatsuki agent within Konoha, Shisui took the opportunity to report his recent achievements. Under his leadership, Root had undergone significant reform. Its influence now reached into nearly every aspect of life in Konoha, transforming it into an immense and deeply rooted presence. And just minutes ago, Shisui, alongside Kushina, had defeated the third Hokage. After delivering his report, Shursui turned to Byakuya and asked, Byakuya Dano, do you have any further instructions? And regarding the next Hokage, do you have any recommendations? Byakuya glanced at Shursui and said, I'm not interested in choosing the next Hokage, but I did promise Kushina that her son, Naruto, would become the Hokage after the next one. As for the fifth Hokage, you all can decide for yourselves. If you want to be Hokage, or if you'd rather someone else take the position, it's up to you. You Uchiha have always wanted to hold the Hokage title, haven't you? It wouldn't be too surprising if Danzo finally fulfilled that ambition. Shursui shook his head. Me? Becoming Hokage? That's out of the question. The burden of that role is too great. I can't handle it, and neither can anyone else from our side. Byakuya chuckled. So that means it still comes down to either Tsunade or Jiraiya? What about the Hyuga clan? Do they have any interest in the position? Shursui shook his head again. The Hyuga don't have the energy to compete for the Hokage seat. As per your orders, I've been working alongside Hisashi to suppress the main branch and abolish the caged bird system. If things go as planned, within a decade or so, the Hyuga will no longer have caged bird at all. At that moment, Sasori, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. Why not make Gaara the Hokage? It's not like Konoha has any outstanding candidates left anyway. Halfway through his sentence, Sasori realized how absurd the idea was and quickly corrected himself. My real suggestion is that you, Byakuya Dano, should take the Hokage seat. Aren't you a descendant of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans? If you officially join Konoha, becoming Hokage wouldn't be out of the question. Byakuya shot Sasori a look. His eyes alone made it clear that this conversation was over. Before anyone could press the topic further, Byakuya suddenly sensed something. He turned toward the Hokage building. The barrier he had casually left in the underground vault had been broken. Someone had taken the scroll of seals. Was it Black Zetsu? Or Obito? No longer dwelling on the matter, Byakuya refocused and said, Let's put the Hokage discussion aside for now. We need to talk about our next move. Right now, we control Konoha, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure. If we can bring Iwagakure and Kumogakure under our influence, we can form a true shinobi alliance and bring lasting peace to the world. Byakuya then turned serious. What do you two think? Any good strategies for handling Iwa and Kumo? Chapter 381, High-Level Meeting. The search for the third Hokage had lasted several hours, yet the shinobi of Konohagakure had found no trace of him. Though they continued their efforts, deep down, they already knew the answer. A shinobi as powerful as the third Hokage would not simply vanish without reason. The most likely explanation was that he had fallen victim to an enemy's plot, sacrificing himself to protect the village. Such tragedies were not unheard of. Years ago, the fourth Hokage and his wife had also disappeared defending Konoha, only to later be confirmed dead. With a quiet sigh, the ANBU captain ordered his subordinates to keep searching while he delivered the report to the Hokage building for the village's higher-ups to review. At the moment, the Konoha leadership was overwhelmed. Not only did they have to deal with the aftermath of Orochimaru's attack, but they also had to placate the dignitaries and wealthy merchants who had attended the Chunin exams. Failing to appease them would only make Konoha's future more difficult. Handling these influential figures naturally fell to Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane. Though not the most socially adept, their seniority and experience allowed them to manage the situation with practiced ease. A few carefully crafted reassurances were enough to temporarily soothe the guests' concerns. Meanwhile, Jiraiya took charge of hunting down the remaining sound shinobi and rogue ninja hiding within the village, as well as overseeing the conclusion of the Chunin exams. After such a major disruption, continuing the exams was impossible. Fortunately, the top 8 contestants had already been determined in the earlier rounds, at least showcasing the younger generation's strength. When the ANBU captain handed him the report, Jiraiya let out a quiet sigh. As much as he hated to admit it, the chances of the third Hokage still being alive were slim. Orochimaru had gone to extreme lengths to kill his former teacher, setting up assassins in advance and even resorting to the forbidden Edo Tensei Jutsu. After such unforgivable actions, Jiraiya could no longer find it in himself to forgive Orochimaru. Once the village had a new interim Hokage, he would set out to track down Orochimaru himself and drag him back to answer for his crimes before the old man's spirit. Just then, a Hokage's assistant approached Jiraiya, reminding him to attend the high-level meeting. Jiraiya frowned slightly but nodded. He had little interest in the usual bureaucratic squabbles, but he knew his presence was unavoidable this time. Upon entering the meeting room, he found only 3 others present, the 2 elders, Hamura and Koharu, and Danzo, the leader of Root. These 4 represented Konoha's core leadership at the moment, and no other shinobi, not even elite jonin, were permitted to attend. The agenda for this emergency meeting was straightforward, deciding who would serve as interim Hokage and selecting the 5th Hokage candidate. Before Jiraiya could speak, the 2 elders took the initiative. Jiraiya, with Hiruzen currently missing, the role of interim Hokage must fall to you. You're the only one who can shoulder this responsibility. Jiraiya remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. Shursui, who was also present, did not object to the elders' suggestion, tacitly accepting their decision. With the interim Hokage matter settled so quickly, the discussion shifted to broader topics. After a brief pause, Hamura Mitokado spoke gravely. The foreign dignitaries have been somewhat appeased. They won't demand additional compensation, but we can expect far fewer missions from their affiliates in the future. Jiraiya and Koharu Udatane nodded solemnly. The failure of the Chunin exams and the 3rd Hokage's disappearance had dealt a severe blow to Konoha's reputation. Not only would clients begin doubting the village's capabilities, but the daimyo would likely use this as leverage to cut military funding. Shursui, Danzo, let out a light chuckle and said, "I've always said those outsiders can't be relied on. If Konoha wants to grow stronger, we must replace those merchants and nobles and establish our own industries." Faced with Shursui's sarcasm, the 2 elders could only sigh helplessly. Originally, Root, which had once functioned as a specialized branch of the ANBU, relied on funding from the Hokage's office. But ever since the 3rd Hokage disbanded Root, the organization had found alternative means of financial support. Now, while nominally still under the ANBU's jurisdiction, Root had effectively become semi-independent from Konoha's shinobi forces. Ignoring Shursui's remarks, the 2 elders pulled out the village's damage and casualty reports, passing them around for review. Judging from the data, Konoha's losses, while severe, were still within acceptable limits. Since the battles had taken place outside the residential districts and within the Forest of Death, the village itself had suffered minimal structural damage. The participating shinobi had also avoided heavy casualties, aside from a few unfortunate souls who had fallen to unknown attacks. The greatest loss was the 3rd Hokage himself. And losing their aging, stubborn Hokage might not have been entirely a bad thing for the village. After all, at his age, he would have passed away sooner or later. Perhaps dying in battle to protect Konoha was a more honorable end than wasting away on a sickbed. Come to think of it, was Orochimaru's true goal simply to give his old teacher a dignified death? Dismissing the absurd thought, the group shifted their focus to reconstruction efforts. Thanks to Yamato's release, rebuilding wouldn't be much of a challenge. At most, it would take a few weeks for Konoha to return to its former state. After half an hour of discussion, the meeting finally reached its last agenda item, selecting the 5th Hokage. Naturally, Jiraiya, who was already serving as interim Hokage, was the most suitable candidate. In terms of contributions, seniority, and status, he perfectly met all the requirements. However, Jiraiya flatly refused the position and instead proposed hunting down Orochimaru. But without Jiraiya, the village had no other viable candidates for Hokage. As the atmosphere grew tense, Shursui, imitating Danzo's tone, spoke up. Since the position of 5th Hokage remains undecided, perhaps this old man should take the role. I may not compare to the 1st or 2nd Hokage, but I am more than capable of stabilizing the current situation. Unsurprisingly, the 2 elders immediately vetoed the suggestion. As members of the second Hokage's guard, they believed anyone could become Hokage, except Danzo. If Shursui hadn't been indifferent to the Hokage title, he might have found Danzo's perspective downright pitiable. After decades of toiling for Konoha, Danzo had never even been nominated for Hokage, a perpetual failure in the race for the title. Logically, as fellow failures, Danzo should have sought an alliance with the Uchiha. Yet he had spent his entire career antagonizing them, dragging both sides into an abyss where neither could ever claim the Hokage's seat. Truly, a twisted fate. After a long silence, Jiraiya finally spoke, "How about we bring Tsunade back? I think she'd make a better Hokage than me." The two elders exchanged glances and nodded. For now, this was their only option. Shikaku Nara didn't mince words and laid out his analysis. He believed that the primary goal of the rogue ninja Orochimaru in attacking Konoha was to kill the third Hokage, to prove that his own path was not wrong. But Raza's motives were far more puzzling. As a former Kazekage, Raza had no reason to assault Konoha. If his aim was to reclaim his position as the fourth Kazekage, he should have taken advantage of Sasori's departure and attacked Tsunagakure instead. Yet Raza had joined forces with Orochimaru to strike Konoha. This suggested a deeper scheme, possibly a coordinated plan between Raza and Sasori to weaken Konoha's strength and force the village to annul its treaties with Tsunagakure. Given Raza's former status as Kazekage, this theory held significant weight. However, there was another possibility. Raza might have orchestrated this to sow distrust between Konoha and Tsunagakure. By doing so, he could ensure that, upon his eventual return to Tsunagakure, Konoha would no longer be a reliable ally. More importantly, Shikaku suspected the involvement of the Masked Man. Though the Masked Man hadn't appeared during the Chunin exams, his past manipulation of the fourth Mizukage for years made it highly likely he was pulling strings behind the scenes. After hearing this, the gathered Jonin grew increasingly uneasy about Konoha's future. While the immediate crisis of Konoha's collapse had passed, new threats were already brewing. Did they truly have the strength to protect the village? Among the crowd, Asuma Sarutobi was visibly agitated. As the third Hokage's son, he had been rebellious since childhood, resenting the rigid expectations of his lineage. After repeated clashes with his father, he had left to serve as a guardian ninja for the daimyo. Now, with age came understanding, and he had longed to reconcile. But before he could apologize, his father had vanished, without even a body to recover. Meanwhile, Mike-Guy glanced at Kakashi, his eyes filled with questions. While he mourned the third's disappearance, he couldn't shake Kakashi's earlier words. Kakashi had once asked him, what matters more, the village, or the Hokage? That question now seemed eerily prophetic. Even though the Jonin had received intel about Orochimaru's infiltration beforehand, Guy couldn't shake the feeling that Kakashi knew more than he let on. Stepping closer, Guy lowered his voice. Kakashi, do you know something? Is the third really dead? Kakashi met his gaze briefly before replying, I don't know. I hope he's alive. Truthfully, Kakashi was just as lost. He had assumed that after the third's disappearance, Kushina would step forward to take charge. Yet she remained absent, possibly due to Obito's influence, or perhaps Byakuya's. Guy studied Kakashi but didn't press further. He trusted his rival's words and saw no deceit in his eyes. Even if Kakashi was hiding something, Guy knew he'd share it when the time was right. That was their bond, a promise forged in the fires of youth. If Kakashi knew Guy's thoughts, he might have laughed bitterly. Because the truth was, he had no answers for Konoha's uncertain future. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood together, their usual banter replaced by a heavy silence. Just recalling the chaos of the Chunin exams made Sakura shudder. The battles between those elite shinobi, were those even within the realm of normal ninja combat? She was just a genin. Why did she keep getting dragged into encounters with monsters? If she faced opponents like that on a real mission, would she even survive long enough to complete it? Her gaze drifted to Naruto and Sasuke, stirring complicated emotions. Even before graduation, she'd known she lagged behind them. At first, She blamed it on lacking a Jonin sensei's guidance. But as time passed, the gap only widened. Enemies she struggled against were effortlessly crushed by Naruto and Sasuke. What could she possibly do to catch up? To avoid becoming dead weight? Overwhelmed, she retreated under a tree, sinking into self-doubt. After a silent glance, Naruto broke the tension. "Hey, Sasuke, wanna spar? Let's see who's improved more." Sasuke nodded, and the two formed the seal of confrontation. As their clash began, Naruto suddenly asked, "Where's the third Hokage really at? And when are you planning to leave with Orochimaru?" Sasuke's eyes sharpened. "How do you know about that?" Naruto shrugged. "Your powers skyrocketed lately. That cursed seal's gotta be involved. Figured you'd ditch the village eventually. You'd pay any price to kill Itachi, right?" Sasuke shook his head. "Wrong. I am seeking Orochimaru, but not for revenge." "Then why?" "To become Hokage." Sasuke's voice was steady. "After I defeat Itachi, I'll be your rival for the title." Naruto blinked, then grinned. "Heh, I won't hand it over. But if you're gonna follow that snake bastard, watch your back." A pause. Then, casually, "Oh, and when's your Uchiha clan stepping out of the shadows? Done hiding?" Chapter 382, Conspiracy Behind the Conspiracy. Hearing this, Sasuke was slightly stunned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He had only recently learned that the clan had not been annihilated, but had merely gone into hiding. How did Naruto know this information? Could it be that Naruto possessed some kind of mind-reading ability? But after thinking it over, Sasuke gradually came to a realization. During the mission to the Land of Waves, Naruto, like him, had been rescued by a mysterious ninja. The one who saved him was Shisui, so the ninja who saved Naruto must be connected to Naruto in some way. Perhaps the mysterious ninja who saved Naruto belonged to the same faction as Shisui. With that thought, Sasuke shook his head and said, "I don't really know what they're thinking. They don't seem to plan on revealing their identities. It looks like they want to continue lurking in the village. Are you planning to come out into the open on your side?" Naruto also shook his head and said, "No, she doesn't seem to have any intention of showing herself either. I really don't know what they're thinking. They orchestrated this entire operation, yet they're not stepping forward to claim any of the benefits." After this exchange, their sparring session also drew to a close. Sasuke was still no match for Naruto, but he had long since grown used to it. Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Until he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke had no chance of surpassing Naruto. Although Naruto didn't look particularly strong, as long as the Nine-Tails within him gave its full support, Naruto could erupt with power comparable to that of the Hokage in a short period of time. Across the entire Shinobi world, few could completely suppress him. Despite conversing for so long, the two of them barely discussed the third Hokage's disappearance. Naruto regarded the third Hokage as just a stranger. In the past, he had been grateful for the third Hokage's special care, but once he learned that the old man had deliberately concealed his identity and had been using him all along, any gratitude he felt turned to cold indifference. He neither hated nor particularly liked the third Hokage. In the end, the third Hokage was the epitome of a politician. Sasuke, on the other hand, harbored much deeper resentment toward the third Hokage. From Shisui, he had learned about the third Hokage and the other suppression of the Uchiha clan, and even about the order given to Itachi Uchiha to carry out the massacre. Maybe the Uchiha really had posed a threat to Konoha's stability. But as the Hokage, failing to resolve internal conflicts within the village was itself a sign of incompetence. What's more, the third Hokage had even tolerated the existence of Shimura Danzo. If it hadn't been for Shisui killing Danzo back then, the Uchiha would have lost more than just their clan name. As time passed, the news of the third Hokage's disappearance could no longer be kept under wraps and gradually spread both inside and outside the village. Within Konohagakure, when the ninja heard about the third Hokage's disappearance, most of them initially refused to believe it, but they quickly noticed that something was wrong. Could it be that something had really happened to the third Hokage? Under normal circumstances, if the village were attacked, the third Hokage would have stepped up immediately to stabilize the situation. But now, several days had passed, and the third Hokage still hadn't appeared. This made Konoha's shinobi and villagers start to suspect the rumors might actually be true. Soon enough, the Konoha leadership stepped forward to confirm the death of the third Hokage, causing an uproar. The death of the third Hokage, like the death of the fourth Hokage, was a heavy blow to Konoha. But while the fourth Hokage had only ruled for a single year, the third had ruled for several decades. To put it bluntly, the third Hokage had witnessed the lives of most of Konoha's shinobi. Many people refused to believe the third Hokage had died, stubbornly clinging to the hope that he was merely missing. They had no idea who the next Hokage would be or what direction Konoha would take. The foreign candidates participating in the Chunin exams also received the news and promptly sent it back to their respective villages. For the smaller nations in the shinobi world, the death of the third Hokage was a major event. It affected not only their future relations with Konoha, but also the overall balance of power in the shinobi world. They had signed numerous treaties with the third Hokage, and they were uncertain if the next Hokage would uphold them. Inoki of Iwagakure and the fourth Raikage of Kumogakure were both visibly shocked upon hearing the news of the third Hokage's death. They began to consider whether they should seize this opportunity to attack Konoha. Without the third Hokage, Konoha would undoubtedly fall into chaos as factions scrambled for the position of fifth Hokage. If they moved their forces now, even if they couldn't reach the gates of Konoha, they could still bite off a sizable chunk of land at the borders of the Land of Fire to satisfy their ambitions. However, after careful thought, both Inoki and the fourth Raikage abandoned this plan. They had both tasted defeat at Konoha's hands before, and what's more, Konoha was allied with Amigakure. Even if Konoha fell into chaos following the third Hokage's death, Amigakure couldn't be underestimated. Unless Iwagakure and Kumogakure joined forces, there was no way they could contend with Konoha and Amigakure together. But the chances of Kumogakure and Iwagakure cooperating were close to zero. The two villages were bitter enemies, and unless faced with the threat of annihilation, they would never form an alliance. Several days later, Konoha held the funeral for the third Hokage. The ceremony took place at the Heroes' Memorial, and just like the fourth Hokage and his wife, the third Hokage's coffin contained no remains, only some of his personal effects. During the funeral, many of Konoha's shinobi wept uncontrollably, recalling their memories of the third Hokage. Some of them had benefited from the third Hokage's kindness, while others had suffered under his oppression. But in this solemn moment, they all simply wanted to quietly send him off on his final journey. After all, from this day onward, the time of the third Hokage had truly come to an end, and no one knew what the future would hold. Watching his own funeral from a distance, the third Hokage's expression was extremely awkward, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He was clearly still alive, yet the Konoha shinobi believed he had died, and they even held a grand funeral for him, allowing him to personally witness his own death. There was nothing more absurd in the entire shinobi world than this. Thinking of this, the third Hokage turned his head to look at Shisui beside him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. That day, after being defeated by the combined efforts of the Uzumaki shinobi and Shisui, he thought he was surely going to die. Even if he didn't die, he would be permanently controlled by Kodo Amatsukami, becoming Shisui's puppet. But unexpectedly, Shisui didn't kill him. Instead, he brought him to attend his own funeral. This left the third Hokage unable to see through Shisui anymore. Shisui was no longer that young Uchiha boy, full of the will of fire, whose thoughts the third could easily read. Now, Shisui was the leader of Root, a schemer even more terrifying than Danzo. However, there was one thing the third Hokage couldn't figure out. After his death, why didn't Shisui try to become the fifth Hokage? Becoming Hokage had always been the dream of the Uchiha clan for decades. Could it be that Shisui and the Uchiha had an even bigger scheme? At that moment, Shisui looked at the third Hokage with a playful expression and said, "Third, how does it feel to attend your own funeral? Besides you, no one else in the shinobi world has ever enjoyed such a privilege." Seeing Shisui take the initiative to mock him, the third Hokage wasn't angered. Instead, he voiced the doubt in his heart, Shisui, you and Orochimaru joining forces, was it really just to fake my death? Shisui glanced at the third Hokage and said, killing you was Orochimaru's idea. He's your good disciple, unwilling to see you continue to rot away. He wanted to give you a dignified end. Shisui sighed, to be honest, I didn't want to take part in Orochimaru's plan, because your existence is the greatest obstacle to Konoha's growth. Keeping you alive weakens Konoha even more. Hearing this, the third Hokage's expression darkened. Shisui's words were truly like a blade to the heart. What did he mean by saying Konoha could continue to be weakened only as long as he lived? If not for him constantly patching up this broken ship called Konoha, it would have sunk long ago. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage said to Shisui, you say that my being alive weakens Konoha. Then tell me, where exactly did I go wrong over these years? If I hadn't forcibly suppressed the internal conflicts, the village would have already fallen into civil war. The former third Hokage paused before a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. I deeply regret that I didn't act against the Uchiha earlier. If I had done so when there were signs of rebellion, things wouldn't have come to this. Shisui, do you truly think the Uchiha were completely blameless? I can say for certain, even if your Uchiha clan became Hokage, you wouldn't be able to lead Konoha to strength. You would only cause Konoha to fall apart and not even last this long. Facing the third Hokage's questioning, Shisui responded flatly, Third, I already knew all that you're saying. That's why I never led my clan to start a coup or erase the Uchiha name from Konoha. My clansmen are proud and unstable in their emotions. If they don't experience an unprecedented failure, they will never settle down. That's why I deliberately hid my identity, waiting until we reached the brink of destruction before stepping in to save them, changing their thinking and the Uchiha's future. Pausing, Shisui smiled, the Uchiha alive today will always be feared by Konoha, and with that fear comes the constant risk of annihilation. But a clan that has already been destroyed cannot be destroyed a second time. Once we lose the Uchiha name, only then can we truly integrate into the shinobi world, just like the Senju once did. At the mention of the Senju, the third Hokage fell silent for a few seconds, then fixed his gaze on Shisui and said, Shisui, given that you are now the leader of Root, it's not surprising you would think this way. But I'm curious how you managed to defeat Danzo. You shouldn't have been prepared for him. Shisui's heart skipped a beat. Before Danzo's attack, he had blind trust in Konoha. Even when facing a schemer like Danzo, he still had hopes in his heart. If it hadn't been for Byakuya-sama's timely warning, he would never have survived that ordeal. The Uchiha would have been completely wiped out that night by the joint effort of Itachi Uchiha and Danzo. After a moment of contemplation, Shisui feigned calm and said, Third, maybe you've never seen my true face. From the beginning, I have been on guard against all of you. The reason I shared information about Kodo Amatsukami was only to lure you into my trap. Maybe so. The third Hokage sighed, then said, but I still believe you carry the will of fire. Under your management, Root is completely different from how it was under Danzo. If my disappearance and death can lead to Konoha's revival, then perhaps it's not a bad thing after all. Shisui sneered and said to the third Hokage, do you think I kept you alive to let you witness my brilliant methods of saving Konoha from collapse? No, I kept you alive so you could witness Konoha's destruction with your own eyes. The third Hokage's face immediately darkened. You plan to destroy Konoha in front of me? If you have a problem, take it out on me. There's no need to target Konoha. When did I ever say I would target Konoha? Shisui looked at the third Hokage and said, Third, I'm not like you. I won't issue orders to annihilate the Sarutobi clan just to get rid of Asuma Sarutobi. The Uchiha aren't that petty. Do you remember all the unresolved conflicts from your time in office? They will slowly tear Konoha apart. The third Hokage frowned, unable to understand what Shisui was getting at. Shisui couldn't be bothered to explain any further. After finishing their tour of the third Hokage's funeral, he took the third Hokage back to the Root headquarters. After winding through several corridors, they arrived at the deepest secret chamber. This place was called a secret chamber, but in reality, it was a prison filled with ceiling barriers. No matter day or night, the lights were always on, making it impossible to tell the passage of time. Inside this chamber, the third Hokage saw a familiar figure. This person was none other than his old friend, the former leader of the Root organization, Shimura Danzo. Danzo sat on the tatami mat in the chamber, eyes closed, his face expressionless. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, indicating he was still breathing and refining chakra, the third Hokage would have thought his old friend was already dead. However, why had Shisui spared Danzo? And why had he brought him here? Could it be just to let him and Danzo meet, to exchange thoughts and compare their strengths, merely to satisfy Shisui's twisted amusement? If Shisui knew what the third Hokage was thinking, he would certainly deny it outright. What he was about to do next was part of a revenge plan he had devised after consulting with Byakuya-sama. Byakuya-sama had told him exactly what the third Hokage and Danzo valued the most. As the third Hokage was speculating about Shisui's intentions, Danzo suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at Shisui beside the third Hokage, then at the third Hokage himself, and smiled as he said, "Shisui, you've done well. Not only did you join forces with Orochimaru to defeat Hiruzen Sarutobi, but you even captured him alive and brought him here. Once I become Hokage, I will definitely let you rebuild the Uchiha clan." The third Hokage was momentarily stunned, while Shisui lowered his head and replied respectfully, "Yes, Danzo Dano. As long as I can rebuild the Uchiha clan, I am willing to offer my life to Danzo Dano, even unto death." Hearing this, the third Hokage's heart was shaken. Could it be that everything Shisui had just told him was a lie? That Shisui had not, in fact, turned against Danzo? That all of this was Danzo's plan from the beginning, that Danzo had secretly taken control of the Uchiha clan and even formed an alliance with Orochimaru? Was everything part of Danzo's scheme to become Hokage? Chapter 383, Danzo and Madara Uchiha. While the third Hokage was lost in his chaotic thoughts, Danzo's gaze swept over him. With a playful look, Danzo's lips curved into a faint smile. "Hiruzen, it seems this time, I've won. You, who have already fallen among the dead, can no longer stop me from becoming the Hokage of the village and leading Konoha to even greater heights." That familiar tone confirmed Danzo's identity in the third Hokage's mind. He frowned deeply and questioned, "Danzo, just to become Hokage, are you really willing to go this far? You even colluded with outside enemies to attack the village." Danzo's gaze grew colder as he fixed it on the third Hokage. "Orochimaru was someone you personally let escape. Raza, too, is the result of you nurturing a tiger that would turn on you. Do you remember when I proposed to completely control Sunagakure? You rejected my suggestion. You stopped Orochimaru's human experimentation, yet you openly enjoyed the results of those experiments by bringing Yamato into the ANBU, making him part of your personal forces." Staring at Danzo, the third Hokage frowned tightly and said, "So it was you meddling in the Wood Style project after all. Do you realize your actions go against the will of fire? Do you think I didn't know the Wood Style experiments could increase the village's strength? If you all hadn't laid hands on the nearby citizens of the Land of Fire, would I have intervened?" Third snorted, "If I had turned a blind eye to your actions, what would the outside world think of Konohagakure once they found out? What would the daimyo think of Konoha? If the ninjas within the village began to doubt the will of fire, do you know what kind of consequences that would bring? You've never considered this problem. That's exactly why, back then, Tobirama-sensei chose me and not you. Your vision is always so narrow, never considering the consequences." Perhaps because he had attended his own funeral, the third Hokage was in a terrible mood. He directly argued with Danzo, letting out all the resentment that had built up in his heart over the years. Danzo fell silent for a few seconds. He knew the third Hokage's words were facts, but that didn't mean he agreed. After taking a deep breath, Danzo spoke, "Hiruzen Sarutobi, you're just being foolishly soft-hearted. For the future development of the village, we have to sacrifice the interests of a small portion of people. Besides, you haven't fully upheld the will of fire either. You've done many things that betray your own conscience. Back then, why didn't you send reinforcements to Uzumaki? When Tsukumo Hatake failed his mission, why didn't you offer him protection? Wasn't he always practicing the will of fire? Facing Danzo's retort, the third Hokage found himself at a loss. He had indeed failed to send forces to support Uzumaki and failed to shield Hatake Tsukumo from the rumors. These were major regrets of his time as Hokage. But Uzumaki was far from Konoha, and they simply hadn't had the time to send aid. As for what happened to the White Fang of Konoha, that had been a complete accident. Who would have thought that someone like Hatake Tsukumo, an elite jonin of Konoha, would choose to end his own life over such a trivial matter? After arguing for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen was just about to use his authority as Hokage to suppress Danzo, when it suddenly hit him that he was no longer the Hokage of Konoha but a prisoner inside Root's base. Danzo noticed this too, and with a playful tone, he said, "Hiruzen, soon I'll be the Hokage. This time, you won't be able to make me regret anything. I'll defeat Jiraiya and Tsunade and become the 5th Hokage." With that, Danzo ordered Shisui to lock Hiruzen in the secret chamber, then turned and left Root. After Danzo left, Hiruzen glanced at Shisui and sighed softly, not bothering to criticize Danzo's actions too much. As a seasoned ninja, he was highly sensitive to chakra, especially when prepared. He could feel another type of chakra on Danzo, traces of Jinjutsu. If nothing unexpected had happened, it should be Shisui, the wielder of Kodo Amatsukami, who had cast Jinjutsu on Danzo. And it seemed that this old friend of his hadn't even realized that he had become a puppet. That was exactly the terror of Kodo Amatsukami. Even though it could be broken by a skilled Jinjutsu user, before it was dispelled, it could silently rewrite a person's will. Now, the one with the altered will was Danzo. In the future, it could very well be himself. After leaving the Root base, Danzo instinctively stuck to the shadows as he made his way toward the Hokage building. Soon, Danzo noticed his habit of traveling through the shadows and forcibly corrected himself to walk in the middle of the road, the most conspicuous place. He was, after all, about to become the Hokage. He couldn't continue acting like he used to. As he moved forward, memories of the years spent lying in wait surfaced in Danzo's mind. A few years ago, when he tried to seize Kodo Amatsukami from Shisui, it seemed that Shisui had anticipated this and used Kodo Amatsukami on him instead. Unfortunately for Shisui, Danzo had long since mastered a Uchiha's secret technique to rebound Jinjutsu. The Kodo Amatsukami, originally intended to alter his own will, ended up backfiring on Shisui, turning him into Danzo's most capable subordinate. In the time that followed, he manipulated Itachi Uchiha into moving against the Uchiha clan. The many Sharingan eyes he had collected from the Uchiha clan were used in experiments, propelling the progress of the Wood-style experiments to new heights and allowing Root to surpass ANBU for the first time in strength. Now, by borrowing Orochimaru's hand to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had removed his greatest obstacle. With the old fox Hiruzen gone, Jiraiya and Tsunade would never be able to stop him. It was only a matter of time before he took the seat of Hokage. The reason he didn't kill Sarutobi Hiruzen but instead let him live was actually very simple. The two had been old friends for decades. Danzo didn't want the third Hokage to die, he wanted him to personally witness his leadership, to realize his own mistakes. Pulling his thoughts back from wandering, Danzo began to seriously consider his path to becoming Hokage. Although he looked down on Jiraiya and Tsunade strategically, Danzo never underestimated them tactically. There was no need to say much about Jiraiya. If he had been willing to become Hokage, he would have taken the position long ago. Tsunade was much the same. As long as she was willing, she could become Hokage at any time. Danzo had to stop Tsunade from returning to the village. At the very least, before she returned, he needed to secure the nomination for Hokage and seize the position first. To ensure nothing went wrong, he had to take control of the Fire Daimyo as well. Although the daimyo was protected by the 12 guardian ninja, with Shisui's abilities, it wasn't impossible to control the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Everything was within his grasp. With these thoughts in mind, Danzo slowly walked into the Hokage building and began his performance. After the Chunin exams ended, Byakuya didn't immediately leave Konohagakure. Although the Konoha Crush plan targeting the third Hokage had come to an end, the plan against the entire Konoha had just begun. Danzo was the ultimate weapon against Konoha. Konoha was different from Sunagakure or Kirigakure. It was very difficult to bring it under Akatsuki's control through conventional means. The reason was simple. In Sunagakure, only Raza had the qualifications to become Kazekage, so after defeating Raza and Shikaku, Sasori naturally became Kazekage. As for Kirigakure, the highest leader was Genji, and it was even easier to reach an agreement with him. But the situation in Konoha was different. There were too many ninja qualified to become Hokage. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Danzo, and even Orochimaru all had the qualifications. Among them, Orochimaru and Kushina had clearly refused the position of Hokage. Their hearts were no longer with Konoha. That fool Jiraiya had close ties with Mount Maiboku. For now, it was best not to involve the people of the three great sage regions, to avoid raising suspicions with Gamamaru. On the other hand, both Haku and Kimimaro, who had been watching from the sidelines and hadn't even made it in time for the finals, also stayed behind for the time being. When they observed Naruto and Gaara, thoughts of fighting sparked in their hearts as they wondered who among them was the strongest in the Chunin exams. Unfortunately, before the finals could begin, Byakuya-sama's plan had already started in haste. The chaos of the battlefield left them at a loss, not knowing whether to help Orochimaru or the Konoha ninja. Only after it all ended did they realize that Byakuya-sama hadn't even participated personally. Byakuya occasionally glanced in the direction of the Hokage building, with a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. On the border of the Land of Fire, after spending several days, Obito successfully mastered Edo Tensei technique. Using the information and tissues from the deceased, Obito successfully performed Edo Tensei, this time reviving a Jonin from Konoha. After completing the summoning, Obito personally tested the strength of the reanimated Jonin. Compared to when he was alive, the reanimated body's explosive power had significantly decreased. However, Edo Tensei had also covered many of the Jonin's weaknesses, making the reanimated body extremely difficult to defeat completely. Soon, Obito found the Jonin's weaknesses and managed to defeat him. After the test, Obito planned to cultivate more White Zetsu clones and reanimated bodies. As long as he had enough White Zetsu and ninja under his control, he could openly challenge the 5 great shinobi villages. However, the success of Edo Tensei also made Obito a bit hesitant. He wasn't sure when he would be able to defeat Byakuya, nor was he certain whether he should resurrect Rin and Madara. As for Madara, there was no question, he had already prepared everything before his death. But would Rin really want to be brought back to life through Edo Tensei? Should he really let Rin experience the hell that was the shinobi world all over again? It would be too cruel for her. After pondering for a long time, Obito ultimately gave up on reincarnating Rin. He didn't want her to suffer, nor did he want to shake his belief in the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Using the body flicker technique, Obito headed toward the Land of Grass. Within the Land of Grass, there was a base that Madara Uchiha had left behind, containing many Uchiha treasures, as well as the body Madara had prepared for his own resurrection. Passing through the walls using Kamui, Obito found Madara's corpse underground. Unlike the old Madara who had taught him over a decade ago, this body was in its prime, with little difference from an ordinary living body. Once he used the Rinne rebirth technique, the difference between old Madara and prime Madara would be like night and day. The elderly Madara Uchiha could only use less than half of his original strength and wasn't enough to deal with Byakuya, but prime Madara Uchiha could easily crush him. At that moment, Black Zetsu also arrived at the secret chamber. Seeing that Obito was about to perform Edo Tensei, he said to him, "Obito, you've forgotten your agreement with Madara-sama. To resurrect Madara Uchiha-sama, you must use the Rinne rebirth technique." As the embodiment of Madara Uchiha's will, Black Zetsu naturally appeared to be loyal to Madara Uchiha on the surface, earnestly hoping for Madara's complete return to the shinobi world. But in truth, Black Zetsu had absolutely no intention of allowing Madara's resurrection. Madara was indeed the previous incarnation of Indra, there was no mistake about that. Black Zetsu had always been cooperating with Indra's reincarnations. However, unlike other incarnations of Indra, Madara Uchiha was an Uchiha who was deeply cunning and scheming, having successfully escaped death at the hands of Ashura. And that wasn't all. Despite possessing power strong enough to crush half the shinobi world, Madara still chose to lie low in Konohadakur, not acting recklessly. This made Black Zetsu start to doubt, to wonder if Madara had already begun to suspect something. Obito glanced at Black Zetsu, secretly thinking to himself, if it weren't for you recruiting Byakuya, would I have ended up in such a miserable state? If I don't find Madara Uchiha as an ally soon, the next unlucky shinobi will be me. I'm no match for Byakuya. Taking a deep breath, Obito said to Black Zetsu, I also want to use the Rinne Rebirth technique, but I haven't had a chance to strike at Nagato and take our Rinnegan. Right now, Byakuya's power has completely slipped from our control. We must find a powerful counterbalance, and that person can only be Madara Uchiha. Black Zetsu glanced at Obito. He had a secret contact with Byakuya, so he didn't care about the conflict between Obito and Byakuya. No matter who won between Byakuya and Obito, in the end, they would both become his pawns. However, to keep Obito deceived, Black Zetsu still nodded and said, of course, we can resurrect Madara Uchiha, but we need to prepare a special vessel for him. I happen to have a few white Zetsu that can serve as sacrifices. As he spoke, Black Zetsu clapped his hands, summoning his subordinates to bring over suitable vessels. The vessel Black Zetsu found was indeed one of the white Zetsu, and not just any one, but one of the stronger ones. If Madara Uchiha could be revived using this vessel, he would be able to unleash at least 80% of his original power. As a cloud of blue smoke dissipated, the white Zetsu on the ground transformed into sheets of paper, which quickly gathered and finally formed the shape of Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and then looked at himself. When he saw that his body was only that of an Edo Tensei, Madara showed a displeased expression. He turned to Black Zetsu and Obito, and spoke with clear dissatisfaction, I remember telling you that I didn't want to be revived this way. What I desire is a complete resurrection, one with a living body of flesh and blood. Hearing this, both Black Zetsu and Obito remained silent. Seeing their silence, Madara let out a cold snort and then asked about the other parts of the plan, what about Nagato? And the tailed beasts you've been collecting? So many years have passed, surely you haven't made no progress at all, have you? This time, Black Zetsu and Obito exchanged a glance, then replied, Madara-sama, we've been following your plan all along, but many unforeseen complications have arisen along the way. You still remember Byakuya from Akatsuki, don't you? Chapter 384, Danzo's Thoughts on the Future. When the Akatsuki's Byakuya was mentioned, Madara Uchiha became somewhat intrigued. He still remembered that, before his slumber, he had paid attention to this young member of the Akatsuki. Byakuya's personality and methods had left a deep impression on him. If Byakuya had possessed the Uchiha bloodline, Madara might have even given up on Obito and focused on cultivating Byakuya instead. Thinking of this, Madara said with interest, of course I remember. During my slumber, did that kid Byakuya accomplish something earth-shattering? Obito's face changed slightly, as if something precious had been taken from him, and he replied, Byakuya led the Akatsuki to defeat Hanzo of the Salamander. You should know about that, right, Madara? Madara nodded slightly, acknowledging that he was aware. Before his slumber, he had sent Black Zetsu many times to gather intel on Nagato, so he was well aware of the Akatsuki's victory over Hanzo. Furthermore, Madara was not surprised. After all, Nagato was the container Madara had chosen, and despite his weak personality, he possessed the Rinnegan, which could change everything. But what did this have to do with his current resurrection? Black Zetsu noticed the doubt in Madara's eyes and began explaining what had happened since then, from Byakuya's invitation to join the Eye of the Moon plan to the recent Konoha collapse plan. Listening to these events, Madara narrowed his eyes and then turned his gaze toward Obito. Obito's face was already darkened with anger. Every time Byakuya stood out, he often used him as a stepping stone. Therefore, he did not want to bring up these past events voluntarily. Madara sensed something was off. The relationship between Byakuya and Obito seemed somewhat similar to the one he had with Hashirama. Every time he had a plan or idea, Hashirama would always get ahead of him. When he heard Byakuya boast about being the successor of the Senju, determined to stop the Uchiha from destroying the ninja world, the sense of déjà vu peaked. Looking at Obito, who seemed somewhat wronged, and Black Zetsu, who had a smirk on his face, Madara spoke up. "So, you're saying you revived me like this because Byakuya stopped you from carrying out the Eye of the Moon plan, and you want me to handle him personally?" Before Obito could speak, Black Zetsu shook his head and began explaining the relationship between them and Byakuya. "Madara-sama, Byakuya is not our enemy. Not long after you fell into your slumber, we found Byakuya and persuaded him to join the Eye of the Moon plan. We deceived him into believing that collecting the tailed beasts to revive the Ten Tails would bring peace to the world through national destruction and deterrence. Over the years, Byakuya has done quite well. He's gathered quite a few tailed beasts for the organization." Hearing this, Madara became even more confused. If Byakuya was an ally and not an enemy, then there would be no need for Obito and Black Zetsu to use the Edo Tensei technique to resurrect him. Wouldn't it be better to use the reincarnation of the Six Paths technique instead? What Madara did not know was that Obito's concerns were exactly that. After a brief pause, Obito spoke awkwardly, "Old man, Byakuya has collected the tailed beasts for us, but his power has been growing too fast, and he possesses truly extraordinary strength. If you were to hunt down all the tailed beasts, we might not be able to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan. After all, Byakuya seems to have no interest in the infinite Tsukuyomi." "No interest in the infinite Tsukuyomi? Are you scared of him?" Madara fell into a brief contemplation. He could understand the first part. Not everyone could grasp the greatness of the infinite Tsukuyomi. The infinite Tsukuyomi was the will of fire, transcended. By using the moon as a projection, Madara's Jinjutsu could control all intelligent beings in the ninja world, making them live in a beautiful dream, thus achieving everlasting peace. However, the fear Obito had towards Byakuya was something Madara couldn't quite comprehend. Before his slumber, he had designed Obito's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan and left behind many Uchiha legacies and clan artifacts. In theory, Obito should be invincible in the ninja world as long as he has mastered these legacies and the ability to use Kamui. How could he fear someone like Byakuya, who was of the same age? But Madara could still sense Obito's fear and sighed lightly in his heart. Obito had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and had been active in the ninja world for so many years with his status, yet he was still as timid as ever. After taking a deep breath, Madara turned his gaze toward Obito and Black Zetsu, saying coldly, "I'll handle the matter with Byakuya. But let's first discuss the progress on collecting the tailed beasts." Black Zetsu and Obito nodded, then began discussing the situation of the tailed beasts. At present, apart from the 4 tails and 5 tails from IWA and the 8 tails from Kumo, the rest of the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki were under the watch of the Akatsuki. Most of the tailed beasts were monitored because of Byakuya's involvement. Obito had only successfully captured the 6 tails Jinchuriki, while all other attempts had failed. Madara eyed Obito with suspicion, and his expression gradually became strange. Most of the tasks within the Akatsuki were carried out by Byakuya. Obito had begun to doubt Byakuya's loyalty to the Eye of the Moon plan, which was quite difficult to explain. Even if Madara were to head out and search for Byakuya now, it seemed he wouldn't have many reasons to do so. And compared to Obito, it seems that Byakuya is a better collaborator. Did Madara really misjudge the situation back then, which led me to give up on Byakuya? After understanding the circumstances of most of the Jinchuriki, Madara Uchiha slowly spoke up, saying, "Since most of the tailed beasts are under Byakuya's control, we don't need to rush into dealing with the tailed beasts under his control. In the coming months, we should temporarily focus on the tailed beasts of Iwagakure and Kumogakure, getting ahead of Byakuya and controlling them first, allowing us to better seize the initiative." After hearing Madara's words, Black Zetsu nodded repeatedly. As the mastermind behind the Eye of the Moon plan, Black Zetsu certainly didn't want internal strife within the organization. If such a conflict broke out, weakening their power, it would delay the time it would take to rescue his mother by decades or even centuries. This is something Black Zetsu could not allow. Compared to Black Zetsu, Obito had a lot of dissatisfaction boiling in his heart. He had used Edo Tensei to resurrect Madara Uchiha, hoping that Madara would stand by his side, especially since he and Madara shared a close bond. But after Madara was revived this time, his attitude towards Obito had become quite indifferent. This greatly bothered Obito. After all, the Madara of the past had treated him very well, but the Madara now seemed to regard him like a stranger. Could it be that his actions over the years had disappointed Madara? If he had done things better, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. No, everything he had done was perfect. If Byakuya hadn't interfered recklessly, he would have been able to instigate a much larger Nine-Tails riot. His control over Kiridakure would have lasted much longer, and he wouldn't have had to flee in such a disgraceful manner. It was all Byakuya's fault. If Byakuya could just disappear, everything could be fixed, and he could still carry out the Eye of the Moon plan. What Obito didn't know was that Madara's attitude had changed due to two factors. On the one hand, Madara had always regarded Obito as a mere tool from the very beginning. On the other hand, Madara had learned of the events of the night of the Uchiha massacre. Though Madara claimed not to care about Konohadakure, in reality, he was quite concerned. Whenever he thought about Obito helping the descendants of Tobirama's student to deal with the Uchiha clan, Madara's teeth would clench in hatred. If it weren't for his current restriction due to Obito and his need to proceed with the Eye of the Moon plan, he would have taught Obito a lesson. For now, Madara would head north toward the land of Earth, hunting the Four Tails and Five Tails, and perhaps meeting that little brat Inoki again. He hadn't encountered a worthy opponent for a long time. While Madara and the others were heading north to Iwagakure, Danzo was not idle. Even though his perceptions had been altered by Shisui Uchiha, Danzo remained an excellent strategist. After deciding to become the fifth Hokage, he began to take a series of actions. Danzo's greatest opponents on the path to Hokage were Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya enjoyed the support of Konohadakure's elite ninja class and was highly recommended by both Tsunade and Mito Gatiki. If Jiraiya was willing, he could easily become Hokage. However, Jiraiya didn't want to become Hokage, which was good news for Danzo. As for Tsunade, who had run away from home, she too could easily become Hokage. But Tsunade, who had developed hemophobia in her early years, had lost the qualifications to be a ninja. Yet, no one knew whether hemophobia was a real condition or if Tsunade was simply using it as an excuse to avoid village duties. It was unclear whether her fear was genuine or just a means of evading responsibilities. If Tsunade didn't want to return to become Hokage and continued wandering, the position of fifth Hokage would be his without any competition. But there was always the possibility that Tsunade might return. With her massive reputation accumulated over the years in the ninja world and her status as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Danzo could never compete with her. Unless he could make the first move, creating a time difference by becoming Hokage ahead of her. However, for this to happen, he would need the help of many forces. On one hand, he would have to delay Tsunade's return to the village, and on the other hand, he would need to form an alliance with the daimyo to quickly confirm the Hokage candidate. The first task was not difficult, he just needed to send someone to bribe Tsunade, and she wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of gambling. The real headache, however, was working with the daimyo. Over the years, Danzo had cooperated with the daimyo many times and established various private connections. They had been using each other for their mutual benefit. The daimyo needed Danzo to keep the Hokage and the ninja village's growing power in check. Danzo, on the other hand, needed the daimyo's help to counteract the pressure from the third Hokage and to gain greater benefits for the root organization. But that was before. Now that the third Hokage was dead, many things would change. Danzo had a good relationship with the daimyo, but Tsunade and the daimyo shared a blood relationship. Would the daimyo really abandon supporting Tsunade and instead support Danzo's ascension to Hokage? Danzo had his doubts. There were too many unstable factors in this matter. Although the daimyo might really support him and help him take the position of Hokage, he could also secretly contact other elite ninjas from Konohagakure to balance his power once he became Hokage. But what if the daimyo of the Land of Fire does not support him? Is there any way to ensure that the daimyo will be obedient enough? Danzo recalled the incident that had occurred in the Land of Wind a few years ago, which had been reported to him by Shursui. It was about the 4th Kazekage, who had become a rogue ninja and attacked the daimyo of the Land of Wind. After that attack, the daimyo, who had originally leaned toward Konohagakure, became much more cautious and gradually resumed financial support for Tsunagekyure's military efforts, refraining from interfering too much with Tsunagekyure's affairs. It was rather laughable, actually. When the 4th Kazekage, Raza, was still the Kazekage, he would often face suppression and even humiliation from the daimyo of the Land of Wind whenever he met him. But after Raza became a rogue ninja, the daimyo of the Land of Wind dared not speak loudly to him. This incident undoubtedly gave Danzo a lot of insight. As someone who sought to become Hokage, Danzo naturally could not openly take action against the daimyo of the Land of Fire. However, he could still use a few schemes. As long as he could make the daimyo of the Land of Fire feel threatened, and solve the problem himself, Danzo was sure to gain the daimyo's favor and support. He could even directly control the daimyo and the entire Land of Fire. Following the example of the hidden village of Amagakure, Danzo's ultimate goal was to have Konohagakure annex the Land of Fire in the future. The system of one country, one village, was originally proposed by the first Hokage. At that time, the number of ninjas was limited, so the one country, one village system didn't cause much of a problem. The ninja villages were originally formed as a way for the ninja clans to band together for protection. The purpose was to safeguard the various clans' ninjas. During the time when the first Hokage established the village, Konohagakure only had 1,000 or 2,000 ninjas, all members of the ninja clans. Despite this, even though the village had the most powerful military force in the Land of Fire, it still could not control the entire country. The reason was simple. In the Warring States period, being a ninja was a profession that required children to go to the battlefield. Due to their age, it was extremely difficult for ninjas to learn the techniques of killing, and they had no ability to study other knowledge. But with the establishment of ninja villages, the average life expectancy of ninjas increased significantly. To prepare for the upcoming Ninja World War, the second Hokage even established ninja schools, transforming ninjas from simple fighters into well-rounded individuals. It was around this time that the relationship between the ninja villages and the daimyos began to shift. Now, ninja villages had absolute superiority over the daimyos, yet the daimyos still held control over the finances, and their position in name was even higher than that of the ninja villages. Originally, due to long-standing traditions, everyone had accepted the system of one country, one village. But ironically, Amagakure was the first to break this unspoken rule and led the way to greatness, reaching heights that Amagakure should not have been able to achieve. Therefore, in order to make Konohagakure even greater, Danzo knew that he would have to take action against the daimyos. Chapter 385, Rejoining Forces with Orochimaru. Time passed quickly, and before long, half a month had gone by. During this time, the root ninjas dispatched by Danzo arrived in the capital, where the Land of Fire's daimyo resided. After executing a tactic to draw the attention of the guardian ninjas away, the disguised Uchiha root ninjas met with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was a frail, middle-aged man who appeared weak and incapable of channeling chakra. However, in reality, he was also a ninja. His skills were not on par with the elite ninjas of Konoha, but he was at the level of a Chunin. Still, this level of strength was nothing compared to the root ninjas. The daimyo soon faced the special treatment of the root ninjas, enduring restless nights filled with nightmares for several consecutive evenings. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had once sought the help of the 12 guardians, but they too were of little assistance. Though they possessed the combat strength of Jonin, their skill in Jinjutsu was nowhere near the level of the Uchiha clan, and many of them were only special Jonin with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Upon receiving this report, Danzo, hiding in the shadows, revealed a sinister smile. In addition, another important piece of news appeared on Danzo's desk. Tsunade, returning to the village as one of the legendary Sannin, had agreed to become an elder in the village. Danzo was not particularly surprised by this news. He had sent a gambler to entangle Tsunade, not to make her leave the village, but to delay her return. After a preparation period of half a month, he felt confident he could become a candidate for the 5th Hokage. After reviewing all the information, Danzo made his way to the Hokage Tower, ready to take action against both Jiraiya and Tsunade. Inside the Hokage's office, Jiraiya, the acting Hokage, formally received Tsunade and proposed the idea of her becoming the next Hokage. Tsunade did not immediately agree, nor did she reject it outright. She knew that as soon as she spoke, she could become the next Hokage of Konoha, but the responsibility that came with being Hokage was enormous. She did not feel confident enough to take on the role. After some careful thought, Tsunade shook her head to decline. Jiraiya, I'm not ready to become Hokage, and I don't believe I can be a qualified ninja. The position of 5th Hokage should go to you. I'll take charge of Konoha Hospital at most. Upon hearing Tsunade's refusal, the two advisors in the shadows exchanged helpless glances. With Tsunade's status and strength, she had long been qualified to become Hokage, not to mention the position of director of Konoha Hospital. It felt like a waste. Thinking about it, the two advisors turned their gaze toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya, like Tsunade, had the same problem. They had both already become acting Hokage, and it would only be natural to succeed to the position of 5th Hokage. Why, then, was Jiraiya reluctant to claim the role? At this moment, Danzo, who had been eavesdropping by the door, pushed open the office door. Danzo glanced at Jiraiya and bluntly said, since Tsunade doesn't wish to become Hokage, there's no need to force her. Besides, even if she were to become Hokage now, she no longer has the battle power expected of a Hokage. Seeing Tsunade furrow her brow, Danzo continued, I'll ask you a simpler question. With Tsunade suffering from hemophobia, can you still defeat the elite Jonin of the ninja world? At this, the faces of the Konoha high-ranking officials around them changed. Tsunade's hemophobia was well known. She had given up fighting as a ninja, which was why she had left Konohagakure. This was also the reason why her departure was not considered an act of defection. Tsunade's grandfather and great-uncle were the first and second Hokage, and as long as Tsunade did not openly oppose Konoha, her leaving the village was considered a voluntary departure, not defection. After being questioned by Danzo, Tsunade fell into deep thought. Though Danzo's words were harsh, they were true. Since contracting hemophobia, her combat abilities had significantly decreased. She could only manage about 50% of her original strength. Against ordinary Jonin, she could still rely on her physical strength and chakra reserves to overwhelm them. However, when facing an opponent of similar strength, she had little to no chance of victory. Seeing that his words had made an impact, Danzo continued, furthermore, Tsunade has been away from the village for so long. If she returns now, can she really take over the mess left by Hiruzen? At these words, Jiraiya fell silent for a few seconds. Danzo was right. Tsunade had been away for so long, how well did she even know the current state of the village? If she didn't understand the situation of the village, how could she possibly change its dire circumstances? Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances with each other before realizing Danzo's intentions. Just after the third Hokage's funeral, Danzo had expressed his desire to become Hokage, but he lacked the proper nominations, meaning he couldn't even run for the position. Everyone had thought that Danzo had given up on becoming Hokage, resigning himself to being the leader of the Root organization. But now, Danzo was taking action against Tsunade and Jiraiya, trying to snatch the position of Hokage. If Danzo wanted to run for Hokage, no one had any objections. However, they were questioning his age. He hadn't fought any equal opponents for decades. Did he truly have the strength to become Hokage? At that moment, Hamura Mitokado, understanding Danzo's intentions, spoke up, "Danzo, don't tell me you intend to compete for the position of 5th Hokage? Are you sure you want to become an opponent to both Tsunade and Jiraiya?" Danzo nodded confidently. In the current situation, with internal and external troubles, it is necessary for a calm and mature ninja to become Hokage. Looking at the entire Konoha, aside from you two, only I am qualified. Facing Danzo's confident statement, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane frowned slightly, while Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions also changed. Although they had different ideologies, none of them wanted Danzo to become Hokage. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane knew Danzo all too well. If Danzo became Hokage, the Hokage building would turn into his personal dictatorial chamber, and the two advisors would lose most of their power. Jiraiya and Tsunade, on the other hand, believed that Danzo was too cold and ruthless, making him unsuitable for the Will of Fire. After careful consideration, Koharu Udatane spoke up, "Danzo, we don't oppose your candidacy for Hokage, but to become Hokage, you must receive a nomination." To become Hokage, one had to be nominated by the higher-ups of Konoha. In theory, Danzo could nominate himself, but even with this, he would need to pass the election in the Jonin Assembly, and Danzo probably wouldn't do it that way. Furthermore, aside from Danzo himself, almost no one would nominate him for the position. After hearing this, Danzo suddenly spoke up, "Of course I have been nominated," and it was the daimyo of the Land of Fire himself who fought for it. His words stunned the ninjas in the room. They had almost forgotten that the daimyo of the Land of Fire had such power. If the daimyo truly supported Danzo for the position of Hokage, his chances of becoming Hokage were indeed quite high. But why would the daimyo support Danzo instead of Tsunade? Did Danzo use some form of coercion against the daimyo? Hamura Mitokado shook his head and said, "That's impossible. The daimyo would never suggest you as Hokage." Danzo saw through Hamura Mitokado's thoughts and replied indifferently, "Why wouldn't the daimyo nominate me? Hamura, you're still stuck with old ideas. I've been guarding the village all these years without slackening." He paused for a moment and turned to Jiraiya and Tsunade, "As acting Hokage, it's time to hold the Hokage election. I want to take over the mess left by Hiruzen as soon as possible and correct the mistakes he made. As for whether I can become Hokage, let the Jonin of the village decide." With that, Danzo confidently left the Hokage office, leaving the others to exchange glances. Watching Danzo leave, the two advisors fell into deep thought. Danzo still wanted to become Hokage, but no matter when, he would never be able to. He couldn't become Hokage before, and he still couldn't now. After thinking this over, the two advisors turned to Tsunade and Jiraiya and said, "Danzo is going to make trouble again. I'll try to persuade him to abandon the competition, but you two need to work hard as well." They paused before turning to Tsunade and saying, "Tsunade, do you really have hemophobia? If it's true." The two didn't dare continue their words. Tsunade, with her status, experience, and medical ninja profession, was loved by the ninjas of Konoha. But these were merely advantages for becoming Hokage, not the deciding factors. The only absolute factor in becoming Hokage was being the strongest ninja in Konoha, otherwise, if an assassination attempt occurred, the village would face a huge blow. Tsunade stayed silent for a few seconds before saying, "I do have hemophobia. When I see blood, my strength drops significantly. But after all these years, I've more or less gotten used to the symptoms." Tsunade's bluntness left the two advisors unsure of what to say next. If Tsunade truly had hemophobia and couldn't display the strength of a Sannin, she would indeed not be suitable for the 5th Hokage position. At best, she could serve as the head of Konoha Hospital. The advisors then looked to Jiraiya for answers. After all, it was his idea to invite Tsunade back to become Hokage, so it was up to him to resolve the situation. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, then said, "I'll help Tsunade overcome her hemophobia. If we face an opponent we can't defeat, I'll handle it. I'll take care of these troubles for Tsunade." Tsunade rolled her eyes, walked up to Jiraiya, and said, "Who told you to make decisions without consulting me? I haven't even said I want to run for Hokage." Letting Danzo become Hokage isn't necessarily a bad thing. After a pause, Tsunade continued, but I will still run for Hokage, not to become Hokage, but to protect Konoha, the Konoha left by Grandpa and Great-Uncle. Upon hearing Tsunade's decision, the two advisors and Jiraiya sighed in relief. If Tsunade had refused to run for the fifth Hokage, they would have had no suitable candidate. As for letting Danzo become Hokage, they didn't want to take such a huge risk. Just then, as Danzo was leaving the Hokage building, he suddenly stopped and looked back at the Hokage office with a meaningful expression. He knew that Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the two advisors would oppose him becoming Hokage. Since that was the case, he couldn't be blamed for using certain methods. Everyone's ultimate goal was to protect Konoha, and in order to clear the way for Konoha's future, it was only right for him to eliminate the obstacles in his path. Several days passed, and Danzo secretly contacted Orochimaru. The last time, they had teamed up for the Konoha destruction plan, eliminating the elderly and immortal third Hokage. This created a vacuum in Konoha's highest power, giving Danzo the opportunity to run for Hokage. Danzo was planning to take action against Tsunade and Jiraiya next. If the Jonin Assembly was truly convened and there was a vote for Hokage, he knew it would be impossible to defeat Tsunade and Jiraiya. Unlike his own quiet and unremarkable presence, Tsunade and Jiraiya had both ruled over entire battlefields. In addition to commanding troops in war, they had earned the loyalty of many Konoha ninjas, gaining immense fame and prestige. As early as a decade ago, they were both popular candidates for the position of Hokage. On the other hand, Danzo Shimure's presence, aside from among a few Jonin and some Chunin, was barely noticed. His influence was even less significant than that of the Jonin class. Therefore, he planned to spread the news about Tsunade's hemophobia and, at the same time, team up with Orochimaru to ensure that Tsunade and Jiraiya would not be able to participate in the Hokage election. As long as Tsunade and Jiraiya did not run, he could easily become Hokage. Within half a day, Danzo contacted Orochimaru. At the time, Orochimaru was in the Forest of Death, observing Kabuto, who was meeting with him for the fifth time. After finding Orochimaru, Danzo, accompanied by his trusted subordinates, made their way to him. He instructed Shisui and the others to wait off to the side while he approached Orochimaru, and together they observed Kabuto in the distance. Danzo was no stranger to Kabuto. Kabuto was one of the elite operatives from the Root organization, whom Danzo had personally handpicked. Kabuto was also the adopted son of his former subordinate, Nono Yakushi. Years ago, Danzo had orchestrated a situation where the two would end up turning on each other, breaking their bond and leaving one of them completely under Danzo's control. However, during the execution of this plan, an unexpected event occurred. Iwagakure Inoki had fought a mysterious ninja, and the battle unintentionally affected both Kabuto and Nono. Nono had died in the aftermath of the fight, while Kabuto returned to the Root organization with the news. Danzo had been surprised at the time, but once he confirmed through other channels that Nono had indeed died, he sent Kabuto to the Ninja Academy. In recent years, Danzo had not paid much attention to Kabuto, so he was surprised to find that Kabuto had attracted the attention of Orochimaru. Returning his thoughts to the present, Danzo turned to Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, are you interested in Kabuto? If you like him, I can give him to you." Orochimaru did not respond directly to Danzo. Instead, he asked, "Or perhaps you would like to tell me what you're here for? I remember our cooperation just ended not long ago. What do you want this time?" Danzo didn't waste time with pleasantries and immediately said, "In 1 week, the village will hold the Hokage election. I need you to delay Tsunade and Jiraiya, and help me become Hokage." "Help you become Hokage?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something from Danzo, and then said, "Jiraiya and Tsunade are my friends. I won't easily take action against them." Chapter 386, The Meeting of the Three Legendary Sannin. Danzo let out a cold laugh and said, "You already made a move against Hiruzen Sarutobi. Do you really care about this? You're just trying to squeeze more benefits out of me." Orochimaru didn't deny it. He nodded slightly. "You're not wrong. But what can you offer me now?" I've already obtained what I wanted. Danzo smirked for a second. I can revoke the bounty on your head, even allow you to return to Konohagakure and serve as the Hokage's second-in-command. You think I care about the Hokage position? Orochimaru stared at Danzo and continued, if I cared about becoming Hokage, I wouldn't have left Konoha in the first place. As for lifting the bounty? That's even more ridiculous. Who would actually dare try to capture me for a reward? Danzo fell silent for a few seconds, staring intently at Orochimaru. At the moment, he indeed had nothing compelling to offer that could persuade Orochimaru to cooperate. Orochimaru, who had already established his own independent shinobi village, lacked neither funding nor subordinates. He could freely purchase experimental materials from the black market, practically without any limitations. Was there really no way to convince Orochimaru? Just then, a bold thought flashed through Danzo's mind. Should he take advantage of their solitude and strike now? If he could use Sharingan Jinjutsu to control Orochimaru, he would gain a powerful asset. But such a move came with considerable risk. Orochimaru wasn't like Shisui Uchiha, he was cunning and constantly on guard. If the attack failed, it would completely sever their fragile alliance. Though Danzo wasn't worried about Orochimaru exposing their dealings, if Orochimaru deliberately caused trouble for him, it would be difficult to handle. After all, Orochimaru had mastered the impure world reincarnation technique and held the first and second Hokage under his control. Danzo himself had thought about having the first and second Hokage return in that form to protect Konoha, but he knew that if he really did that, Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sensei would surely oppose him with all their might. Reviving past Hokage would completely ruin any chance he had of becoming Hokage himself. As Danzo's thoughts spiraled, Orochimaru was also weighing his options, wondering whether to continue cooperating with Danzo or simply eliminate him here and now. Their thoughts mirrored each other, both were considering ending their old alliance right here. Just as Orochimaru hesitated, a voice whispered into his ear. After hearing its message, Orochimaru smiled and said to Danzo, "Danzo, I'll agree to cooperate with you, but I have a few conditions." Seeing Orochimaru willing to cooperate, Danzo let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Name your conditions." "As long as they're not too outrageous, I can accept them." As he spoke, Danzo was already setting boundaries in his mind. He was willing to accept Orochimaru's demands, but he would never allow Orochimaru to meddle in the internal affairs of Konohagakure. Ever since the third Hokage's death, Danzo had already considered the village his own. Orochimaru could read Danzo's intentions and smiled. "Don't worry. I won't make things too hard for you. I only want a few people. My Otogakure is still short on manpower." "You? Short on people?" "Your sound shinobi did quite well during the Chunin exams." "They did, but they're still far from what I consider ideal subordinates." Orochimaru paused, then added, "What I want are true geniuses." Danzo grew impatient. "Cut the crap and just tell me who you want." Orochimaru looked toward Kabuto Yakushi, not far away, then said, "Kabuto Yakushi is a talented individual. Once we start working together, he'll be under my command." Danzo nodded in agreement. Kabuto was an elite shinobi of root and had the potential to become a jonin in the future, but that was the extent of it. At most, he'd make a decent subordinate. Exchanging Kabuto for Orochimaru's cooperation was a trade well worth it. After securing Kabuto's allegiance, Orochimaru continued, "Besides Kabuto, I want another shinobi, Sasuke Uchiha." "You want Sasuke Uchiha too?" Danzo frowned, visibly troubled. Sasuke wasn't just any shinobi, he was Itachi's younger brother. One of the main reasons Itachi hadn't leaked Konoha's secrets over the years was precisely because of Sasuke's existence. After a moment of silence, Danzo said, "Orochimaru, I can't hand over Sasuke to you. He's the last Uchiha in the village. The rest of the leadership keeps a close eye on his every move. If you really want Sasuke Uchiha, I can at least provide you with intelligence." After a pause, he continued, "Even so, I must warn you, although Sasuke is a Konoha shinobi, his brother is Itachi Uchiha. If you take Sasuke, Itachi will definitely come after you." Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile. Danzo, the very reason I want Sasuke is because of his brother, Itachi Uchiha. You still remember our old would release project, don't you? Itachi would be the perfect test subject. That project was all fake. You're just after his Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo bluntly exposed Orochimaru's true motive, then said, but it's actually better if you take him. The village doesn't need that kind of threat around. Risk often brings opportunity, Danzo. Isn't that why you're competing for the Hokage seat? If you wanted a quiet life, you wouldn't be a shinobi. Danzo no longer wanted to banter. He said seriously, enough talk. Let's discuss the terms of cooperation properly. Orochimaru nodded as well. He was also curious about Danzo's plan. A few minutes later, Danzo revealed his plan. He wanted Orochimaru to attack Tsunade and expose her hemophobia to the world, proving she was unfit to protect the village as Hokage. Then, Danzo would appear mid-battle and swiftly defeat Orochimaru, avenging the fallen third Hokage and saving the village. After hearing the plan, Orochimaru sighed as if he was hearing some shitty plot of heroes saving the damsel in distress, but he ultimately agreed. After discussing the details, they were ready to part ways. Before leaving, Danzo used Root's communication methods to summon Kabuto. He glanced at Kabuto and said, Kabuto, from now on, you are Orochimaru's shinobi. But I hope you won't forget who you once were. You'll always be a shinobi of Konoha. Kabuto put on a worried, uneasy expression, hesitating between Danzo and Orochimaru. Danzo vanished in a flash using the body flicker technique. Left behind, Kabuto turned with a look of quiet disappointment and said to Orochimaru, Orochimaru-sama, please take care of me. Orochimaru didn't waste words and gestured for Kabuto to follow him as they headed into the dense forest. However, even Orochimaru failed to notice, when he turned away, the confusion and hesitation in Kabuto's eyes had vanished, replaced by something far more calculating. Ever since saving the orphanage director, Kabuto no longer had any reason to stay in Konohagakure. All these years spent undercover in Konoha and Root were entirely to live up to Lord Byakuya's expectations, and now, the latest mission Byakuya had given him was to infiltrate Orochimaru's side. He had long heard of Orochimaru's name. This was a shinobi who had maintained a long-standing cooperation with Danzo, a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. But even so, Kabuto Yakushi was confident he could complete this mission and stay hidden by Orochimaru's side. The only regret was that he wouldn't get to witness Danzo's downfall with his own eyes. A few days after returning to Konoha, Tsunade had already adapted to her role as the head of Konoha's hospital. Though she still felt uneasy at the sight of blood, she was able to guide the medical need of the village through her experience, while also beginning to reform the existing medical structure. 20 years ago, she had once proposed a major reform during a high-level council meeting. It was simple: every shinobi squad should be assigned a medical nin. The medical nin didn't have to be exceptionally skilled, but at the very least, they needed a fundamental understanding of medical techniques. This reform greatly reduced the casualty rate among shinobi squads and earned Tsunade immense praise and recognition. But that was 2 decades ago, and combat methods in the shinobi world had evolved since then. Medical nin had to adapt to the new era as well. She heard that in Amigakure, there was already a technique that sealed medical ninjutsu into scrolls. With some pre-prepared medicines, almost every shinobi there had the ability to heal themselves. Coupled with chakra-powered weapons, even the average aim nin now possessed formidable strength. After finishing a long day of work, Tsunade headed toward a nearby izakaya, planning to unwind with a few drinks. Originally, she'd hoped to relieve her stress with a little gambling, but Konoha had no casinos at all, much to her frustration. Once she became Hokage, she was absolutely going to open a casino right in the center of Konoha. Halfway there, though, something began to feel off. Wasn't this around the time when Shizen would usually find her and try to talk her out of going to a casino or bar? Urge her to focus on repaying her debts? Could it be that Shizen had gone to visit Dan? Even if so, she should have told her. That thought sobered Tsunade up instantly. Shizen's sudden disappearance felt strange, very strange. Still, Shizen had Jonin-level skills. It didn't make sense for her to be attacked within the village. Just as Tsunade was lost in thought, a civilian suddenly appeared beside her. Her sharp instincts kicked in, and she used the body flicker to instantly subdue the person. Upon inspecting the civilian, Tsunade's expression darkened. The person had been under a jinjutsu and had approached her under manipulation. Their real purpose was still unclear. After canceling the jinjutsu, Tsunade questioned the civilian. He looked confused, but then handed her a letter. The moment she saw the envelope, her heart sank. She quickly scanned the letter, and her face turned ashen. With a single punch charged with monstrous strength, she struck the wall beside her, leaving behind a deep crack. The contents of the letter were simple. It revealed that Shizen hadn't disappeared by accident, she'd been kidnapped. But the target wasn't Shizen herself. The enemy's real goal was to meet Tsunade. A meeting place was specified. She was also warned not to bring anyone with her. This was obviously a trap, and Tsunade knew it well. What she didn't know was who the attacker was, or what kind of confidence they had to dare request a meeting with her. Had the new generation forgotten the name of the legendary Sannin? So, should she go alone, or tell Jiraiya first? After a brief moment of consideration, Tsunade decided to take the initiative and face the mysterious enemy who had taken Shizen. Still, she made sure to notify the other high-ranking members of Konoha before leaving. Following the directions in the letter, Tsunade quickly arrived at a secluded alley. After several turns, she finally saw the shinobi who had taken Shizen. Her expression froze, and her gaze sharpened instantly. The one who had kidnapped Shizen was none other than Orochimaru, her former comrade and teammate. Seeing her arrive, Orochimaru didn't make things difficult for Shizen. He cast a jinjutsu on her, making her fall into a deep sleep, then turned to Tsunade and said, "Long time no see, Miss Princess Tsunade." Orochimaru, Tsunade almost growled his name through clenched teeth. "Why did you kill the old man? You knew he doted on you the most." Unfazed, Orochimaru replied, "I simply helped him fulfill his wish, to die on the battlefield. When Minato died and the old man chose to serve as Hokage again, his soul had already died. And so, his death now is just the death of the flesh. His will of fire died long ago." Orochimaru paused before smirking. "Don't you find it laughable, talking about the will of fire coming from your mouth?" Tsunade glared into Orochimaru's eyes and said coldly, "No matter what your reasons are, you killed our teacher. I've never denied that." He paused, then added, "But if performing human experiments means someone loses their will of fire, then the second Hokage should have lost his a long time ago." With a wave of his hand, Orochimaru continued, "I didn't come here to waste time chatting. I have something else I want to ask of you. If you agree, I'll give you something in return, something you'll be satisfied with." "What do you want me to do?" Tsunade asked, puzzled. Orochimaru got straight to the point. "Do you remember the wood release project the old man shut down back then? I want to borrow your medical expertise to restart it, to reduce the risks of integrating Hashirama cells." "Restart the wood release project? And why the hell would I agree to that?" Tsunade was disgusted by the idea. For one, wood release experiments required the use of Hashirama cells, the ones harvested from her grandfather's remains. And besides, the wood release experiments were brutal. Countless shinobi had died in those tests. As if he had anticipated her reaction, Orochimaru calmly said, "Don't rush to reject me. Let's talk about what you really care about. If you help me with this, I'll use the impure world reincarnation to bring back Nawaki and Dan." Chapter 387, Individual Battles. Bring back Nawaki and Dan? When she heard those words, Tsunade looked up at Orochimaru. A flicker of confusion passed through her eyes as memories of Nawaki and Kato Dan began surfacing in her mind. Nawaki was her younger brother and Orochimaru's first student. As the grandson of the first Hokage, Nawaki had inherited his grandfather's talent and his warm, sunny personality. If he had been allowed to grow up normally, he would have easily earned the rank of elite Jonin. But during the Second Great Ninja War, Nawaki, on his very first mission outside the village, had triggered a trap set with explosive tags. He was engulfed in flames instantly, even Orochimaru didn't have time to save him. As for Dan Kato, he had been an outstanding jonin of the village and Tsunade's former lover. On the day he died from severe injuries inflicted by the enemy, Tsunade developed her hemophobia. If Orochimaru truly had the ability to bring Nawaki and Dan back to life, Tsunade didn't dare think any further. She was afraid that she might actually agree to Orochimaru's proposal. Forcing the thought from her mind, she steadied herself and said sternly, "The dead are already gone. I won't allow you to disturb their rest." Orochimaru blinked in brief surprise, then tilted his head and said with some confusion, "I thought you might agree to work with me. I miss Nawaki too, after all, but it seems his sister isn't willing to let him return." Tsunade's expression darkened. She clenched her fists, cracking her knuckles, then said coldly, "Don't you dare mention Nawaki or Dan again. I'm not accepting your offer. And if it's a fight you're after, I won't turn you down." She hoped to scare Orochimaru off and avoid a direct confrontation. Since developing her hemophobia, her strength had significantly declined. Though she was still stronger than most shinobi, Orochimaru was clearly among the top tier. Even in her prime, she wouldn't necessarily have beaten him. But Orochimaru wasn't the least bit fazed by the threat. He chuckled and said, "Maybe I would have been cautious in the past, but now that you've got hemophobia, can you still fight like you used to? Why don't you just come with me quietly and help me research the first Hokage's cells?" With those words, Orochimaru struck first. Hidden Shadow Snake hands shot from his sleeve, lashing toward Tsunade's face at high speed. Tsunade dodged cleanly, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind him a moment later and smash a punch straight into his back. Boom! Orochimaru was hit squarely by a monstrous blow. The impact was like a freight train at full speed. The instant it connected, Orochimaru's body collapsed into a puddle of boneless flesh, slumping to the ground in a mess of blood and tissue. Looking down at the gore on the ground, Tsunade felt her stomach churn with revulsion. The hemophobia she'd been keeping under control began to awaken. Her eyes spun, her vision tilted, and her body wobbled, unable to keep its balance. Seeing this, Orochimaru emerged from the shadows and released two small snakes toward her. He could tell something was off with Tsunade, as she might be succumbing to her phobia. But who was to say she hadn't been faking all these years? The snakes bared their fangs and sank them into her, leaving 4 bloody punctures and injecting their venom. Orochimaru glowered. He still couldn't be sure whether Tsunade had been faking her condition. The venom on these snakes was potent, but it shouldn't pose a serious threat to her. 10 seconds passed, then 20. Tsunade's face visibly darkened. Orochimaru grew more suspicious. Could Tsunade really have hemophobia? Could a medical nin truly be afraid of blood? Shoving those thoughts aside, Orochimaru slowly stepped toward her. He didn't yet know what to do with her. He had attacked Tsunade for her medical expertise. He wanted to speed up his research into Hashirama's cells. But in truth, he didn't need her help at all. This attack on Tsunade was only to fulfill a part of his deal with Danzo. And that was the real issue. He was already close to subduing Tsunade, yet Danzo still hadn't shown up. Was he really supposed to push her to the brink before Danzo made his move? To buy more time, Orochimaru said, "Tsunade, it seems the rumors were true. You really are terrified of blood. I'll give you one last chance. Either cooperate with me, or keep resisting and die here. You still have a future ahead of you. Who knows, you might become the 5th Hokage of the village." Tsunade slowly recovered from her hemophobia, and stared at Orochimaru. "There's nothing to discuss between me and someone like you," she said coldly. "If you want to fight, I'll give you one any time." While Orochimaru was fighting Tsunade, Danzo and his loyal subordinates were on their way to the rendezvous point. But halfway there, he encountered Jiraiya, who was rushing over to aid Tsunade. Danzo's face twisted, and he immediately ordered Shisui to attack Jiraiya. If Jiraiya made it to the battlefield, the 3 Sannin would undoubtedly clash again. The fight might not lead to any deaths, but it would completely ruin Danzo's scheme to win public favor. Right now, the top priority was to stop Jiraiya, so Danzo could reach Orochimaru and deal with Tsunade himself. After splitting the team, Danzo quickened his pace, soon turning into a black blur that vanished into the shadows of the forest. Meanwhile, on the other side, the masked Shisui intercepted Jiraiya. Jiraiya noticed the figure blocking his path. The man wore an animal mask and was completely cloaked in black, making it impossible to identify him with the naked eye. Remembering Shizen's earlier distress call, Jiraiya's expression darkened. Ever since the third Hokage passed away, the ninja world had become infested with small-time troublemakers. Not only had some begun encroaching upon Konoha's territory, but now they were bold enough to attack one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Tsunade was no longer who she used to be. Since developing hemophobia, her strength had taken a drastic plunge. If he didn't step in, something might really happen to her. But more than anything, Jiraiya wanted to find out who the attacker was. With that thought, he formed hand seals and unleashed the wild lion's main technique. His soft hair hardened under the influence of chakra, lashing toward Shisui like a spear. Shisui remained expressionless as he activated his own jutsu, entering a combat stance. He had always wanted to test himself against one of the famed Sannin, and now he finally had his chance. When Jiraiya saw his initial attack fail, he frowned. This mysterious shinobi was strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with him. But what was his goal? Gathering chakra in his throat, Jiraiya formed seals and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball jutsu." Jiraiya was a master of fire style, wielding some of its most powerful techniques. Faced with that level of power, even Shisui had no choice but to avoid it temporarily. After dodging the flames, Shisui drew a short sword from under his cloak and launched a counterattack. His movements were incredibly fast, leaving afterimages in the air, classic body flicker technique. At that speed, it looked almost like teleportation. Jiraiya used his iron-hard hair to block Shisui's blade, but he was always half a step behind. He could only defend, unable to land a meaningful strike. But as the battle dragged on, Jiraiya began to sense something off. Though the masked ninja said nothing, his fighting style was unmistakably similar to that of the Uchiha clan. That raised suspicions in Jiraiya's mind. But there was only one Uchiha left in the village now. Sasuke had stood out during the Chunin exams, but he couldn't possibly be the one holding his own in a battle like this. No, this couldn't be Sasuke. That's when another name popped into Jiraiya's head. The S-rank rogue ninja who had annihilated the Uchiha clan and left Sasuke an orphan, Itachi Uchiha. If this was Itachi, then it would make sense why the fight was so evenly matched. His guard rising, Jiraiya quickly summoned Gamabunta, along with the elder toads Fukasaku and Shima. Gamabunta would help buy time while Fukasaku and Shima gathered nature energy for him to enter Sage Mode. Shisui glanced between Jiraiya and the incoming Gamabunta, then charged forward to engage the massive toad. Gamabunta was a formidable fighter, at least at the level of an elite Jonin. Thanks to his massive body and agile combat skills, he could even go head-to-head with a tailed beast for a short period of time. This was part of Jiraiya's strength as one of the Sannin. The power of the Sannin wasn't just in their individual abilities, but also in their contracts with the three great summoning realms. On the surface, Konoha seemed to have only the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki capable of changing the tide of war, but in truth, each of the Sannin had that power. Even so, Gamabunta wasn't quite enough to keep up with Shisui. Shisui's arsenal included with style, Sharingan Jinjutsu, and Susanoo, all of which could easily suppress Gamabunta. However, he couldn't risk revealing the wood style or Susanoo just yet, so he opted to use Jinjutsu through his Sharingan. His eyes glowed with an eerie red light, and the illusion technique hit Gamabunta. Gamabunta's chakra reserves were immense, so controlling him wasn't easy. Shisui managed to trap him in the illusion, but manipulating him in the short term was another matter entirely. Jiraiya noticed this and urged Fukasaku and Shima to hurry up and gather the natural energy. Fukasaku gave him a sideways glance and grumbled, "Quit rushing us, Jiraiya boy. Gathering nature energy takes time." We'll let you know when it's ready. But in the meantime, you want to explain what the hell is going on? Shima also looked over, clearly curious about Jiraiya's motives. Jiraiya let out a soft sigh. I suspect Orochimaru has returned, with Itachi Uchiha. If we don't deal with him soon, Tsunade could be in real danger. As he spoke, Fukasaku and Shima finished gathering enough energy, allowing Jiraiya to enter Sage Mode. Pigment marks spread across his face, and a distinct change took place in his eyes. Sage Mode, the proper way to wield nature energy. By blending chakra with nature energy in a 1-to-1 ratio, the user could unleash destructive Sage techniques, overwhelming their opponent with sheer power. Once in Sage Mode, Jiraiya's speed, strength, and chakra all saw a dramatic increase. Shursui also noticed the change in Jiraiya and immediately grew more alert. Jiraiya's current state was strange, undeniably powerful. This had to be the so-called Sage Mode. Shursui wasn't unfamiliar with Sage Mode. He remembered that the Akatsuki base had long been researching the Cursed Seal technique. When pushed to its limits, the Cursed Seal could produce effects similar to Sage Mode. The first Hokage, who once ended the Warring States period, had also mastered Sage Mode. However, Jiraiya clearly couldn't be compared to the first Hokage. Even with Sage Mode, at best he could suppress Shursui temporarily, but defeating him outright would be difficult. Jiraiya's goal was clear: use Sage Mode to pressure Shursui and find an opening to support Tsunade. Sage Art, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. Standing beside Gamabunta, Jiraiya finished weaving hand seals. Coordinating with Gamabunta's Toad Oil, they completed this devastating technique. In an instant, flames lit up the sky, turning the surrounding darkness into blazing daylight. The scorching heat twisted the air and devoured oxygen and life alike, reducing everything around them to scorched earth. Shursui activated Susanoo to forcibly block the attack. Just as the jutsu ended, he dismissed Susanoo, revealing a clearly weakened state, but still standing in Jiraiya's path. I can't let you pass. Something important is happening over there. Breathing heavily, Shursui stood in front of Jiraiya. His mask was cracked and looked like it could shatter at any moment. The next second, the mask indeed broke apart, revealing an exceptionally delicate and handsome face. Jiraiya found the face familiar, but couldn't place it until Shursui used the body flicker technique again. That's when the realization hit him. The ninja blocking his path was none other than Shursui Uchiha, who had been missing for years. Why had he disappeared all those years ago? And why was he here now, standing in his way? These questions swirled in Jiraiya's mind. And then he noticed something strange. There was some sort of jinjutsu cast over Shursui, one that seemed to be manipulating his actions. So a new question arose: who cast this illusion on Shursui, and for what purpose? But thinking alone wouldn't yield the answer. If Jiraiya wanted to find out the truth, he'd have to defeat Shursui first. Chapter 388, Heartbreaking Shursui. In Sage Mode, Jiraiya's strength was terrifying. In the original timeline, even when facing the 6 Paths of Pain, who were at a Super Kage level, he managed to hold his own for quite a while and almost succeeded in turning the tables. At the Kage level, Jiraiya had few true rivals. Even so, defeating Shursui Uchiha wouldn't be an easy task. Shursui, known as Shursui of the Body Flicker, was extraordinarily fast. If he truly wanted to escape, very few people in the current shinobi world could catch up to him. Realizing this, Jiraiya began contemplating how to take Shursui down. Unless something unexpected happened, he would likely only get one shot at subduing Shursui. If Shursui became wary, capturing him again would be extremely difficult. At that moment, nearby Konoha shinobi also noticed the disturbance and rushed over. With the recent death of the third Hokage, any signs of trouble in Konoha would immediately raise alarm. The village was still in a weakened state, and its ninja feared that enemy forces might try to take advantage of the situation. Seeing Jiraiya at the scene, both Kakashi and Might Guy, who had rushed over, breathed a sigh of relief. To them, Jiraiya was like an immovable pillar. As long as he was around, nothing too chaotic would happen. As they arrived at Jiraiya's side, They looked toward Shui in the distance. Guy thought the person looked familiar, like he had seen him somewhere before. Kakashi, on the other hand, immediately recognized him and said in shock, "Isn't that Shui Uchiha, who's been missing for years? Why is he attacking Jiraiya-sama?" Jiraiya shook his head and replied, "I don't know why he attacked me either. But there's another chakra within him. It seems like he's being controlled by someone's Jinjutsu." Someone used Jinjutsu to control Shui? Kakashi and Guy exchanged incredulous looks, unsure if they had heard correctly. The Uchiha clan, with their Sharingan bloodline, were naturally gifted at Jinjutsu. Even without specializing in it, the Sharingan granted them immense resistance to illusionary techniques. And Shui had once been the strongest Uchiha. Not only had he mastered the body flicker technique to an extraordinary level, his skill in Jinjutsu was terrifying, so much so that enemy Jonin would retreat upon merely sensing his chakra. During the war with Kumogakure, he and Byakuya had even defeated the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Though his power might not have matched the 5 Kage completely, it wasn't far off. For someone like that to be controlled by Jinjutsu? It was nearly unthinkable. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Jiraiya understood what they were thinking. Truthfully, he also found it hard to believe. But there were indeed 2 distinct chakra signatures within Shui. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya said to Kakashi and Guy, "Tsunade was attacked. You two should help me deal with Shui, let's end this quickly." Kakashi and Might Guy both nodded and moved to encircle Shui from different directions. Seeing Kakashi and Guy enter the scene, Shui was inwardly startled. This wasn't what he had expected. Why were Kakashi and Might Guy the ones to respond? Kakashi's reputation spoke for itself, a veteran elite Jonin and a pillar of the younger generation. Guy might not seem wise, but his strength was terrifying. Even Byakuya had ranked him among the top 3 strongest ninjas in Konoha today. Being surrounded by these 3, even if he gave it his all, Shui faced the risk of failure. If he truly failed this mission, it would mean betraying Byakuya-sama's trust and losing the chance to help the Uchiha rise again. He had to give it everything he had. The next performance was about to begin. As soon as he entered the fight, Kakashi removed his forehead protector, revealing his eerie 3-tomo Sharingan, and immediately charged at Shui with a flash of lightning in hand. Might Guy shouted loudly and opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates release formation, his body glowing green. Last to act was Jiraiya, who formed a massive Rasengan in his hand. All 3 launched simultaneous attacks on Shui, putting him under immense pressure. Faced with the coordinated assault, Shui quickly fell into a disadvantage. In less than 30 seconds, he was subdued. Bound by sealing techniques, he could no longer fight back. Jiraiya approached and formed a hand seal, murmuring, "Jinjutsu release." After dispelling the chakra that had taken root in Shui's body, Shui frowned briefly. Then his eyes became dazed and confused. He muttered, "Wasn't I being controlled? How did I end up here?" Soon, he noticed Jiraiya-sama standing nearby. His expression turned defensive as he said, "Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi-senpai, and Might Guy-senpai? Why are you all here?" Jiraiya didn't answer right away. He looked at Kakashi and Guy, and the 3 exchanged glances, as if something had dawned on them. They turned their gazes back to Shui. Whatever had happened to Shui, the final answers would have to come from him. At that moment, Shui seemed to recall something and shouted toward Jiraiya, "Jiraiya-sama. I need to see the Hokage immediately. Danzo attacked me and tried to steal my Mangekyo Sharingan." But halfway through speaking, Shui's expression darkened. He sighed and said, "My Sharingan must have already been taken. Maybe even the Hokage was involved in this. Since the Hokage's faction controlled me, why let me wake up again? Was it to humiliate us?" Shui's words carried a massive amount of information, leaving Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others momentarily stunned. Once they calmed down, they began focusing on the key points. Shui said he was attacked by Danzo, who stole his Sharingan. That meant even before the Uchiha massacre, Danzo had already planned to strike against them, and he had gone straight for the most dangerous target. Second, Danzo's attack seemed to be an individual act, not something planned by the third Hokage. But the most critical piece of intel was this: if Danzo had attacked Shisui back then, was he also the mastermind behind Shisui's recent appearance? Could it be that Danzo had joined forces with Orochimaru to attack Tsunade? Jiraiya felt overwhelmed. If Danzo really had colluded with Orochimaru, then wasn't the death of the third Hokage also linked to him? The Konoha crush a month ago was actually a civil war within the Hokage's own faction. Kakashi and Guy didn't have as much information, but seeing the look on Jiraiya's face, they sensed something major had happened to the village. To avoid disturbing Jiraiya, Kakashi and Guy began casually chatting with Shisui. Shisui looked at Kakashi, his expression complicated, and said, "Go ahead, how do you plan to humiliate me?" Humiliate the Uchiha clan? I should never have trusted the third Hokage or any of the Hokage's men. Kakashi was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Shisui, the third Hokage sacrificed his life a month ago. He died in Orochimaru's attack while protecting Konoha. The third Hokage is dead?" Shisui was stunned, then asked, "What about the Uchiha? Did any of my clansmen take part in this plan? They've always dreamed of becoming Hokage." Kakashi shook his head and said, "The Uchiha have long since been annihilated. The one who wiped them out was your friend, Itachi Uchiha. He killed every single Uchiha." "That's impossible." Shisui stared at Kakashi. "Itachi would never raise his hand against our clan. He was the bridge between the clan and the village. Anyone else might do such a thing, but not him." Kakashi understood how Shisui felt, but still said calmly, "This is the truth. Itachi Uchiha chose an extreme path to prevent conflict between the village and the clan. He killed all the Uchiha, except for one, his younger brother, Sasuke. The third Hokage is dead, the Uchiha clan is gone." Shisui sat down on the ground and muttered to himself, "I need some time alone to think. The shinobi world has changed too fast. It feels like I just had a terrible dream, and now that I've woken up, I'm forced to accept an even crueler reality." His eyes wavered. "I'm the only Uchiha left in the village, except for Sasuke." Kakashi sighed and offered some comfort. "Shisui, maybe the Uchiha aren't completely wiped out. Back when I went to the Uchiha district to investigate, I noticed that more than half of the bodies were missing. There's a chance some might still be alive." Hearing this, Shisui grew more alert and looked sharply at Kakashi. For Kakashi to deduce part of the truth from back then, should he say it's just what you'd expect from the Leaf's top tactician? His analytical skills were truly exceptional. Jiraiya, who had finally collected himself, walked over and placed a hand on Shisui's shoulder. "I can more or less guess what you've been through all these years. Once all of this is over, I'll stand up for the Uchiha. Danzo will get the punishment he deserves." As he said this, Jiraiya's eyes glinted with an uncontrollable killing intent. Just moments ago, he had pieced together Danzo's motives. Danzo must have collaborated with Orochimaru to become Hokage. Whether it was taking out the third or launching an attack on Tsunade, everything Danzo did was to clear his path to the Hokage's seat. As long as the third was alive, Danzo would never be Hokage, no matter what he did. After the third's death, the strongest candidates were Jiraiya and Tsunade. Since Jiraiya didn't want the job, Danzo's only real obstacle was Tsunade. Think about it, if Jiraiya refused the position and Tsunade were eliminated, Danzo would become the fifth Hokage by default. Facing someone like Danzo, who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, Jiraiya no longer saw him as a comrade but as an enemy. To maintain peace in the village, Konoha needed institutions like the ANBU and Root to handle the dirty work, covertly monitoring enemies and launching counterattacks against enemy villages. But using those methods against their own people was utterly forbidden. For Danzo to betray the village and the Will of Fire just to become Hokage, he had to face justice. After a short pause, Jiraiya said, "Kakashi, Guy, go inform the Jonin squads. Tell them to assemble. There's something important we need to discuss." Receiving the order, Kakashi and Might Guy immediately left. Jiraiya glanced at Shisui and said, "Shisui, wait here with me. While we wait, I'll fill you in on everything that's happened these past years. Shisui nodded and gave a bitter smile. Then I'll listen, Jiraiya-sama. At the same time, on the battlefield where Orochimaru and Tsunade were fighting. After stalling for long enough with his silver tongue, Orochimaru finally saw Danzo appear, along with his root operatives, launching an assault on Tsunade. Weakened as she was, Tsunade wasn't Orochimaru's match and was quickly driven into a desperate situation. Just as Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword was about to pierce Tsunade, Danzo hurled a wind release, shuriken infused with chakra, aiming directly at Orochimaru's arm. Sensing danger from the side, Orochimaru stepped back and parried the attack with his Kusanagi sword. With a metallic clang, Orochimaru's hand tingled from the force. Blocking a wind release technique with brute strength was no easy feat. If not for the durability of the Kusanagi sword, it might have been severed right there. After rescuing Tsunade, Danzo coldly said, "Lady Tsunade, if you're not strong enough, don't push yourself. Someone with hemophobia like you is no match for Orochimaru. A traitor like him should be handled by Root." Even before his words finished, the Root shinobi behind him vanished and surrounded Orochimaru, ready to strike at any moment. Tsunade wasn't thrilled with Danzo, but since he had saved her just now, she decided to let it go for the moment. After that intense battle with Orochimaru, it seemed like her fear of blood had lessened. If given a bit more time, she might even overcome her phobia entirely. Wait a second, was she forgetting something? Tsunade suddenly turned to look at Danzo. This was supposed to be a secret mission. After rescuing Shizune, the first person Shizune should have gone to was Jiraiya. Why had Danzo shown up first? Could Danzo have been watching her movements all along? She slowly exhaled, choosing not to dwell on the implications. Knowing that old perv, Jiraiya probably wandered off to peek at the women's baths again. If Shizune couldn't find him, it would make sense. For now, the priority was to team up with Danzo and defeat Orochimaru. If they could take down Orochimaru, they wouldn't just be avenging the third Hokage, they'd also be able to free her grandfather and granduncle, who had been resurrected through Edo Tensei. Just as Tsunade was about to fight alongside Danzo against Orochimaru, Jiraiya arrived with reinforcements. Seeing that Danzo was already engaged with Orochimaru, Jiraiya didn't strike immediately. Instead, he had his team lie in wait, biding their time for the perfect moment to strike. Chapter 389, Internal Strife in Konoha. Jiraiya was waiting for the perfect moment to strike, aiming to take down Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's eternal rival, he knew Orochimaru's strength extremely well. The two were equally matched, but Orochimaru had mastered the Edo Tensei, allowing him to control the first and second Hokage in battle. In the entire shinobi world, the only one who could take on both the first and second Hokage at the same time was Byakuya. That's why Jiraiya had to find the right moment to swiftly defeat Orochimaru before he could use the Edo Tensei to prevent the situation from worsening. A team of Konoha Jonin that had arrived as reinforcements were somewhat confused upon seeing this scene. They didn't understand why Jiraiya was hiding here. Tsunade and Danzo were already attacking Orochimaru together, since if they had just stepped in to support them, they might have had a chance to capture the traitor Orochimaru. However, considering Jiraiya's position as acting Hokage, they ultimately said nothing. Although Orochimaru had attacked the village and caused the death of the third Hokage, this was still considered an internal matter of the Hokage's circle, something outsiders shouldn't meddle in. Noticing their stares, Jiraiya quickly explained what had happened. When they heard that Danzo had attacked and taken control of Shisui Uchiha and might have even helped plan the Konoha Crush, the Jonin all wore expressions of disbelief. Weren't Danzo and Orochimaru both part of the Hokage's faction? How had internal conflict reached such a level? Shikaku Nara thought for a moment, then said, "Jiraiya-sama, do you have any witnesses or evidence regarding Danzo-sama's betrayal of the village?" Jiraiya waved his hand, signaling the nearby ANBU to remove their mask and stick out their tongue. When they clearly saw Shisui's face, his crimson Sharingan, and the cursed tongue eradication seal engraved on his tongue, the Jonin immediately grew more serious. The seal on Shisui's tongue was genuine, and Jiraiya wasn't the type to lie about such a thing. Most importantly, considering Danzo's aggressive stance toward the Uchiha, it wasn't hard to believe that he might have made a move against Shisui. After all, Itachi Uchiha, who personally annihilated his own clan, had numerous connections to Danzo. After exchanging glances, the Jonin all turned to Jiraiya, then looked toward Tsunade and the others in the distance. They understood that it was time to choose a side. Whether Jiraiya's words were valid, whether Danzo had really betrayed the village and colluded with Orochimaru, whether he had attacked Shisui Uchiha, none of that mattered anymore. What mattered now was their stance. Would they support Jiraiya or the leader of Root? Fortunately, this wasn't a difficult choice for them. Whether from an emotional perspective or from a standpoint of interest, they supported one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Jiraiya was a student of the third Hokage and a role model in Konoha's history. He held the record for most S-rank missions completed and contributed significantly to the village. Though Danzo had also done much for the village, his contributions were always in the shadows. Most importantly, the Root organization targeted not only enemies but also Konoha's own shinobi. No one liked an organization that might turn on them. Silently standing behind Jiraiya, they made their choice through action. On the battlefield. After forcing Orochimaru back with wind-style shuriken, Danzo launched several more advanced wind-style jutsu. The sharp wind turned into invisible blades, seeming to slice through space itself, keeping Orochimaru at bay. Even as his collaborator, Orochimaru had to admit Danzo's strength. Danzo's mastery over wind-style had reached perfection. It would be hard to find another shinobi in the entire world who could surpass him in wind-style, not even the Kazekage of Sunagakure could match him. After retreating to create distance, Orochimaru began his performance. Frowning, he looked at Danzo and said, "Danzo, are you really going to stop me from taking Tsunade? Tsunade is your rival on the path to becoming Hokage. If you let me take her, you might become the 5th Hokage yourself." Already aware of the Konoha shinobi lying in ambush behind him, Danzo righteously declared, "I would never resort to such despicable tactics to become Hokage. Even if I save Tsunade, I can still defeat her fair and square in the Jonin vote." Danzo spoke loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear. Upon hearing this, Tsunade showed a look of disbelief. Someone as shady as Danzo was actually saying such things? But she couldn't directly rebuke him since he had just saved her. The Konoha shinobi in hiding also found Danzo's words insincere. It might sound fine coming from someone else, but from Danzo, it just felt wrong. And after listening to Jiraiya's explanation, they increasingly believed that Danzo and Orochimaru had planned this together, a performance meant to deceive them. After all, if Danzo hadn't made prior arrangements, how could someone as secretive as him be the first to appear here, saving Tsunade and fighting Orochimaru without hesitation? You had to remember, whether, during the Nine Tails incident or the recent Konoha crush, Root had always been the last to arrive on the battlefield. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it wasn't so easily erased. After righteously rejecting Orochimaru, Danzo launched another attack, all while keeping a close eye on the forest behind him, waiting for support from Konoha. Several minutes later, Danzo sensed something was off. Had the hidden Konoha shinobi been attacked? Why hadn't they jumped out to assist him by now? Had Orochimaru laid out another plan? Thinking this, Danzo looked toward Orochimaru in the distance and frowned. In his mind, if the Konoha shinobi weren't supporting him, it could only mean Orochimaru had interfered. Could something have happened to Shisui as well? But he had only ordered Shisui to pretend to be Orochimaru's subordinate to block Jiraiya. He should have been able to retreat within half a minute. Suppressing his doubts, Danzo continued his attacks on Orochimaru, keeping up the act. A few more minutes passed, and the hidden Konoha shinobi finally sprang into action. They surrounded Orochimaru from all directions and even set up a sealing barrier. Orochimaru's expression changed slightly, and he immediately unleashed the 10,000 snakes formation to disrupt them. A horde of venomous snakes covered the ground, lunging wildly at the surrounding shinobi, trying to overwhelm them. Jiraiya didn't hesitate at all. He instantly used fire style. With Sage Mode enhancing it, Jiraiya's fire style was terrifyingly powerful. He obliterated the 10,000 snakes formation in an instant, turning all the venomous snakes into ash. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Losing so many snakes at once hurt even him. Looking toward Jiraiya in the distance, Orochimaru gave a fake smile and said, "Long time no see, Jiraiya. I didn't expect we'd meet again here. Why did you attack Tsunade?" Jiraiya questioned. Orochimaru answered nonchalantly, "I needed Tsunade's help for my experiments. Unfortunately, she refused, so I could only forcibly take her away. I just didn't expect her hemophobia to be so severe. Heck, she was defeated in an instant." Orochimaru's attitude made Jiraiya furious. His eyes widened in anger as he shouted, "It was Tsunade's choice to reject you. You had no right to force her, and I haven't even settled the score with you for what happened to the third Hokage." "The old man?" Orochimaru paused, then chuckled. "No need to thank me. Letting Sensei die in battle as a hero of Konoha was my final gift to him as a student." Orochimaru then smirked. "You wouldn't want the third to grow old and die in a hospital bed, would you? For a shinobi, dying of old age is a form of torment. A shinobi's fate is the battlefield, to go out in a blaze of glory." Jiraiya had to admit Orochimaru had a point, but that still didn't justify becoming an enemy of the third Hokage. He shouted at Orochimaru, dying in battle may have been the old man's wish, but he would never have wanted to be taken down by the student he cherished most and a so-called friend scheming behind his back. That wasn't a glorious death. It was an assassination born of betrayal. Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, feigning confusion. "Jiraiya. I'm not sure I follow. I left Konoha. Naturally, I'm now the enemy of Konohagakure. And enemies use any means necessary. You're still as naive as ever." "I'm naive?" Jiraiya scoffed coldly and lunged at Orochimaru. Seeing Jiraiya rush at him, Orochimaru quickly raised the Kusanagi blade to defend himself. He could feel that Jiraiya tonight was different, more powerful than ever, exuding natural energy. He must have entered Sage Mode. Sage Mode, the ability Orochimaru longed for, the ultimate form that even the cursed seal couldn't match. If he didn't fight cautiously, he might very well die at Jiraiya's hands tonight unless he used Edo Tensei to summon the first and second Hokage. But after the last time he summoned them, Orochimaru had resolved not to use that technique lightly, especially not the Edo versions of the first and second Hokage. He could feel that the first Hokage might break free of his control at any moment, becoming a free-roaming Edo Tensei. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable if he lost control over both. He didn't want to be hunted by the first and second Hokage for the rest of his life. As he watched the Konoha shinobi approaching, Danzo began to sense that something was off. Weren't those Jonin supposed to back up Jiraiya? Why were they walking toward him instead, and with a murderous glint in their eyes? Pushing aside his doubts, Danzo addressed them, saying, "I'm not injured. You don't need to protect me. Go and support Jiraiya. We must capture Orochimaru at this time. For the time being, forget Orochimaru's identity. After killing Hiruzen, he's no longer a shinobi of Konoha." But the Jonin didn't react much. They simply stared coldly at Danzo. Their eyes said everything, they didn't trust him. What are you all doing?" Danzo began to panic. His voice grew sharper, laced with anxiety. "I'm Konoha's senior advisor. Are you trying to betray the village? Or are you all Orochimaru's spies?" At his accusations and attempts to throw blame, the already disgusted Jonin squad hardened their resolve. They looked at Danzo in unison. Kakashi stepped forward and got straight to the point. "Danzo, your conspiracy has been exposed. Jiraiya-sama saw through it all. We're here to arrest you. You can fight back, or you can surrender. But if you resist, we won't let you walk away with your dignity. Considering your age, we'd rather not make this painful for you." "What conspiracy? You're all Orochimaru's spies trying to frame me," Danzo roared, pointing furiously at Kakashi. "It's you, Kakashi. You must have manipulated Jiraiya to take revenge on me. But Kakashi's expression remained calm. Is that so? Well, I do want revenge. I won't deny it. You were the one who ordered Tenzo to kill me, weren't you? Kakashi then glared at Danzo. If it hadn't been for the third Hokage, I would have lost my Sharingan long ago, maybe even my life. You're spouting nonsense. I never gave such an order. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe Kakashi dared to bring up the past. You're just a mere elite jonin. How dare you question someone like me, who commands the entire Root division? Then it clicked. He looked toward Jiraiya in the distance and realized the truth. Kakashi had never dared to expose him before because Kakashi had no real authority or influence in the village. But now, with Jiraiya's backing, everything changed. Jiraiya might not control any military unit like Root. Still, as a disciple of the third Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, he could easily rally a massive number of shinobi to his cause. That was the power he had accumulated over the years. Jiraiya, you really were hiding your claws. On the surface, you endorsed Tsunade as the fifth Hokage candidate, but in reality, you're maneuvering to become Hokage yourself. You let Tsunade embarrass herself in front of everyone to lower public opinion of her. Then you let Kakashi drag my secrets into the light, forcing me to step out of the race as well. With just a few calculated moves, you've eliminated every competitor for the fifth Hokage seat. No wonder you were the one who stayed closest to Hiruzen all these years. Your schemes are just as devious as his. Back then, it was that same fake humility that helped Hiruzen gain Tobirama-sensei's favor and become Hokage. But if you think tricks like these are enough to take me down, you're underestimating me. Did you really think I didn't prepare for unexpected variables when working with Orochimaru? To prevent Orochimaru from turning on me, I've stationed a large number of Root operatives nearby. Just give the order, and they'll take Kakashi down for sowing chaos, and the rest of the fence-sitters won't lift a finger to stop it. Chapter 390, Danzo Surrounded and Konoha's Secrets. With that thought, Danzo suddenly felt he had the upper hand. As long as he gave the order to attack Kakashi, the situation would immediately turn in his favor. He might even join forces with Orochimaru and pin the blame for the assault on Konoha entirely on Jiraiya. However, when Danzo snapped his fingers, the Root ninja hiding in the shadows did not show themselves. His expression darkened instantly. He scanned the surroundings, then turned his gaze to Kakashi and the others. Could it be that they had already neutralized his subordinates, leaving him completely isolated? Kakashi took a step forward, drew a kunai, and said coldly, Danzo, are you waiting for something? Those Root operatives hidden in the dark, or perhaps Shisui Uchiha? Do you wonder how we knew of your betrayal? Or why we're here to arrest you? Danzo's face turned unspeakably ugly. His eyes quickly locked onto Shisui among the crowd, now filled with panic. Shisui was his most powerful subordinate, and the only one whose will had been altered by Koto Amatsukami. With Shisui's strength, even the third Hokage wouldn't be an easy opponent. Why had Jiraiya managed to capture him so easily and extract everything? At that moment, Danzo realized a terrifying possibility. What if Shisui had never actually been influenced by Koto Amatsukami? What if he'd been hiding by Danzo's side all this time, only waiting for the right moment to turn on him, and now, that moment had come? A chill crept up Danzo's spine. He had calculated everything so precisely, yet in the end, he was outmaneuvered by an Uchiha. He had foolishly tried to use the very clan that Tobirama-sensei had warned him about. Danzo looked at Shisui, then at the approaching Konoha ninja. The thought of fleeing sprang into his mind. If he were to fall into their hands, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially if they discovered he was holding Hiruzen Sarutobi captive in the Root base. That would bring ruin to all his plans. Forming hand signs, he bit his finger and slammed it onto the ground. A puff of smoke erupted. He had summoned his summoning beast, Baku, hoping it would buy him time to escape and preserve a sliver of hope for a comeback. Baku was immensely powerful, no weaker than the massive beasts of the three great sage lands. With each breath, it unleashed violent wind-release techniques, toppling nearby trees. Even the ninja present struggled just to stay on their feet. Fortunately, the Konoha ninja here were all Jonin level. After adjusting to the initial wind pressure, they launched their counterattacks, unleashing high-level ninjutsu that bombarded Baku until it writhed in agony. Eventually, after suffering unbearable damage, Baku vanished as the summoning was forcefully ended. With the beast dealt with, everyone turned toward Danzo, only to see that he had already fled far, now just a tiny black speck in the distance. Among the Jonin present was a member of the Hyuga clan. Activating his Byakugan, he turned to Kakashi. Danzo is heading toward the root base. Should we pursue? Ordinarily, in a situation where Jiraiya was already engaged in battle, Shikaku Nara would be the most senior and qualified to lead. But everyone had just witnessed Kakashi's calm command and strength. Unconsciously, they were now looking to him for direction. Kakashi didn't hesitate. He issued his orders clearly. Shikaku-san, you, Choza-san, and Inoichi-san go support Jiraiya-sama. The rest, come with me to pursue Danzo. Shikaku glanced at Kakashi and nodded. I trust your judgment. But Danzo once attacked Shursui, he might possess a Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi nodded slightly, then led the Konoha ninja in pursuit of Danzo. He was well aware that Danzo might possess a Mangekyo Sharingan. That was exactly why he had chosen to lead the pursuit himself. The Mangekyo was the ultimate eye technique of the Uchiha clan, with each eye harboring a power that defied reason. For an ordinary ninja, defeating a Mangekyo wielder was almost impossible. Only those on the level of the legendary Sannin might be capable of doing so. Kakashi, while not one of them, happened to possess a Mangekyo Sharingan himself, putting him just close enough to that level. As Kakashi's back disappeared into the distance, Shursui, hiding in the crowd, curved his lips into a faint smile. Once they reached the root base and saw the extent of Danzo's crimes, public opinion about both the Uchiha and the Hokage faction would be completely reversed. He had planned for this moment for years, never daring to let down his guard for even a second. About 10 minutes later, the Konoha Jonin arrived at the root base. Seeing Danzo's figure approaching, the guards at the base immediately came forward to greet him. Danzo gave a small nod, then issued the order to block the pursuers. Though puzzled, the root guards obeyed the command. Soon, they spotted Kakashi and the others approaching. Confused looks appeared on their faces. Something was clearly wrong in the village. Why would so many Jonin be chasing after Danzo? After a moment's hesitation, the root ninja moved to block Kakashi's group. Kakashi gave them a glance, then gestured to Might Guy. With a shout of Konoha Whirlwind, Guy instantly dealt with the root operatives in their path. Though root members were elite, mostly seasoned Chunin or higher, selected with care and rigor, and could even resist Jonin when acting in coordinated squads, they weren't enough against Konoha's Jonin unit. After knocking them out, Guy casually removed their masks and bound them tightly with rope, ensuring they wouldn't be able to move when they awoke. As they moved deeper into the root base, they encountered more operatives. This time, some of the guards were root Jonin, fighters whose strength rivaled the elite. Even Guy struggled to subdue them quickly. In the end, it was only through the overwhelming numbers of Konoha's Jonin that they were able to bring them down. After defeating a root Jonin, Might Guy habitually removed the man's mask, only to freeze in place when he recognized the face beneath it. Someone who had bullied him and Obito back during their time in the academy was a familiar face from the Konoha police force. This man was an Uchiha. Why was an Uchiha Jonin working under Danzo? Could it be there was more to the Uchiha clan massacre than they'd been told? Guy's thoughts spiraled, but he couldn't find any solid answers, so he had to let it go. The other Jonin, however, all frowned deeply. They began connecting the fallen root Jonin with Shursui Uchiha, and reached a terrifying conclusion. The Uchiha clan massacre, on the surface, looked like Itachi Uchiha had lost his mind and, with help from outside forces, turned his blade on his own people. He had single-handedly exterminated the clan that once helped found the village. But in truth, the situation was far more complex than they had imagined. Danzo Shimura had been directly involved in the massacre, and had even taken the surviving Uchiha Jonin, brainwashed and controlled them, and turned them into operatives of root. The reason Danzo had cultivated so many hidden forces was simple: he wanted to seize power and become Hokage. Just a month ago, Danzo secretly contacted the rogue ninja Raza and Orochimaru. The three of them worked together to devise a plan to bring down Konoha and successfully cause the death of the third Hokage. If it hadn't been for Byakuya from Akatsuki and the fifth Kazekage arriving in time to intervene, Konoha would have completely collapsed. Wait, a Konoha Jonin suddenly thought of another possibility. Maybe Orochimaru and Raza's original intention in initiating the Konoha collapse plan wasn't actually to destroy the village, but rather to eliminate the third Hokage and, at the same time, create an opportunity for Danzo to emerge as a hero. Just imagine it, after the third Hokage's death, if Danzo had appeared in a heroic fashion to save Konoha, his reputation would have skyrocketed. Riding that wave of prestige, his chances of winning the fifth Hokage election would have been extremely high. But Danzo's betrayal of the village was simply too much. People could accept infighting and scheming during a Hokage election, even digging up dirt on each other to block opponents from being selected. But all of that hinged on one condition: the village's interests must not be harmed. Danzo's actions clearly went against the village's interests. Even if he somehow managed to become the fifth Hokage now, the damage done to the village would still be irreversible. The failure of the Chunin exams would cause the daimyo and nearby minor villages to start doubting Konoha's strength. The fact that the fifth Kazekage Raza and Byakuya from Akatsuki had to step in and save Konoha didn't come without a price. Many treaties previously signed with Tsunagakure would now be nullified, and the village would be forced to give Amagakure more favorable terms. Pressing forward, Kakashi and the others soon arrived at the deeper parts of the root base. Finally, at the central cross-section of the underground hall, they cornered Danzo. He seemed to have given up on escaping and locked his sharp gaze on Kakashi, then suddenly asked, "Kakashi, do you remember the last time we met here?" Kakashi nodded and replied, "Of course I remember. Back then, you led Root Shinobi to block Yamato and me. If the third hadn't shown up in time, both of us would have died." "Yes, you would have died. That's the price of betraying me," Danzo sighed lightly and continued, "If you hadn't found Hiruzen Sarutobi, I would have already acquired the Sharingan and would release Kekkei Jinkai. All the tragedies that followed would never have happened." Kakashi frowned, scoffing coldly. "Turning on your comrades is a betrayal of the Will of Fire." "Humph." Danzo snorted. "The Will of Fire is nothing but a slogan, easily modified and casually wielded. Do you think Hiruzen Sarutobi was clean? He and I both treated the Will of Fire as a mere tool." These words made the surrounding Konoha Jonin visibly agitated. They couldn't tolerate such defamation against the third. Kakashi, however, remained relatively calm. He knew the third Hokage wasn't a perfect shinobi. He had plenty of flaws. But no matter what, he was still a far better person than Danzo. Seeing their angry expressions, Danzo continued, "Before arriving here, you should have encountered those specialized root shinobi. They were all members of the Uchiha police force. They are my proudest creations. You're probably angry that I used cursed seals and Jinjutsu to control the Uchiha and make them serve root. But have you ever thought about who actually gave Itachi Uchiha the order to wipe out his own clan? Compared to ordering the annihilation of an entire shinobi clan, I was far more merciful." Pausing, Danzo continued, "I saved these Uchiha remnants, who were supposed to be killed, and let them atone by guarding the village from the shadows. They carried on the responsibilities of the police force in darkness." Danzo's words left the Konoha shinobi silent for a long time. They questioned the truth of what he said, whether the third Hokage had actually ordered the annihilation of the Uchiha. After some thought, they came to the conclusion that he probably did. The third must have issued some kind of directive. Otherwise, the Uchiha wouldn't have been eradicated so quickly. Those Uchihas scattered throughout the shinobi world didn't avoid returning to Konoha because they feared other Uchiha. They were afraid of being eliminated by the third. With that thought, the Konoha Jonin's reverence for the third Hokage dimmed a little. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up, "Danzo, no matter how much you smear the third, it won't change your current situation. You betrayed the village and colluded with Orochimaru. That's undeniable. Undeniable? Danzo narrowed his eyes. What proof do you have that I colluded with Orochimaru? You're just choosing to believe Shisui Uchiha. You're believing Jiraiya's one-sided story. I have never done anything to betray Konoha. In fact, your father's suicide back then was something Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't be separated from. Tell me, why would a village that supposedly treasures the will of fire and the protection of comrades suddenly start pushing the belief that the mission matters more after Konoha's white fan failed his mission? Why did the very shinobi your father saved accuse him and then later die on the battlefield in Sunagakure? Kakashi's eyes grew colder as he stared at Danzo. What else do you know? Danzo's lips curled into a smile. He then said, I know a lot. Including even more mistakes made by the third Hokage, and evidence that Jiraiya betrayed the village. Mistakes by the third? Evidence that Jiraiya-sama betrayed the village? Upon hearing this, the Konoha Jonin looked at each other in shock. They had only come to pursue Danzo, but now they were hearing one hidden secret after another. Tonight's events had been nothing short of explosive. First, Tsunade was ambushed. Then Shisui Uchiha returned from the dead. Then news broke that Danzo had conspired with Orochimaru to collapse Konoha. And now they were hearing about the third Hokage causing the death of the White Fang. These were things none of them dared to even think about before, but now Danzo was laying them bare, one by one. And now he was even saying he had dirt on Jiraiya-sama. Could it be? Jiraiya really did something to betray the village? That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 15. Peace.